Mm. Oh. Hey, Sam. Ita. We're back in q40. Oh. Back on the Viper. What? I'll grab it. I was just waiting. Back on the Viper. Alright, we're back. Akane is fresh, and I think all of us are resting, so. Drinking some coffee, so. It's a fairy. I only have 100 on me, so hopefully. How do you farm more of the thing to trade it? Okay. That's crazy you can't buy pilgrim pods. That's crazy to me. Easy access. on me. Should be focused on grief actually, because I'm targeting him more, probably. That's fine. Oh yeah, I just realized this song is playing trap. Also, just give me a second, I'm gonna wake up. Still like half awake. Oh! Oh! Okay, left, right. No! I feel like I could try to call that, but problem is I have like my keyboard so loud. I think it's been picking up a little bit on stream. Just let me know if it's annoying trap. You'll when it says light and darkness neutralize each other, then you can go. Also, let me know if audio is okay, chat. Yeah, this boss is really fun. I'm not doing either MA or this. I was like, probably rather do this. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god, the song, I forgot about it. Oh, I misread that. My bad. I totally thought it was used by. Oh. The hell? I don't know. You guys follow X tire. Thank you. Should I listen to him? Yeah, I am fucking tweaking today. Just full tweak. Fuck it. Fuck it. It's one of those days. Oh, sorry. Fuck. My bad, sorry. I don't even know how I died. Sorry, I don't know if I scared you. was trying to refresh. I'm not gonna lie. I've gotten into this habit of like probably trying to go for a refresh way too much. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. I should probably. No, we should be fine for a bit. I'm gonna quick ad while we're talking real quick. Should I say some words of encouragement to him? No, no, no. This is fearful. What does that even mean? What should I listen to, man? Can you stand in it? Or you took damage? Oh, if you stand in it, it doesn't refresh. Sorry, John, I'm still waking up. I can't play Petra. Like, you just can't tap target to grief. I swear my life. Yeah, I think you just stay focused onto grief. It's so fucked. Oh, I'm petrified. Or can you? I'm pressing tab. I'm pressing tab. For how serious the song is. Dude, I need to... No, I'll watch the new season of Kingdom whenever it comes out. I'm excited for it. I just know I'm gonna get mind fucked because the manga is like so fucked up. Oh, there's no marks. There's no marks. I just realized. Noted. Oh! Yeah, they got it. Ita, devoured Ita. Oh. Okay, it's fine. It's cooked, but it's okay. Oh, how did he? How? Oh, it's too late. Okay, okay, I still got it. I still got it. I'm drinking the coffee. It's slowly hitting me. So what's wrong, dude? What's wrong? Oh, fucking got it. I'm not even gonna say anything. Oh my god. Oh my god. I saw that. I almost just walked out of that. Oh, shiz. This might be fine. I think I only have one ad. Guys, I can start in melee. I was thinking I couldn't. I was thinking it was gonna pull. I love this Bork song. I was actually listening to Bork a little bit off stream chat like the other day. Oh, it didn't go off. Oh my god. I got so lucky. Still practice. Where's the cover, bro? I'm just kidding. You got it, you got it, you got it. How happens if we don't kill him? Oh, I guess he just stands there. Might be in the mid sheet. In the tank mid page. I think it's manifold lashings. I think it's manifold lashings. Yeah, it should be manifold lashings. I think that's it. Can I run an ad really quick because we're taking a break? 30 seconds, 30 seconds, we'll be back in 30 seconds. Why does he always react with the pregnant man emote? Because that's Aura's reaction, I guess. I don't know. What the fuck? His static name is Pregnant Tatties, dude. That is so sus. That is so sus. That's crazy. That's a static name. Chat, are you guys in the static? And then if you guys are in the static, what's the name of it? If you want to share. What is that gif? Okay, we're back. Kind of like most of this kind of spreadsheeted mentally in my mind for Vipa. Thank you for being in. Actually, pop it sooner. No! Okay, okay, I kind of fucked that, but it was like not terrible though. I kind of like doing that sooner. I should do that sooner actually. Building my Viper mastery. This shop's pretty fun. Let me try to actually like start reading this. Glamour. Oh my god, I'm reading so lucky, dude. Oh, I overcapped like a loser. Dude, I was literally thinking about that too. It's okay. What? I think it's fine though. Yeah, yeah. Um. Shice. It's okay. Mm. Mm. He said his hand is asleep. Okay. What? He's actually doing it. He's doing it. I guess you just can't live that, but you can live that as a tank though. They say near, dude. This guy needs to lock in. Mm, 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 mm. we're back. We are Baroque right now. I am fucking locked, dude. Oh! I think this isn't that bad. Yeah, that's cooked. Okay, I think that's fine. Let's see if I can feint this earlier so it's a little bit easier for me. No, I think I like doing it this other way around. I'm locked. Oof. We're gonna quick ad while we're getting into it though. Yeah, that is true. The tap target is really bad. It's like a little bit earlier. Oh, fuck, I'm dead. Nope, never mind. Oh. Is it your fault? Okay. What should I listen to? I'm still here in chat, so just give me time. Hello? Fucking shit game, dude. Okay, nope, no, we're oh god. Lagging a little bit. Akane? Hey, Tony. Okay, I'm feeling the coffee start hitting me, trap. I'm feeling it. Chat, do you guys drink coffee every day or just on occasion? Oh, you'll be kidding me. No. Coffee on weekdays mostly been going to work. True, 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 true. Cofferful? Coffeeful? Y'all prefer tea or coffee? I drink tea like every day, but some days I drink coffee, but not all the time. Oh, I think I've been over capping on my furies like every 2 minutes. I just realized. It's okay. It is okay though, because it's not too. Okay, I should just be going for that. It's cursed, but I'm gonna try to like hold myself accountable and try to read this when I can. Dude, so lucky, man. Oh, I almost killed him. Oh my god. So cursed. Tap targeting that. This is so much easier. I don't know why I'm not doing that. Which I have an even better idea right now for this. An even better way to weave it. Okay, wait, I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. Okay. Okay, it does. Yeah, it does give me a fairy. I'm fucking... Now I know. Now I can overcap. Da, 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 da. Oh fuck, the coffee's hitting me, chat. I feel it. I'm fucking locked right now, dude. Every pull I get slightly better at Viper. Oh, I'm trolling. Okay, well, it's ironic. I just did that. Yeah, just really. Yeah, I can just do it then. Actually, no. Never mind. What I was doing was probably fine. No! Oh, fuck, I'm trolling. Okay, it's okay. I don't even know if I should do that last GCD there because I'm missing that. Maybe not. Look, he just go. Got it. I got we're fine, we're fine. Wait, one second, I have to go pee. Okay, be right back. I have to go pee. I'm running an ad. BRB. I am back. I'm back. Yeah, dude, this fight is so fun. I bet some even, dude. Imagine if you just do like a no dot Sam run, like just do no dot Sam run, just do full Midare run. I don't know, like I don't know, maybe. I don't know, just for fun. I think we could. I think. Because of the dot, right? And fall off, I think. Yeah, I forgot. Mm. Yeah, do you think like no dot Sam would be viable? I'm curious. Oh. No, I was just theory crafting. Mmm. Yeah, Rebirth sounds terrible in this fight, thinking about it. A few slices of kiwi I didn't finish. It's imagine playing no dot Sam. They're saying also Dragoon isn't bad. I guess that kind of makes sense. Grief, imminent grief, griefing. I can't even reach him. Back. I'm on light. Oh. And we're back. God, I love fruit. I appreciate that. I appreciate it whenever it's in. So much more chill. So bad. I'm trolling, but it's okay. Got a few gauge, but it's like kind of fine. Oh, I fucked it. It's okay though. It's a little bit cooked. Oh. I think it was 4. Hmm. I'm late during that entire phase. But after I... Okay. This song is so good, right, chat? this song. Oh, dude, that's so bad. It's like curse, but if I can kind of maneuver the offshoots you do weaving, I mean, I kind of like the theory behind what I'm doing. Okay. Oh, oh. I'm just being honest. Hey, Nimrod. What was it, buff there? At the end? Oh, okay. I could stay light during chains. Okay. But then I was okay. I was like, I was going dark there, but I was like, yeah. Oh man, I love this song. Uh oh. Ooh, yeah, I like that actually. I'm fucking cooking right now. I'm fucking cooking right now with my okay, I gotta like log in. Oh, come on. Oh. Oh! No, you got it. Is that the way you're talking about? Wait. Welcome. That's fine. It's a tank melee healer range. And then Connie's always last. Or Oliver's always last. Okay. The in and out, yeah. Come over and add really quick chat. Actually, we'll be back. We're talking Star right now. Just reviewing something really quick. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just reviewing something. What's the amount of difference they can have before they buff? I forgot. It's like 10%. I don't remember. Wow. Okay. He's assessing something. Yeah, I love this top, dude. I'm excited for 7.4 chats, because then I can wear this on my Dragoon. Fuck. I love this top. I mean, even though like every ninja wears it, but I love it. Yeah, one more slice of kiwi. I kind of turned my mic. I don't know. I'm gonna turn it back. I think this is better. Mm-mm-mm-mm. What? Try to listen to you, chat. Oh my god. Okay, I've been obsessed with this song. I don't care, chat. Just killing music right now. Okay. Okay, you're canceled. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay, wait, this is like a way better. Oh yeah, that's so much nicer. Still to cook the way I did that. Or Ouroboros is melee. Wait, 3? That was 2. I think it was 2. Okay, good job, chat. The Deep Dungeon one doesn't work the same way as Quantum one. Ew. Also, it's a Kimmy. Yeah, like, what is the best way to farm this shit, chat? That's actually insane that you have to farm it. I hate that. Good on that, chat. You trying to what? I hate that you have to farm it and then you have to use the ceremony stuff. Oh, come on. My boys are coming back. Ah, I love my retainers. I love them so much. One block jump for raw chicken or 2 block jump for raw beef. Wait, are you guys farming? Oh yeah, they're going back in. Solution. Dude, where the fuck is it, bruh? Okay, we're going back. We're going to the deep dungeon. Fuck it. Okay, fuck it. What should I play? What should I play? What should I play? What should I play? Oh my god, I forgot I had these fucking weapons, bro. Should I play ninja for the troll? For the fun of it? No, I'm gonna get actually. Oh no, no, I'll go in monk. I'll go on monk. I'll go on monk. I haven't played monk in a while. Or should I go like a healer? I'll see. Shit, dude, this glam is so fire. I totally forgot about this glam. What am I doing, dude? Dude, I'm so excited for 7.4 for the glam thing. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to be able to wear this on my Dragoon later and vice versa. Like, I don't know. I love the near tops. Just because, like, there's not really a lot of glams that I like. Oh, why? But you said you just need... You need a healer, right? Hmm... I can see. I don't know. I don't know that many healers. Wait, why? Sorry, Chad, they're like talking right now. If we don't, would you still want to do opti or parsing? I don't know. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh, okay. I don't know. I just said their name because I think they're trialing for this other group. He's inside the other group I'm with Io. I could ask him though if he wants to like double up. I don't know. I don't know. It's okay. Mm. You're G posing, but you're not joining us, bro. No, you're doing great. You're doing great. I'm really proud of you. No. It's actually hard. It's actually hard. I was really proud of you. So like I have to encourage them. I'm not sorry. It's just the way I talk. Oh my god. Okay. I'm just kidding. If you don't want to, it's okay. No, like that's why I don't play tank. Like, because I know it's stressful. Gee, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I think they want to go back in there. We gotta play summoner. Yeah, I guess I just have like WoW mentality with tank responsibilities. Okay, they're trolling. Okay, we're gonna do not break into. We're gonna do deep dungeon, I guess. I think it's fine. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, they're being sus right now. Oh my god, dude. I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous. What the fuck? Dude, oh my god, I can't. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything. Oh my god. I should have gone summoner, but I want to get better at red mage though. So they only drop from the bronze coffers, the glasses. Oh! Oh yeah, dude, red mage is so fun actually. Trolling. Oh! I haven't played red mage. Oh! That's crazy we actually got it though. Oh, shies. Oh! Yeah, this floor set's really pretty, actually. Oh! Wait, he's like one hit! No, I got this, I got this. This glam is so fire. Oh! I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. I'm fine. I think. I think. Chat, do you guys like these weapons? I mean, they're like, they're cute, but they're not my style. But you never done top? What the hell? Okay. Yeah, this floor set's so pretty. Yeah. Chat, they're talking about how annoying top is. Yeah. MP5? Run me? Oh my god. I was so traumatized by top, dude. It was so fun though, honestly. What is he doing? Like, he doesn't know how to play Sam. What the hell? Dude, I don't think we've gotten any bronze coffers. I don't think we've gotten any. Oh! Yeah, Red Mage is pretty fun. I think I should really kind of add this to my repertoire. I mean, it makes the most sense to add it after I... Are Ultra Potions worth it, chat? Eh, it's just a gold. Oh. The hell? This guy stayed at fucking spawn. Oh my god. Okay, let's go. Wait, this guy stayed at spawn. What the hell? I just realized. Okay. Oh, I think it's because I popped affluence. I think that's why. Not a good way to farm this because they're only bronze chest drops, I think. That's so crazy to me. That is so weird. Like, I don't get why you can't buy them, especially. Hello? Can't. So they only drop from bronze, so they drop from bronze any floor set? Oh! Oh, get the hell off of me. Wait, I thought I opened that. What the fuck? Yeah, this floor set is so pretty. Fishies! Oh! Oh. No. Actually, that's fine. When would you ever use reprise if you're just about to overcap, I guess? I don't even know. Oh! Hello? Oh, nothing there. They're cooking us. Hello, sir. Oh, okay, same. I am straight. I'm going straight. Actually, I mean, that's not true, but... Nothing, yeah. No. It's... Why do you... I mean, I don't even know. Why do you care? Why do you care? Oh. I'm bi. Sorry. That matters. What is it? Okay. Why does... That is so weird. You're making it awkward saying it to them. They don't... Oh, I don't even know. Dude, I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Oh my god, okay. Okay, that's fine with me. If you think about it, it's honestly the most based thing. Oh my god! It's like yada yada yada. Oh my god, that's so funny. Okay, dude, they're just being sus today. I don't even know. I think these... Yeah, that's a problem. That's actually a problem. Oh! Limestone. Lionstone. Oh, I get it. I get it. Yeah, red mage is so fun, bruh. Oh! Alright, you got it. No, I'm pacified. I can Contra 6. Actually, how much should I do as a melee? Oh my god, I do 1 damage. Did we get any? He's cheap hosing right now. Oh! Any G posers in chat? Ooh, nice. Second one. So bad about using palms. I always like hoard them. Candelabra. Should I touch it? Should update my title. I'll do it in a second though. The song is like sending me right now. Oh. Oh, he got one. Are you serious? Not me? Oh my god. I'm so fast, it's like fucking me up right now. It's like whenever I'm playing Calcium and Mega Bonk. Okay. They both got one! What? The game? The devs are watching? I'm so bad at remembering if I have a dual cast saved, man. Okay. I wonder if they'll rework the q40 system later. Because it kind of reworked Fork Tower a little bit, right, or something. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? He got two? I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, this is totally not sus at all. Oh! Okay, not even close. It just came up. It just came up. I hate how you have to be in combat to manification. That's so annoying. Oh, that makes sense. That is so annoying. Get off of him! Yeah, the animations for Red Mage are so cool, actually. Oh, no! Oh, well, he got it. He's got it. You got it. I'll just go scout. La 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 la. Don't hurt me, sir. Oh! Hmm. 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 Well, at least I have one now. So I have like, at least 20 more pods. Wait, what the fuck? No, I have one. Wait, it has 3? What? What the fuck? Okay, that's... Okay. Yep, I'm literally goated. Oh! Dude, I'm hashtag Barack. Oh, I'm so bad about like pre-popping acceleration. I don't even use it during burst. It's okay though. Oh my god, we've gone like it's like our 4th one already. I'm grateful. Oh. They got it. They got it. They got it. They got it. Yay. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Okay, okay, that's for me. That's for me. That glass is for me. Maybe I should have AoE'd. It's just kind of hard to position it. I guess if, yeah, if you did it solo, then like combined all of ours, it's like 4, 5, 6, like 8. 8 times 20 is like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't take that long to farm some, I guess. Sorry, I'm like schizo today. Maybe I should listen to, what should I listen to? Ooh, I got another one. Okay, okay. Yeah, it's funny. Oh! Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He was so locked in doing G-pose, he was like quiet that entire time. Okay, well, he's making us look okay. Yeah. Yeah, I do slash G-pose and then, I descended. Alright, you got it, Alra, you got it. We're both fucking at fairies. I'll distract him as a fairy. These rooms are so cool. I like how like there's different sized rooms. Oh yeah, it looks great. The cheek pose looks great. Looks great. Yeah. It's the way I talk. Like, what do they want from me? It looks great, Akane. I really appreciate you sharing that. And yeah. Chat. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Hey, bye. Oh. No, we got it, 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 chat. We got it. Okay, now I think I get it a little bit. Kind of, not really. Yay. 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 I got shoes. I got one potion. I got another set of shoes. Oh my god, chat, how much is this minion? Wait, you didn't get any of the crystals? What? I thought you got one. What the fuck? That's crazy. Ooh, did I make you upset by saying that? I feel bad. That's literally how I talk. I got a new minion. I mean, these shoes are kind of cute, I guess. Oh wait, actually these are kind of cute. Wait, I like these. A little bit. Oh, what are you doing? I mean, I'll do like maybe one more, and then I'll probably stop. I should have, okay, I think I have one. I guess I'll keep the other one, I guess. Oh! Akane, did I hurt your feelings? No, your G-pose is great, brother. I'm bad at being enthusiastic, I guess. I respect it because, like, I'm too lazy to do G-pose. Oh! Right, I thought you were gonna take a nap. I mean, actually, I don't mind doing Deep Dungeon because it helps me practice with Red Mage, but... it's like brain rot. It's like farming OC. Oh, shit. No! You got it. no. No, it's fine, it's fine. Oh my god, this. The stream is better today. Yeah, has it been better? I mean, my weather, like where I live, it's been kind of bad, so I don't know if that's been affecting it. It's been like snowing and like raining. I mean, I might also just close all of my quantum tabs. Also, what's up, Jace? I'm starting to eat dungeon right now because, dude, that's so annoying that I don't even know, man. It kind of pisses me off how many barriers to entry there are for q40 and fort. And fort. But it's really fun though. Like I really do enjoy doing it. The only problem is like farming the potions. Like I don't. And I guess. Oh. Okay, not even close. That's like the only thing I don't like. That I have to farm the potions, and that if I'm the one queuing and I have to get the sacraments, the offerings or whatever, that kind of low-key blows. That kind of low-key blows. Also, chat, did they unlock the tier? Or you can get books now? Did they unlock it? Or can you... Is it just you can only farm books? I don't remember. I don't know. Oh! Yeah, I don't know when you would ever use the purification. I mean, maybe it would be worth to like pre-pop it if you're going into a floor set that, you know, they're gonna like debuff you, I guess. What the hell? This floor is huge. It's unlocked now. Oh! Oh! Oh, I want to finish reading that book that I was reading yesterday. That's what I wanted to do. I feel bad. I feel it. Maybe he took me to like. Maybe he got offended that I was being sarcastic, chat. I don't know. Like, I think it's just. I don't know. I think it's just like literally the way I talk. I don't know. Maybe it's because like. I don't know. Maybe it's like my cadence of voice. Oh my fucking god, dude. It's because I'm just a nonchalant dreadhead. That's why. Oh! Get off of me, sir. Ah! Are you trolling? What? He didn't have sands on! What the fuck? I didn't notice also, so I guess like... Oh mein Gott. Is your man? Okay. Oh my god. That's crazy. It's an orange. to get pilgrim potions, it's an RNG of an RNG. It's an RNG to get the chest, and it's an RNG to get the drop. Fucking hell, shice. Fucking hell, man. That actually sends me so much. Who designed this? I don't know. I shouldn't even be thinking about it. I should just... Sometimes I feel like I should just surrender myself to the direction of the devs, but sometimes I just want to, like, just scream into the void. And just shake them. It's like, what are you... Like, oh! Okay, I'm so bad at, like, doing optimal weaving on this job. Or I don't know. I don't know. I bet there's probably some shit, like... Oh! What the hell? That's actually crazy. Okay, nice. Oh, okay. Let's go. I'm actually goated. Yeah, this... Yeah. Farming Deep Dungeon actually is, like, kind of... Wait, for finding the coffers without the thing? I don't know. That sounds right, though. Chat, is there a achievement where it count, like, an achievement for getting coffers without the buff? I had, like, a phase, chat, where I was an achievement... I was, like, kind of fixated on achievement hunting. Oh my god. And I was, like, considering, like, farming Palace of the Dead coffers for that one achievement. I forget what it's called. But it's, like, one of the more annoying like, achievement farms to do. Meow, 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 meow. I got one potion. I guess it's like 1/10 of a glass, though, getting one potion. Oh, wait, the rehabilitation lasts for 30 seconds. But the cooldown is only 15. Interesting. Oh, oh my god. Is there even a point to open up silvers or not? Or not? I think I'm hungry, but I don't know. Oh, I was gonna tell you guys, I've been watching this new food YouTube series. It's like this travel series. It's called like Dirt. And it follows like this snowboarder, like stuntman, and he like kind of goes to like different countries and stuff. And, like, oh shit. Dude, what the hell? It's like landmine seed. It's pretty good. Like, you don't really see like a lot of like high production YouTube series sometimes. I don't know. Okay. I just got done with basic build of the Banshee, but I want to apply a decal before I put on discos. I want to find a Fenrix MG Ka. What is that? Is that Gunpla? Is that Gunpla? Gundam, I guess. Yeah, I mean, who's still playing this game? No, I mean, I have a lot of prep to do, right? In my mind, I'm like, this is like the most ideal time to try to clear like q40 before like Savage starts. Oh! This room layout kind of reminds me of something. Like something in like Palace of the Dead. I feel like I go insane doing Eat Dungeon. It's like essence of roguelike. I think they're just trying to harken back to like old Final Fantasy, I think, right? But I'm not like a Final Fantasy Andy, so I don't know like all the lore. Like I'm not like getting like huge jerked off whenever like they call back some boss that I have no idea who they are, right? Like that's why I wasn't like cooming whenever like I guess the Alliance raid came out, because I was like, I don't know these people. I feel kind of bad about that. Like I bet the payoff would be a lot higher if like I was a Final Fantasy fan, right? You know what I mean? Maybe I'm like high. Maybe it's because I'm fried. Maybe because I'm like post-Viper delirium right now. Okay, I was gonna say something, but I completely forgot. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. Do they only give Aether Pool at this level? I don't remember. Altar of Return. I guess Altar of Return doesn't really matter. Okay. It says in the pace bin to farm 51 through 70, but I don't know if that's actually the best. Chat, what's the best way to farm the potions? Anyone in chat know? Ooh. I don't even know why I'm opening these up. Like, I should just not open them. Dude, I wonder if they're gonna add more fonts onto Discord. I kind of like how you can have like different fonts for your name. That's pretty cool. They should let me have Comic Sans. Chat, what's your favorite font? I can totally read Wingdings. Okay. This one thing I'm bad at is just swapping from range to single target on Red Mage. I guess just trying to like guesstimate if it's worth it or not to AoE, just because of the spread of guys. Oh. I don't know, I feel like alteration's so shit. Oh, I don't know why I pulled him. Oh, he's dead. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm thinking about that book right now, man. Thinking about that book right now. I am a sick man. I forgot what it said. Like, I'm a sick man, I'm a terrible man or something. Dude, I'm like clicking on this chest. Am I lagging? Act? All three? Also, sorry I was like super quiet during q40. I'm like so locked in there because I'm like on Viper and like it's so annoying to be swapping buffs. I think it's fun. Like I totally could see kind of getting fatigued from farming it though, just because of the debuff swapping, but I think once you kind of like map out all the permutations, it's not too bad. I should strength this. What am I doing? Oh! Okay, not even close. Oh my god! Oh! I almost died. Yeah, that's crazy. I think if I didn't victor myself, I think I would have died. Go, 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 go. I wonder how the deep dungeoners are feeling with the DDoSes, bro. That's why I'm not a deep dungeoner. It's just that I'm paranoid. I'm paranoid so bad. Yeah, fuck this guy. Oh. Sir? This floor set reminds me of Oldemon. That's what I was thinking, bro. That's what I was thinking. It reminds me of Oldemon. The WoW dungeon. With the marble and whatever. I hate Oldemon though. That shit fucking blows. The lore is really cool though. Like, the lore is pretty cool. I forgot kind of, I think it's like, I forgot what the exact lore was, but I think it's like, I don't remember. Oh my god. Yeah, it just throws me off that magnification is 110. I don't know why, even though like, I don't know. Just fucks with me a little bit. I'm curious to why they made it 110. Why is it 110? I mean, I guess like once you're into a fight, you would be pre-popping magnification, then going to 2 minute, and then whatever, what have you. I mean, I feel like you can only really get like, I don't know, you probably have to do some sort of like, I don't even know. Be in a like kind of like Reaper mindset where like you're going into a 2 minute with a melee combo already going. A vibe. Oh shit. Oh wait, I was gonna tell you guys, I saw like this funny tweet on Twitter and it was like someone that was in a front line literally when like I was streaming and getting these so like it's so cursed whenever like you're in a front line and it gets DDoS. Uh-oh. I got this. I got this. I got this. So locked right now. I don't even think you can auto when you're a fairy. Okay. Oh! Yeah. Lane mines can't kill, they hit for 8% current. Oh. So if I have like half health, it would only do like a percentage of that. Okay, I was thinking it does like a flat percent of your max health rather than like your current health. Okay, that's good to know. Oh. Dude, I think that's like our first glass. What the actually hell? Man, the devs need to wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up! Sorry. Sorry. Wait, I've only gone one this floor set. Are you yanking my chain, man? Oh shit. Okay. Dude, this song is like such a throwback. Y'all remember when like they released the trailer for Ruby and it was like blowing the fuck up on YouTube and stuff? I used to watch Rooster Teeth like way back in the day because I used to watch like Red versus Blue back in the day. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Only the real ones know what I'm talking about. That kind of got me into Halo. Like, I had like a minor Halo phase way back in the day because when I would like visit my family when I was younger, like we would play Halo sometimes when we would get babysat and we watched like Jerry Springer and stuff. Probably shouldn't have happened, but oh. Actually planned. Okay. Oh my god, it's so funny. Nice. Oh, oh, oh. I think we've only gotten like 2 this floor set. That's actually kind of insane. Oh. Oh, they're huge. I can't see shit, dude. Oh my god. Surely I'm fine here. Oh! You got it. I mean, surely this is fine. I forgot if this guy doesn't enrage. I think it's the other guy, actually. Alright, chat, we got it. Also, it's a non-funky bellatico. Let's call you fungi. Yeah, it's a little bit cooked. I mean, I'm glad that I'm doing this, though, because, I don't know, I don't really gravitate towards Deep Dungeon when I'm playing off-stream. I kind of just... Well, I mean, I guess I've also been prepping my crafters for, Savage as well. Yeah. Yeah, I want to read that book, and then I also want to play Megabonk a little bit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm so cooked. Red Mage is so fun though, like low-key. No, high-key. I mean, honestly though, like every time I play a job, I kind of do have fun playing it. Like, there's no job I really do hate. Like, I think I just kind of prefer certain playstyles. Oh, my shit fell off. Glamour. Okay, we're on 38, damn. I don't really remember... Okay, Fortune's actually huge. I don't really remember, the mechanics on this floor boss. It's kind of fine, though. Hello there, sir. Just, passing through. Should probably eat afterwards, though. So I ate like at noonish. So I'm like kind of feeling it right now. Scheiß. Just Inquisitor. I actually like that whenever you do an acceleration, it gives you the whatever it's called, grand impact. That's actually kind of nice. I think that kind of adds like a nice level to the job, actually. I think there's like a lot of depth into Red Mage, like that I probably am not even seeing for sure. I mean, I think that's what the case with every job, right? But I mean, yeah, this is like way more complicated than Summoner, right? Okay, luckily you can go to the next floor. Okay. Also, if they follow Merzwa, I don't know if I think I shut it out back then, but which one? Serenity? Look, I was about to burst on this guy, but like, he's already dead. Yeah, I like the water. Is right or my right? Oh, it's like a short floor. Actually, I better not say anything. Okay, no, I guess not. Oh! Yeah, those guys just killed themselves. It's kind of crazy. Hello? Okay. Oh, I guess we have fortune, actually. Oh, I should have held my 2 minutes. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I'll hold my magnification. It's fine. Yeah, like, I like the hallway designs. Yeah, I got 2. Yeah. Thea 1. That's crazy. It's like RNG of RNG. I don't know. Oh. Oh, it's this guy again. I guess here? Wait, far turn? Oh! Okay. Actually, it's fine. Oh, I didn't even think about inner release, yeah. So far is inside. Oh, because he's hitting far. Oh. Blown blood. Oh, okay. Wait, I'm locked. I'm locked. Okay, I think I get it. I think I was like absolutely trolling the first time I was here, though, for sure. Does he just keep on repeating this? Oh, I'm goaded. I'm goaded. I'm goaded. I'm goaded. Yeah, that's crazy. You don't get anything for completing a floor set. I mean, I guess you get you get tomes. At least we got a curse horde. At the very least. Okay, big money. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, this game's shite. This game is actually shite. Okay, well now I have more. That's actually good because I was like at 70. Okay. Yay. Yeah, get me the fuck out of here. There's so many people here actually. Midi's popping off. Alright, good job, chat. Ugh. Alright. Yeah, same. Okay. Are we doing q40 next week? Okay. Okay. And then I don't know if we'll do this again on Sunday. Q40, I guess. Okay. I'm down. I mean, we're almost there, but I don't care. Yeah. I mean, I get to like farm M4 now. That'd be actually pretty fun. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, bye. Bye. Yeah, I have to go pee so bad. I'm gonna go pee really quick. Okay, now what? Okay, now we're done. That's good. Looks. I got some more pots for Q40. That's actually good because I was like, damn, I'm about to farm this shit off stream. That's gonna fucking blow. That just sucks that you have to fucking farm it in the first place. Like, let people sell that. It's only a boon to the economy if you can sell it, in my opinion. Okay, let me just see what's up. Let me just see what's up. Okay, now that they unlock the tier, Mama can go in and fuck around. Yeah, that'd be so. Yeah, because I've been wanting to do full or, but I haven't because I don't want to like fuck up my lockout. I'm just looking right now though. I have to go pee. I have to go pee. Okay, I'll look after this. I'll decide what we're gonna do afterwards. Okay, I'll be back. Like minute 30 ad, minute 30 ad. We'll be back in a second. Okay, baby. Alright, I'm back. Alright, now that I'm free from those guys, what should I do, Trap? I could do a poll once, I don't mind. Fresh? Ooh, oh hell no. Actually, no, I'm good. Reclear the farm. One quick de-rust. I mean, I could do Unreal. I don't really care though. Unreal, like I'm so asleep, dude. I wouldn't mind doing 4 or 3, actually. Wait, why is this one? I mean, actually, this one's kind of close to filling. Oh, Discord didn't give you notification? Oh, my bad. Yeah, what? Yeah, why is the bot not working? Okay, I'll stop hiding. I'll stop being invisible. What? Yo, why is the bot not working? It unadded itself. Unless I got hacked? Unless I got hacked? Who's hacking me? Yeah. Sure, I mean, I guess it... I don't know. Oh, no, no, it's... Oh, no, no, it's not me. It's not me. I think it's literally I think the bot is down itself. It's saying, I'm fine. It's saying a bad gateway. It looks like the bot itself is down. Okay, it's not me. It's not me. I'm live. Okay, I'll stop hiding. I'll stop fucking hiding. I'll stop fucking hiding. God damn it, man. Okay, okay, I'll do both. I can either PF, or I can do Megabonk, or I can read. And I'll read if we're in PF. Dude, what the fuck? Okay, I was like, no, I didn't mess with anything. I mean, sometimes, like, you know, things go down on other apps' ends, like, it's not our fault. PF, I'll PF a little, whatever, and then Megabonk. Or reading. I mean, what else should I throw in there? I mean, I could throw in Minecraft, I guess. I mean, not really, I don't really want to play Minecraft right now. I'll play one of those. Or do one of those. Or I could do... I'm not sure. I'll just do those 3. Bonk time? Jace wants me to bonk, bro. I'm thinking about it right now. Okay. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. Normally my bot's been on point. Unless that bot got taken down. If it's fucked, I'll figure out something else. It's okay. Okay, everyone in chat, lurkers vote, lurkers vote. I'm just gonna look through PF right now. I'm not gonna do the clear ulti party. I'm glad that they finally unlocked the tiers. I feel it's a little bit too late, because I mean, doesn't 7.4 come out in a month? So it's like a month from 7.4 to where it basically like nullifies nullifies the usefulness. So like we've only had like a month of unlocked tier. That seems kind of ridiculous. Or is that just me? Is that just me? Is that just me? Am I the one tweaking? Should I? Okay, I drink a cup of coffee. It's like definitely hitting me now. Should I drink a cup of tea? Just ramp it up. I don't know. Yeah, q40 is really fun. My biggest gripes though is just getting into it itself. Like same thing with Fork Tower. That's kind of why I haven't done it. I mean, also because like I don't know. I think because there's more people in it, it makes it harder for me to trust that it will go well. I guess. So I think it might be like more clusterfucky, but I think also because like I wasn't on the wave, so it's kind of like too late now. But I think if I just join like a Discord dedicated towards it, and like I just commit to running a group, like running whatever, it should be fine. I'm glad we practiced a little bit though, because I'm still like so cooked at Viper. Only one person vote. Oh, I mean, I'll do Mega Bonk. Dude, only one person voted. Unless it's bugged. I guess I could. I just get so tilted because like I do like a 30-minute run chat and then like and then and then I just die. It's so fun though. I mean, I guess also because I don't have everything unlocked. I don't have like probably like the most meta items unlocked as well. I kind of want to read right now though. I'm so like brain dead. Maybe like I'll read a little bit and then I'll play Mega Bonk. Nah, fuck it, I'm just gonna hide. I don't care. I'm like so brain rot right now. I don't even care that I'm like invisible. Who gives a fuck? I'm too schizo. Let's be schizo. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why the bot's messed up. I'll have to double check. Someone remind me later. I could check some other Discords I'm in and see if it's like working in theirs. Okay, let me just look one more time. I don't know why I want to play. I'm like so like delirious right now, bro. I don't know why. I think because I just like I was like schizo earlier today. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of people actually progging. Is it because they unlocked the tier now? Is that why? I mean, I could help some people, but do I want to help anyone right now while I'm this schizo? I mean, I could do it. I could do it. I don't know if I want to help a fresh prog one though. I don't know if I want to do fresh prog. I think that's like a little bit. I think that's like a little bit too far gone. I mean, yeah, because I would want to weapon farm a little bit. Because I would want to at least get weapons for like Ninja, Viper, and Monk. I think. No, I have Monk's weapon. Yeah, I don't have Ninja. I don't have Viper either, and I don't have. Yeah, or Reapers. I only have half of the melee weapons. Okay, that's good to know. I'll see. Okay, should I play Mega Bonk? I feel bad not following it. I kind of want to read, Trat. I mean, fuck it. What if I try to finish this book in one sitting today? No, honestly, fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. Maybe I should take a break from 14. All right, fuck it. Let's do something different. Ah, but I mean, it would be kind of nice to farm a little bit right now, but I'm like schizo, bro. Should I? Should I let the man control me? Should I let the man control what I do and what I stream and what I feel I'm obligated to do? I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah. No. Let's stick it to the man. Let's do something different. Okay, let's get off this game. Okay, all right, chat. Do you guys want to see me? I mean, it's gonna be hard to like actually read for me to kind of like pull up. I guess pull up the book on cam. I guess I could just leave my VTuber model up. Yeah, I think I could probably at least get through like maybe half of the book today. All right, I'm gonna change the category right now. When are you not schizo? Just put the farm in the bag. Yeah, no, I mean, fuck, dude. I don't know. I should have fun before I'm locked in to Savage. Let's just have a little bit of fun, and then if I want to, I'll do it later. And then maybe I'll just mega bonk afterwards because people want it. People want to see it. Should I put it in ASMR because I'm not going to be really talking to you guys? I mean, I am an ASMR streamer now, chat. I am. I am. I am one. I am. I mean, farming PF is fun if the party isn't mean and the party is good. If the party is not super consistent and you don't get clears, then it's not as fun. But if they're consistent enough to get clears, even if like they're trolling, then it's fun for me. But I think it's also kind of like, what mood am I in? Like, am I in the mood to clear or in the mood to like have fun and like fuck around? Because like sometimes like when I'm not trying to clear, it's like it doesn't really matter to me like if we clear or not. Unless I'm going into one and like I already know it's gonna be like fucked. Like if anything, if we get a clear, it's just like a bonus. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I'm like, I know it's not gonna happen, but at least if a door opens in front of you, it's better to walk through it, right, than to not go in. Is what some people say. I just show I'm not expecting to clear. Honestly, like I think that's the best way to raid. It's like keep your expectations low so you don't get disappointed. It's just like sometimes like I don't want to like put like high expectations, but like since I have like I don't know why, but I just do. I always want to like have the best theoretical like scenarios, right? So like whenever like I'm feeling like really stressed out or like I want to clear before like a deadline, then I'm like, okay, let's lock in. But if I'm like helping people and like we're just fucking around, like it's honestly really fun just vibing even if we don't clear. I think it also depends on the person, right? Where it's like, are you going into clear? Are you going into like help? Are you going into just fuck around and kill time? Are you going into like achieve something? Okay, so I was reading this book yesterday when I was like sitting in PF. I mean, I'll read for a little bit, and if I feel like it, I might come back to 14 or play another game afterwards, but I just kind of want to just read for a bit. I'm just kind of in the mood for that. I'm like a little bit schizo right now. Not like because I was just IRL stuff and then like playing Viper, dude, for 2 hours. Yeah. But this book is really good. So I'm reading Notes from Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky. I'm so bad at speaking Russian. I'm a sick man. I'm a wicked man. And it's really good. This is actually a $15 paperback copy, so I don't know if it's cheaper. There might be like a cheaper version online, but I like having physicals of classics that I know I will want to read again. The problem is like some classics I know I don't like, so I only buy certain books that I know that I would want to read again. Notes from Underground. I read a little bit of The Brothers Karamazov, and I want to read Crime and Punishment. And it's so funny that one ability in Q40 is called Crime and Punishment because it was reminding me of this book, and then I was like, wait, I have this book, so then I started reading it. This book is so good. I'm like halfway through it, or like a quarter of the way through it. I guess I could show you guys. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I'm gonna start reading it, chat. I should change the music though. That was fun though, doing Q40 earlier, chat, and I'm glad that I'm doing it and like I'm doing it and I'm playing Viper, and like even though I know I'm not that good at it, I'm still like putting myself out there and trying. Even though like I was definitely messing up, but I think I just need to allow myself to mess up more and just be like, you know, everything is data, everything is something to learn from. So I'm on section 8. I'm just gonna start off where I left off. Yeah, I just want to read right now. I mean, I could sit in PF and like read, but I don't know. I think it's kind of more enjoyable because I get into like certain funks where I'm just reading a lot. Section 8. I think this is where I left off. Yes, it was. Ha ha ha. But in fact, if you want to know there isn't any wanting, you interrupt with the guffaw. Today's science has even so succumbed to an anatomizing man up that we now know that wanting and so-called free will are nothing else but. Wait, gentlemen, I myself want to begin that way. I confess I even got scared. I just wanted to cry out that wanting depends on the devil knows what, and thank God, perhaps, for that. But I remembered about this science and backed off. And just then you start talking, and indeed, well, if one day they really find the formula for all our wantings and caprices, that is what they depend on, but precisely what laws they occur, precisely how they spread, what they strive for, such and such a case, and so on and so forth, a real mathematical formula, that is, then perhaps man will immediately stop wanting. What's more, perhaps he will certainly stop. Dude, he's so weird. He's so weird. I should ping the Discord now that bro said that. Stream alerts. I'm live. The bot is broken. Sorry it's broken. Hopefully it's not broken forever. Okay. Who wants to want according to a little table? Moreover, he will immediately turn from a man into a sprig on an organ, or something of the sort, because what is man without desires, without will, and without wantings, if not a sprig in an organ barrel? What do you think? Let's reckon up the probabilities. Can it happen or not? Yeah. You decide. Our wantings are, for the most part, mistaken owings to a mistaken view of our profit. We sometimes want pure rubbish precisely because, in our stupidity, we see this rubbish as the easiest path to the attainment of some preconceived profit. Oh my god, that's like me being an optier. Okay, anyway. Well, but when it's all explained, working out on a piece of paper, which is quite possible because, after all, it's vile and senseless to believe beforehand that there are certain laws of nature which man will never learn, then to be sure there will be no more so-called desires. For if wanting someday gets completely in cahoots with reason, then essentially we shall be reasoning and not wanting, because it really is impossible, for example, while preserving reason, to want senselessness, and thus knowingly go against reason and wish yourself harm. And since all wantings and reasonings can indeed be calculated, because, after all, they will someday discover the laws of our so-called free will, then consequently, and joking aside, something like a little table can be arranged so that we shall indeed want according to this little table. For if it should someday be worked out and prove to me that when I make a fig at such and such a person, it was precisely because I could not do otherwise, and that I was bound to do it with such and such a finger, that what is left so free to me, especially if I am a learned man and have completed a course of study somewhere, no, then I can calculate my life for 30 years ahead. In short, if this does not get arranged, then we really will have no choice. We'll have to accept it in any case. And generally, we ought tirelessly to repeat to ourselves that precisely at such and such a moment, in such and such circumstances, nature does not ask our permission, that it must be accepted as it is, and not as we fancy. And if we are really aiming at a little table and a calendar and, well, and even at a retort, then there's no help for it. We must accept the retort, or else it will get accepted of itself without you. This guy's crazy. Yes, sirs, but for me, that's just where the hitch comes. You will forgive me, gentlemen, for philosophizing away. It's a matter of 40 years underground. Allow me to indulge my fancy a bit. You see, reason, gentlemen, is a fine thing that is unquestionable, but reason is only reason and satisfies only man's reasoning capacity, while wanting is a manifestation of the whole of life. That is the whole of human life, including reason and various little itches. Damn. Damn. Any yearners in chat? Anyone yearning? And through our life, it is this manifestation often turns out to be a bit of trash. Still, it is life and not just the extraction of a square root. I, for example, quite naturally want to live so as to satisfy my whole capacity for living, and not so as to satisfy just my reasoning capacity alone, which is some 20th part of my whole capacity for living. What does reason know? Reason knows only what it has managed to learn. Some things, perhaps, it will never learn. This is no consolation, but why not say it anyway? Damn. Damn. While human nature acts as an entire whole, while everything that is in it, consciously and unconsciously, and through it lies, still it lives. I suspect, gentlemen, that you are looking at me with pity. You repeat to me that an enlightened and developed man, such, in short, as a future man will be, simply cannot knowingly want anything unprofitable for himself, that this is mathematics. I agree completely. It is indeed mathematics. But I repeat to you for the 100th time, there is only one case, only one, when man may purposely, consciously wish for himself even the harmful, the stupid, even what is stupidest of all, namely, so as to have the right to wish for himself even what is stupidest of all, and not be bound by any obligation to wish for himself only what is intelligent. Yeah, I feel that. For the stupidest of all, this caprice of ours, gentlemen, may in fact be the most profitable of anything on earth for our kind, especially in certain cases. And in particular, it may be more profitable than all other profits, even in the case when it is obviously harmful and contradicts the most sensible conclusions of our reason concerning profits. Because in any event, it preserves for us the chiefest and dearest thing, that is, our personality and our individuality. Now, some insist that this is indeed the dearest of all things for man. Wanting may, of course, converge with reason if it wants, especially if this is not abused, but is done with moderation. It is both useful and sometimes even praiseworthy. But wanting is very often, and even for the most part, completely and stubbornly at odds with reason. And do you know, this too is useful and sometimes even quite praiseworthy. Suppose, gentlemen, that man is not stupid. Really, it is quite impossible to say he is, for the sole reason that if he is stupid, who then is intelligent? Yeah. Anyone stupid in chat? But even if he isn't stupid, all the same, he's monstrously ungrateful. Phenomenally ungrateful. I even think the best definition of man is a being that goes on two legs and is ungrateful. But that's still not all. There's still not his chief defect. His chiefest defect is his constant lack of good behavior. Constant from the Great Flood to the Scheisse-Holstein period of man's destiny. Lack of good behavior and, consequently, lack of good sense. For it has long been known that lack of good sense comes from nothing else but the lack of good behavior. Try casting a glance at the history of mankind. Well, what will you see? Majestic? Maybe it is majestic. The Colossus of Rhodes alone, for example, is worth something. Not without reason, did Mr. Onevsky testify that while some say it was the work of human hands, others insist it was created by nature itself. colorful. Maybe it is colorful. One needs only sort through the full dress military and civil uniforms of all times and all peoples. That alone is worth something. And if you were to add the uniforms of the lower civil ranks, you could really break a leg. No historian would be left standing. Monstrous? Well, maybe also monstrous. They fight and fight. They fight now and fought before and fought afterwards. You'll agree it's even all too monotonous. Yeah. In short, anything can be said about world history, anything that might just either the head of the most disturbed imagination. Only one thing cannot be said, that it is sensible. You choke on the first word, and one even comes upon this sort of thing all the time. There constantly appear in life people of such good behavior and good sense, such sages and lovers of mankind, the best behaved and most sensible way possible, to become, so to speak, a light for their neighbors, essentially in order to prove to them that one can indeed live in the world as a person of good behavior and good sense. And what then? It is known that sooner or later, towards the end of their lives, many of these lovers have betrayed themselves, producing some antidote, sometimes even of the most indecent sort. Now I ask you, what can be expected of a man as a being endowed with such strange qualities? Shower him with all earthly blessings, drown him in happiness completely, over his head, so that only bubbles pop up on the surface of happiness, as on water. Give him such economic satisfaction that he no longer has anything left to do at all except sleep, eat gingerbread, and worry about the non-cessation of world history. And it is here, just here, that this man, out of sheer ingratitude, out of sheer lampoonery, will do something nasty. He will even risk his gingerbread and wish on purpose for the most pernicious nonsense, that most non-economical meaningless, solely in order to mix into all this positive good sense his own pernicious fantastical elements. Yeah, like literally, like you can literally have like everything in the world and still not be satisfied. Yeah, this man he's a crazy yearner. I mean, I'm yearning. It is precisely his fantastic dreams, his most banal stupidity, that he will wish to keep hold of, with the sole purpose of conforming to himself, as if it were so very necessary, that human beings are still human beings, and not piano keys, which, though played upon with their own hands by the laws of nature themselves, are in danger of being played so much that outside the calendar it will be impossible to want anything. And more than that, even if it should indeed turn out that he is a piano key, if it were ever proved to him mathematically and by natural science, he would still not come to reason, but would do something contrary on purpose, slowly out of ingratitude alone, essentially to have his own way. Yep, I know that feeling. And if he finds himself without means, he will invent destruction and chaos. He will invent all kinds of suffering and still have his own way. He will launch a curse upon the world, and since man alone is able to curse, that being his privilege, which chiefly distinguishes him from other animals, he may achieve his end by the curse alone. That is, indeed satisfying himself that he is a man and not a piano key. That's crazy to me. I'm going to run an ad really quick. 1 minute ad so I can get my voice abreast. That is so fun. Like, this is crazy. Like, I didn't think this book was going to be so much about, like, philosophy, I guess, and, like, being depressed and, like, woke, but I love it, though. It's like, I mean, really, everything he's saying is not wrong. Like, I'm just gonna kind of review what I think so far about this passage while ad snotballs are gone. Like, yeah, he's basically just kind of saying, like, you can have the perfect life. You can literally have, like, money, all the food that you want, and everything, but you can still, you would still do something stupid just because, just to have your own will, I guess. And I think that's really, like, true, because, like, even myself, like, sometimes I do that with myself just because, like, you know, I'm, like, kind of vibing, but then I still just do something fucked up because I'm like, ah, whatever, who cares, or, like, I don't care. But I think I like his analogy of, like, a piano key. I really do. Okay, I think we're back. Let me drink some water. If you say that all this, the chaos and darkness and cursing, can also be calculated according to a little table, so that the mere possibility of a prior calculation will put a stop to it all, and reason will claim its own, then he will deliberately go mad for the occasion, so as to do without reason and still have his own way. I believe in this. I will answer for this, because the whole human enterprise seems indeed to consist in man's proving to himself every moment that he is a man and not a sprig, with his own skin if need be, but proving it by troglodytism if need be, but proving it. Any troglodytes in chat? That is so funny he says that. That is so funny. Okay. And how not sin after that? How not boast that this has still not come around? And that wanting so far still depends on the devil knows what. You shout at me, if you do still honor me with your shouts, that no one is taking my will from me here. That all they're doing here is busily arranging it somehow so that my will, of its own will, coincides with my normal interests, with the laws of nature, and with arithmetic. Gentlemen, what sort of will of one's own can there be if it comes to tables and arithmetic, and the only thing going is 2 times 2 is 4? 2 times 2 will be 4 even without my will, as if that were all will of one's own. True. Yeah, me, troglodyte, okay. Okay, we're on section 9. Gentlemen, I am joking, of course, and I myself know that I am not joking very successfully. I've literally said this the same exact sentence to y'all in chat. Gentlemen, I'm not joking. I'm not joking very successfully, but one really cannot take everything as a joke. Maybe I'm grinding my teeth as I joke. Gentlemen, I am tormented by questions. Resolve them for me. You, for example, want to make man unlearn his old habits and to correct his will in conformity with the demands of science and common sense. But how do you know that man not only can be, but must be remade in this way? What makes you conclude that man's wanting so necessarily needs to be corrected? In short, how do you know that such a correction will indeed be profitable for man? And if we're to say, why are you so certainly convinced that not to go against real, normal profits, guaranteed by the arguments of reason and arithmetic, is indeed always profitable for man, as is a law for the whole of mankind? True. True. So far, it's still just your superstition. Supposition. Suppose it is a law of logic, but perhaps not of mankind at all. Perhaps you think, gentlemen, that I am mad. Allow me an observation. I agree. Man is predominantly a creating animal, compelled to strive consciously toward a goal, and to occupy himself with the art of engineering. True. That is, to eternally and ceaselessly make a road for himself that at least goes somewhere or other. but sometimes he may wish to swerve aside, precisely because he is doomed to open this road. And also perhaps because, stupid though the ingenious figure generally is, it is still sometimes occurs to him that this road almost always turns out to go somewhere or other, and the main thing is not where it goes, but that it should simply be going, and that the well-behaved child, by neglecting the art of engineering, not give himself up to pernicious idleness, which, as is known, is the mother of all vice. Man loves creating and the making of roads. This is indisputable. But what does he so passionately love? But why does he so passionately love destruction and chaos as well? Tell me that. But of this I wish especially to say a couple of words myself. Can it be that he has such a love of destruction and chaos? It's indisputable that he sometimes loves them very much. That is a fact. Because he is instinctively afraid of achieving the goal and completely the edifice he is creating. How do you know? Maybe he likes the edifice only from far off, and by no means up close. Maybe he only likes creating it and not living in it, leaving it afterwards. Aux, anima, animaux domestique, such as ants, sheep, and so on and so forth. Now, ants have totally different tastes. They have a remarkable edifice of the same sort, forever indestructible, the anthill. Interesting. With the anthill, the most worthy ants began, and with the anthill they will doubtless end as well, which does great credit to their constancy and positiveness. But man is a frivolous and unseemly being, and perhaps similar to a chess player, likes one only the process of achieving the goal, but not the goal itself. And who knows, one cannot vouch for it. Perhaps the whole goal mankind strives for on earth consists just in the ceaselessness of the process of achievement alone. That is to say, in life itself, and not at all in the goal, which of course is bound to be nothing other than 2 times 2 is 4. That is a formula. And 2 times 2 is 4 is no longer life, gentlemen, but the beginning of death. At least man has always somehow feared this 2 times 2 is 4, and I fear it even now. Suppose all man ever does is search for this 2 times 2 is 4. He crosses oceans. He sacrifices his life in the search. But to search it out, actually to find it, by God, he's somehow afraid. For he senses that once he finds it, there will be nothing to search for. Workers, when they're done working, at least get their pay, go to a pothouse, then wind up with the police, so it keeps them busy for a week. But where is man to go? Something awkward, at any rate, can be noticed in him each time he achieves some such goal. Achieving he likes, but having achieved he does not quite like. And that, of course, is terribly funny. In short, man is comically arranged. There's apparently a joke in all of this, but still 2 times 2 is 4 is a most obnoxious thing. 2 times 2 is 4. Why, in my opinion, it's sheer impudence, sirs. 2 times 2 is 4 has a cocky look. It stands across your path, arms akimbo, and spits. I agree that 2 times 2 is 4 is an excellent thing, but if we're going to start praising everything, then 2 times 2 is 5 is sometimes also a most charming little thing. I like the way that this guy thinks. I mean, honestly, this is so relatable as a raider. I'll talk about it after I finish this section. Okay, one second. And why are you so firmly, so solemnly convinced that only the normal and the positive, in short, that only well-being is profitable for man? Is reason not perhaps mistaken as to profits? Maybe man does not love well-being only. Maybe he loves suffering just as much. Maybe suffering is just as profitable for him as well-being. For man, sometimes loves suffering terribly much, to the point of passion. Oh, this is a little bit too real right now. And that is a fact. Here, there's not even any need to consult world history. Just ask yourself if you're a human being and have had any life at all. As for my personal opinion, to love just well-being alone is even somehow indecent. Whether it's good or bad, it's somehow also very pleasant to break something. I, as a matter of fact, take my stand here neither with suffering nor with well-being. I stand for my own caprice, and that it be guaranteed me when necessary. Suffering, for example, is admissible in vaudevilles. I know that. In a crystal palace, it is even unthinkable. Suffering is doubt. It is negation. And what good is a crystal palace in which one can have doubts? And yet I'm certain that man will never renounce real suffering. That is destruction and chaos. Suffering. Why, this is the sole cause of consciousness. Though I did declare at the beginning that consciousness, in my opinion, is man's greatest misfortune, still I love that man loves it and will not exchange it for any satisfactions. Consciousness, for example, is infinitely higher than 2 times 2. After 2 times 2, there would, of course, be nothing left, not only to do, but even to learn. The only possible thing to do, then, would be to stop up our 5 senses and immerse ourselves in contemplation. Well, but with consciousness, though the result comes out the same, that is, again, there's nothing to do. At least one can occasionally whip oneself. And after all, that livens things up a bit. It may be retrograde, but still it's less better than nothing. Wow. Wow. That's heavy. I'm gonna run a minute 30 for that. Minute 30 for that. I'll be back. I'm just gonna talk about what I think about this chapter while we're on ad break. Dude, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? This is mind fucking me. This, okay, like, as a raider, like, this is so relatable. It's like, when I break it down, it's like, I don't even care about being rank 1. I only want to be rank 1 to say that I achieved it. So, like, him saying all this, like, and me, I feel this really does apply to, like, a lot of gamers as well, like, raider beside, you know, if you're a PvP or if you're an achievement hunter, right? Like, you have all these goals in game, and, like, I think a lot of it is just, you know, you enjoy the achieving part of it, but it's like, once you get the goal, it's like, you don't even care about the goal, right? It's like the process of saying, like, I'm doing this, right? Or, like, I want to achieve this. And it's like, it's so relatable. I don't even know. It kind of fucks me up. Because I also really like how he says, you know, suffering is kind of inherently linked to consciousness. Because, like, when you are more conscious or, like, woke, right? It's like, it is suffering because, like, you understand more holistically, like, what's going on around you. And, like, when you think about, you know, all of the different factors that go into life or that go into living or, like, understanding how life works, it really is, like, it's hard or, like, dark, right? So I think I really do feel like he's fucking spitting, bro. Like, this guy has not said anything wrong. I mean, I think he's also, like, negative AF, but, like, really what he's thinking, chat, like, I relate to it so much, like, and, like, a lot of his lines are so, like, they're so iconic, like, I don't know. This is really, like, getting my creative juices flowing. Okay. Next section. Section 10. Whoops. You believe in a crystal edifice, forever indestructible, that is, in an edifice at which you can neither stick your tongue out on the sly nor make a fig in the pocket. Well, and perhaps I'm afraid of this edifice precisely because it is crystal and forever indestructible, and it will be impossible to stick your tongue out at it even on the sly. Now look, If instead of a palace there is a chicken coop and it starts to rain, I will perhaps get into the chicken coop to avoid a wedding. But all the same, I will not take the chicken coop for a place out of gratitude for its having kept me from the rain. You laugh, you even say that in that case, it makes no difference, chicken coop or mansion. Yes, say I, if one were to live only so as not to get wet. But what's to be done if I've taken it into my head that one does not live only for that, and that if one is to live, it had better be in a mansion? That is my wanting. This is my desire. You will scrape it out of me only when you change my desires. So change them, seduce me with something else, give me a different ideal. But meanwhile, I will not take a chicken coop for a palace. Let it even be so that the crystal edifice is a bluff, that by the laws of nature it should not even be, and that I've invented it only owing to my own stupidity, owing to certain old non-rational habits of our generation. But what do I care if it should not be? What difference does it make, since it exists in my desires, or better exists as long as my desires exist? Perhaps you're laughing again. Laugh. If you please, I'll accept all mockery, but still I won't say I'm full when I'm hungry. Still I know that I will not rest with a compromise, with a ceaseless, reoccurring zero, simply because according to the laws of nature it exists, and exists in reality. I will not take a tenement house with apartments for the poor and a 1,000-year lease, and the dentist Wagenheim's shingle for a good measure as the crown of my desires. Destroy my desires, wipe out my ideals, show me something better, and I will follow you. Perhaps you'll say it's not worth getting involved, but in that case I can answer you the same way. Our discussion is serious. If you do not deign to give me your attention, I am not going to bow and scrape before you. I have the underground. Oh, Scheißen. But so long as I live in desire, let my hand wither. If I bring even one little brick for such a tenement house. Never mind that I myself have just rejected the crystal edifice, for the sole reason that one cannot taunt it with one's tongue. I said that not because I have such a love of sticking my tongue out, because, perhaps, I was angry simply because such an edifice, at which it is possible not to stick your tongue out, has never yet been found among all your edifices. On the contrary, I would let my tongue be cut off altogether, from sheer gratitude, if only it could be so arranged that I myself never felt like sticking it out again. What do I care that it's impossible to arrange it so, and one must consent oneself with apartments? Why then have I been arranged with such desires? Can it be that I've been arranged simply so as to come to the conclusion that my entire arrangement is a hoax? Can that be the whole purpose? I don't believe it. You know what, though? I'm convinced that our sort, the underground ones, ought to be kept on a tether. Though we're capable of sitting silently in the underground for 40 years, once we do come out and let loose, we talk. I like this section. I think he's bringing up a really good point. Like I'm the same way where it's I should live a frugal life, but like if someone wants to have a luxurious life, is it wrong to want to have a luxurious life? When you don't really need one, you should be living frugally, you should be living sustainably, right? I think that's a really good point. Section 11. The final end, gentlemen, better to do nothing. Better conscious inertia, and so long live the underground. Though I did say that I envy the normal man to the point of utmost bile, still I do not want to be him on those conditions in which I see him. Though all the same, I shall not stop envying him. No, no, the underground is in any case more profitable. There one can at least, But here, too, I'm lying. Lying because I myself know, like 2 times 2, that it is not at all the underground that is better, but something different, completely different, which I thirst for but cannot ever find. Devil take the underground. Even this would be better here, if I myself believed at least something of all I've just written. For I swear to you, gentlemen, that I do not believe a word, not one little word, of all I've just scribbled. Huh? That is, I do believe, perhaps, but at all the same time, who knows why? I sense and suspect that I'm lying like a cobbler. Wait, this guy's been lying? Who's lying? Then why did you write it at all? You say to me. And what if I put you away for some 40 years with nothing to do, and then come to you in the underground after 40 years to see how you turn out? One cannot leave a man alone and unoccupied for 40 years, can one? But is this not shameful? Is it not humiliating? You'll perhaps say to me. Come contemptuously, shaking your heads. You thirst for life, yet you yourself resolve life's questions with a logical tangle. And how importunate, how impudent your escape beads, yet at the same time how frightened you are. You talk nonsense and are pleased with it. You say impudent things, yet you keep being afraid and ask forgiveness for them. You insist that you are not afraid of anything, and at the same time you court our opinion. You insist that you are gnashing your teeth, and at the same time you exert your wit to make us laugh. You know that your witticisms are not witty, but you are apparently quite pleased with their literary merits. You may indeed have happened to suffer, but you do not have the least respect for your suffering. There is truth in you, too, but no integrity. Out of the pettiest vanity, you take your truth and display it, disgrace it in the marketplace. You do indeed want to say something, but you conceal your final word out of fear, because you lack the resolve to speak it out. You have only cowardly insolence. You boast about consciousness, yet all you do is valate. Because though your mind works, your heart is darkened by depravity. And without a pure heart, there can be no full right consciousness. And how importunate you are, how you foist yourself, how you mug. Lies, lies, lies. This is like me trying to like reason like with the one guyers in chat. Also, what's up, Sable? Yeah. Thank you, Philosophy Shardy. To be sure, I myself have just made up all these words of yours. This too is from Underground. I've spent 40 years on end there listening to these words of yours through a crack. I thought them up myself, since this was all that would get thought up. No wonder they got learned by heart and assumed a literary form. But can it be that you are indeed so gullible as to imagine I will publish all this and, what's more, give it to you to read? And here's another puzzle for me. Why indeed do I call you gentlemen? Why do I address you as if you were actually my readers? Such confessions as I intend to begin setting forth here are not published and given to others to read. At least I do not have such much firmness in myself, and do not consider it necessary to have it. But you see, a certain fancy has come into my head, and I want at all costs to realize it. Here's what it is. In every man's memories, there are such things as he will reveal not to everyone, but perhaps only to friends. There are also such as he will reveal not even to his friends, but only to himself, and that in secret. Then finally, there are such as a man is afraid to reveal even to himself, and even decent man will have accumulated quite a few things of this sort. That is, one might even say, the more decent a man is, the more of them he will have. At least I myself have only recently resolved to recall some of my former adventures, which till now I have always avoided, even with a certain uneasiness. Now, however, when I not only recall them, but am even resolved to write them down, now I want precisely to make a test. Is it possible to be perfectly candid with oneself and not be afraid of the whole truth? I will observe, incidentally, Heine insists that faithful autobiographies are almost always impossible, and that a man is sure to tell a pack of lies about himself. True. True. Thank you for the follow feed clip collector. Oh my god. In his opinion, Rousseau, for example, most certainly told a pack of lies about himself in his confessions, and even did so intentionally out of vanity. I'm sure Heine is right. I understand very well how one can sometimes slap whole crimes onto oneself solely out of vanity. And I even perceive quite well what sort of vanity it might be. But Heine's opinions concerned a man who was confessing before the public. I, however, am writing only for myself, and I declare once and for all that even if I write as if I were addressing readers, that is merely a front, because it's easier for me to write that way. It's a form, just an empty form, and I shall never have any readers. I have already declared as much. I do not want to hamper myself with anything in preparing my notes. I will not introduce any order or system. Whatever I recall, I will write down. Now, for example, someone might seize upon a word and ask me, if you really are not counting on any readers, why then do you make such agreements with yourself, and on paper besides, that you will introduce no order or system, that you will write down whatever you recall, etc., etc.? Why these explanations? Why these apologies? Well, so it goes, I reply. There is, however, a whole psychology here. Maybe it's also that I'm simply a coward. And maybe also that I'm purposefully imagining a public before me so as to behave more decently while I write. There may be 1,000 reasons. But here's another thing. For what and to what end, in fact, do I want to write? If not for the public, then why not simply recall everything mentally, without transferring it to paper? Right, sir, but on paper it will somehow come out more solemnly. There's something imposing in it. There will be more of a judgment on oneself. It will gain in style. Besides, maybe I will indeed get relief from the writing. Today, for example, I'm particularly oppressed by one's distant recollection. I recall it clearly the other day, and it has since stayed with me like a nagging musical tune that refuses to be gotten rid of. And yet one must get rid of it. I have hundreds of such recollections, but some 1 out of 100 emerges every now and then and oppresses me. I believe for some reason that if I write it down, I shall then be rid of it. So why not try? Finally, I'm bored. And I constantly do nothing. And writing things down really seems like work. They say work makes a man good and honest. Well, here's a chance, at least. Snow is falling today, almost wet, yellow dull. And it was falling yesterday. And it was falling the other day as well. I think it was apropos of the wet snow that I recalled this antidote that now refused to be gotten rid of. And so let this be a story apropos of the wet snow. Damn. Damn. It's a really good section. Can I run a quick ad just for the so I don't have an ad in the middle while I'm reading? I'm just gonna talk about what I think about that last passage really quick, like 1 minute ad. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Dude, don't be sharing feet pics. You guys are fucking crazy. I think what he's trying to say from this last passage, basically, like, kind of that saying of like, you have 3 faces. You have a face that you show to the public, face that you show to your friends and family, and then the face that you show to yourself. I think he's trying to kind of bridge that. And the fact that, like, honestly, that's so true. Like, if you see, like, in history, like, on the news, right, like, all these people that, like, you think are seemingly fine, but, like, beneath the surface, like, they're all fucked up, right? Like, whatever, you know, is what it is. I think that's a really good point. Like, where honestly, you can't really tell. It's sad, right? But, like, when you kind of break it down, like, you can never truly know another person. I mean, theoretically, because there's always, like, it's so hard to, like, fully tell someone everything because, like, you have, like, a lot of, like, preconceived biases of how that might influence the relationship, right? I don't know, at least for me. But that's so funny. Like, this is such a good, that's so crazy. I love this. This is, like, a really good book. And, like, I do the same thing. It's like, I think another good thing that he mentions is, like, what's the point of even writing if, like, you know it's worthless? Like, you know, I kind of am the same way. Like, I was like, why am I going to write if I think no one's going to read it? It's like kind of the same thing as like, why stream if no one's going to watch? Or like, why spam shit in chat if no one's going to read or no one's going to care, right? Where it's like, but I think in the fact of putting your thoughts onto paper is in fact therapeutic because it just kind of helps you reformulate them as well. I kind of agree with what he's saying, although like saying it kind of like in a more depressed way. Okay, so we just finished the first part of the book. We're on the second part, the final part of the book called Apropos of the Wet Snow. I don't know what apropos mean. Anyone know what apropos means? I'll look it up really quick because I'm curious now. Apropos. With reference to concerning. Okay. Okay. Also, what's up, Ozzy? I can tell everything or else I'd be... Okay, yes, okay, yeah. Keep it to yourself. Yeah, all philosophy is just 5G just to like gaslight yourself to be... Yeah, to get yourself out of being depressed. Yeah, like that's me. But I think it's also... I think philosophy is cool because it really kind of just breaks down... When you think about it, like so much human behavior and like history and like... It kind of helps you dissect your own thought process too. Like it helps me at least just like dissect how I'm thinking. So let's start going. Part 2, Apropos of the Wet Snow. It starts with a quote from N.A. Nekrasov, a poem by N.A. Nekrasov. When from out of air's darkness, with a word both sure and ardent, I have drawn the fallen soul, and you, filled with deepest torments, cursed the vice that had ensnared you, and so doing, wringing your hands. When, punished with recollection, forgetful conscious, you then told the tale of all that went before me, and suddenly you hid your face in trembling hands and, filled with horror, filled with shame, dissolved in tears, indignant as you were, and shaken, etc., etc., etc. Okay. What is this poem trying to say? From the era's darkness with a word but sure and ardent. Basically, he's just depressed. Okay. Okay, section 1. At the time, I was only 24 years old. Oh my god, I'm 26. Oh my god. Uh-oh. This is a little bit too real. Okay. Uh-oh. At the time, I was only 24 years old. My life then was already gloomy, disorderly, and solitary to the point of savagery. Oh my god, that's so me. I did not associate with anyone, even avoided speaking, and shrank more and more into my corner. At work, in the office, I even tried not to look at anyone, and I noticed very well that my colleagues not only considered me an odd man, but, as I also kept fancying, seemed to look at me with a certain loathing. It used to occur to me, why does no one except me fancy that people look at him with loathing? There was one in our office who had a disgusting and most pockmarked face, even somehow like a bandit's. With such an indecent face, I think I wouldn't even have dared to glance at anyone. Another hadn't changed his uniform for so long that there was a bad smell in his vicinity. And yet neither of these gentlemen was embarrassed, either with regard to his clothes or his face, or somehow morally. Neither the one nor the other imagined that he was looked at with loathing, and even if they had imagined it, it would have been all the same to them, so long as their superiors did not deny to pay heed. It's perfectly clear to me now that it was I who, owing to my boundless vanity, and hence also my exactingness towards myself, very often looked upon myself with furious dissatisfaction, reaching the point of loathing, and therefore mentally attributed my view to everyone else. True! The average Twitch shedder, literally. I hated my face, for example, found it odious, and even suspected that there was some mean expression in it, and therefore every time I came to work I made a painful effort to carry myself as independently as possible, so as not to be suspected of meanness, and to express as much nobility as possible with my face. Let it not be a beautiful face, I thought, but to make up for that, let it be a noble, an expressive, and above all, an extremely intelligent one. Yet I knew with certainty and suffering that I would never be able to express all those perfections with the face I had. The most terrible thing was that I found it positively stupid. I would have been quite satisfied with intelligence. Let's even say I would have agreed to a mean expression, provided only that at the same time my face be found terribly intelligent. Of course, I hated them all in our office from first to last and despised them all, but at the same time I was also as if afraid of them. It happened that I would suddenly set them above myself. Things were somehow sudden with me in those days. Now I despise them. Now I set them above me. A developed and decent man cannot be vain without a boundless exactingness towards himself, and without despising himself at moments to the point of hatred. Yeah. But whenever I despised them or set them above me, I used to drop my eyes before almost everyone I met. I even made experiments. Will I be able to endure so-and-so's glance on me? And I was always the first to drop my eyes. This tormented me to the point of fury. I was also afraid to the point of illness and of being ridiculous. And therefore slavishly worshipped routine and everything to do with externals. I loved falling into the common rut and feared any eccentricity in myself with all my soul. But how could I hold out? I was morbidly developed, as a man of our time ought to be developed. And they were all dull-witted and as like one another as a flock of sheep. Perhaps to me alone in the whole office, did it constantly seem that I was a coward and a slave. It seemed so to me precisely because I was developed. But it not only seemed, in fact, it really was so. I was a coward and a slave. I say it without any embarrassment. Every decent man of our time is and must be a coward and a slave. Fucking true. Fucking true. I love that in a man. That is his normal condition. I am deeply convinced of it. He's made that way and arranged for it. And not in the present time, owing to some sort of chance circumstances, but generally and all to some sort of But generally, in all time, a decent man must be a coward and a slave. That is the natural law of all decent people on earth. If one of them does happen to get up a bit of pluck in something, let him not be eased or pleased by that. He'll still quail before something else. Such is the sole and everlasting outcome. Only only asses and their mongrels show pluck, and even then, only up to that certain wall. It's not worth paying any attention to them, because they mean precisely nothing. Oh my god. One other circumstance tormented me then, namely that no one else was like me, and I was like no one else. I am one and they are all, thought I, and I'd fall to thinking. Which shows what a young pup I still was. Contraries also occurred. It was sometimes so disgusting to go to the office. It reached the point that I would often come home from work sick. Then suddenly, for no reason at all, comes a spell of skepticism and indifference. Everything came in spells with me. And here I am laughing at my own intolerance and fastidiousness, reproaching myself with romanticism. One moment I don't even want to speak with anyone, and the next I'd go so far that I'm not only chatting away, but I'm even deciding to become close with them. All fastidiousness would suddenly disappear at once, for no reason at all. Who knows, maybe I never had any. Maybe it was just an affection, out of books. To this day I haven't resolved this question. Once I even became quite friendly with them. Began visiting their homes, playing preference, drinking vodka, discussing promotions. But allow me a digression here. We Russians, generally speaking, have never had any stupid translunary German, and more especially French, romantics who are not affected by anything. Let the earth crumble around under them. Let the whole of France perish on the barricades. They are what they are. They won't change even for the sake of decency, and they'll go on singing their translunary songs till their dying day, so to speak, because they're fools. But we, in our Russian land, have no fools. That is a known fact. That's what makes us different from all those other German lands. Okay? Consequently, we have no translunary natures in a pure sense, in a pure state. It was our positive publicists and critics of the time, hunting after Kostanhogols and Uncle Pyotr Ivanovich, and foolishly taken them for our ideal, who heaped it all of our romantics, holding them to be of the same translunary sort as in Germany or France. On the contrary, the properties of our romantic are utterly and directly opposite to those of the translunary European, and no little European yardstick will fit here. Do permit me the use of the word romantic, a venerable word, respectable, worthy, and familiar to all. The properties of our romantic are to understand everything, to see everything, and to see often, and incomparably more clearly than our very most positive minds do. Not to be reconciled with anyone or anything, but at the same time not to spurn anything, to get around everything, to yield to everything, to be polite with everyone, never to lose sight of the useful, practical goal, some nice little government apartment, a little pension, a little decoration or two, to keep an eye on this goal through all enthusiasms and little volumes of lyrical verses, and at the same time also to preserve the beautiful and lofty, and volatile in himself till his dying day, and incidentally to preserve himself quite successfully as well, somehow in cotton wool, like some little piece of jewelry, if only, shall we say, for the benefit of the same beautiful and lofty. He's a broad man, our romantic, and the foremost crook of all our crooks. I can assure you of that, even from experience. Naturally, all this is so if the romantic is intelligent. That is, what am I saying? The romantic is always intelligent. I merely wished to observe that, while we do happen to have had some fool romantics, that doesn't count. For the sole reason that while still in the bloom of life, they regenerated definitively into Germans, and to preserve their little piece of jewelry more comfortably, settled somewhere rather in Weimar or the Schwarzwald. I, for example, sincerely despised my service employment, and if I didn't go around spitting, it was only out of necessity, because I was sitting there getting money for it. The result being, you will note, that I still didn't go around spitting. Our romantic would sooner lose his mind, which, however, happens very seldom, than start spitting, unless he's got his eye on some other career, and he will never be kicked out, except perhaps that he might be carted off to the madhouse as the King of Spain, and that only if he loses his mind very much. But among us, only the weaklings and towheads lose their minds. Any towheads, any weaklings in chat? While the countless number of romantics go on to achieve considerable rank, remarkable versatility, and what capacity for the very most contradictory feelings, I took comfort in that even then, and am of the same mind now. That is why we have so many broad natures who, even with the ultimate fall, never lose their ideal. And though they won't lift a finger for their ideal, though they are invertebrate bandits and thieves, all the same they respect their original ideal to the point of tears and are remarkably honest in their souls. Yes, sirs, only among us can the most invertebrate scoundrel be perfectly and even loftiest. Even only among us can the most invertebrate scoundrel be perfectly and even loftily honest in his soul, while not ceasing in the least to be a scoundrel. Time and time, I repeat, such practical rogues come out of our romantics. I use the word rogue lovingly. They suddenly display such a sense of reality and such knowledge of the positive that the amazed authorities and public can only stand dumbfounded, clucking their tongues at them. That was like whenever those guys had like the heist at the Louvre. Yeah, like that's me. It's like, they're scoundrels, but it's like you literally can't judge them. Like you literally just can't judge them. Also, the main. Yeah, I'm a hydrate. Okay, hydrating, stretching. Oh, this book is so good, bro. The versatility is indeed amazing, and God knows what it will turn and develop into in subsequent circumstances, and what it promises us for our times to come. It's not bad material, sirs. I don't say this out of any ridiculous or homebrewed patriotism. However, I'm sure you again think I'm laughing. Or who knows, maybe contrary-wise. That is, you're quite sure I really think so. In any event, gentlemen, I shall regard both your opinions as an honor and a special pleasure. And do forgive me for my digression. Of course, I could not sustain this friendliness with my colleagues. I'd spit in their eyes, and as a result of my still youthful inexperience, even stop greeting them, as if I'd cut them off. However, this happened to me only once. Generally, I was always alone. At home, to begin with, I mainly used to read. I wished to stifle with external sensations all that was ceaselessly boiling up inside me. And among external sensations, the only one possible for me was reading. Reading was, of course, a great help. It stirred, delighted, and tormented me. but at times it bored me terribly. Same. I still wanted to move about, and so I suddenly sink into some murky, subterranean, vile debauch. Not a great, but a measly little debauch. There were measly little passions in me, sharp, burning, because of my permanent, morbid irritability. I was given to hysterical outbursts with tears and convulsions. Apart from reading, I had nowhere to turn. That is, there was nothing I could then respect in my surroundings, nothing I would be drawn to. What's more, anguish kept boiling up. A hysterical thirst for contradictions, contrasts would appear, and so I'd set out on debauchery. It is not at all to justify myself that I've been doing all this talking, but no, that's a lie. I precisely wanted to justify myself. I make this little note for myself, gentlemen. I don't want to lie. I've given my word. This guy's such a fucking one-guyer, bro. My debauchery I undertook solitarily. By night, covertly, fearfully, filthily, with a shame that would not abandon me at the most loathsome moments, and at such moments even went so far as a curse. I was then already bearing the underground in my soul. I was terribly afraid of somehow being seen, met, recognized. I used to frequent various rather murky places. Hey, who's filthy in chat? This book is boring me terribly. No, I love this book. I love this book. You can be bored. I'm loving it. You're only bored if you don't get it, bro. It's so cool. Like, I think I really like it because a lot of what he's saying, I think all of us can kind of relate to if like you're a nihilist. Like if you're a nihilist, like if you just are like tired. I think if you're dumb, you wouldn't get this book. Like not like in an offensive way. It's like, I think like whenever you're highly intelligent, you have like a certain sensitivity to the world. And like when you're sensitive to the world, it's just miserable. Summary. So summary of the book, it's called Notes from the Underground. It's basically about this guy writing in like a notebook. And he's just talking about how fucked up the world is. He's basically saying like everyone's fucked up. People are stupid. Consciousness is suffering. Men will be greedy just because they're bored, basically, and just kind of like commentary on like human nature, philosophy, and how it interplays into like society and like how we communicate with each other. How's a world full of goobers? I don't know, but I love this book. It's so good. Oh my god, I love it. Once passing at night by some wretched little tavern, I saw through the lighted windows some gentlemen fighting with their cues around the billiard table, and one of them being chucked out the window. At another time, I would have been filled with loathing, but one of those moments suddenly came over me, and I envied the chucked out gentleman. Envied him so much that I even went into the tavern, into the billiard room. Perhaps I too will have a fight, I thought, and get chucked out the window myself. I was not drunk, but what do you want of me? Anguish can eat a man into such hysterics. But it came to nothing. I proved incapable even of jumping out the window and left without having had any fight. For the very first, I was brought up short there by a certain officer. From the very first, I was brought up short there by a certain officer. I was standing there beside the billiard table, blocking the way unwittingly, and he wanted to pass. He took me by the shoulder and silently, with no warning or explanation, moved me from where I stood to another place, and then passed by as if without noticing. I couldn't even have forgiven a beating. I could even have forgiven a beating, but I simply could not forgive him moving me and in the end just not noticing me. Like some men are like that. Like I've seen men, at least with me, that will get more upset that I ignore them rather than me talking back to them. Like that's so relatable. Devil knows what I've had given for a real, more regular quarrel. more decent, more, so to speak, literary. I had been treated like a fly. This officer was a good 6 feet tall, and I am a short and skinny man. Oh, this makes so much sense. He's a manlet. That makes so much sense. Oh my god, how did I not think about this? The quarrel, however, was up to me, and all I had to do was protest a bit, and of course, I'd be chucked out the window. But I changed my mind and preferred to efface myself spitefully. I left the tavern confused and agitated, went straight home, and the next day continued my little debauch, still more timidly, downtroddenly, and sadly than before, as if with a tear in my eye, yet I did continue it. Do not think, however, that I turned coward before the officer out of cowardice. In my soul, I have never been a coward, though I constantly turned coward in reality. But don't laugh too quickly. There's an explanation for that, rest assured. I have an explanation for everything. Oh, if this officer had been one of those who would agree to fight a duel. But no, he was precisely one of those gentlemen, alas, long since vanished, who prefer to set about with billet cues, or like Lieutenant Pyargov and Gogol, by means of the authorities. But they would not fight a duel, and in any case would regard a duel with our sort, the pencil pushers, and indecent, and they generally regarded dueling as something inconceivable, free-thinking, French, while giving ample offense themselves, especially in cases of 6-foot tallness. I turned coward not from cowardice, but from the most boundless vanity. I was afraid not of 6-foot tallness, not of being badly beaten and chucked out the window. I really would have had physical courage enough, but I lacked was sufficient moral courage. I was afraid that none of those present, from the insolent marker to the last putrid and blackhead-covered clerk with a collar of lard who was hanging around there, would understand, and that they would all deride me if I started protesting and talking to them in literary language. Because among us to this day, it is impossible to speak of a point of honor. That is, no honor, but a point of honor. Point d'honneur. Otherwise, that's in literary language. In ordinary language, there is no mention of a point of honor. I was quite sure, what a sense of reality, despite all romanticism, that there would all simply burst with laughter, and the officer would beat me, not simply, that is, inoffensively, but would certainly start kicking me with his knee, driving me in the manner around the billiard table, and only then perhaps have mercy and chuck me out the window. Of course, for me, this measly story could not end there. Later, I often met this officer in the street and made good note of him. Only I don't know whether he recognized me. Probably not. I conclude that from certain signs. However, I looked at him with spite and hatred, and so it continued for several years, sirs. My spite even kept strengthening and burgeoning with the years. First, I quietly began finding things out about this officer. This was not easy for me, because I had no acquaintances. But once someone called him by his last name in the street while I was following him at a distance, as if tied to him, and so I learned his last name. Another time I trailed him all the way home, and for 10 kopecks found out from the caretaker where he lived, on what floor, alone or with someone, and so on, and in short, everything that can be learned from a caretaker. Then one morning, though I had never literaturized, it suddenly came into my head to describe this officer in the manner of an exposé, as a caricature in a story. It was a delight to me to write the story. I exposed him, even slandered him a bit. At first, I distorted his last name in a way that made it immediately recognizable, but then, on riper reflection, I changed it and sent the story to Fatherland Notes. But there was no exposé yet, and my story wasn't published. I found this quite vexing. There were times where I was simply choking with spite. In the end, I decided to challenge my adversary to a duel. I composed a beautiful, attractive letter to him, entreating him to apologize to me, and hinted quite strongly at a duel in case of refusal. The letter was composed in such a way that if the officer had even the slightest notion of the beautiful and lofty, he could not fail to come running to me, to throw himself on my neck and offer me his friendship. And that would be so nice. What a life we would have! What a life! He would protect me with his dignity. I would ennoble him with my development. And, well, ideas, and there could be so much of this or that. Imagine, by then it was already 2 years since he had offended me, and my challenge was a most outrageous anachronism. In spite of all the cleverness of my letter and explaining away and concealing the anachronism, but thank God, to this day, I thank the Almighty with tears, I did not send my letter. I go cold at over when I recall what might have happened if I sent it. So this guy's a stalker. And suddenly, I got my revenge in the simplest, the most brilliant way. The brightest idea suddenly dawned on me. Sometimes on holidays, I would go to Nevsky Prospect between 3 and 4 and stroll along the sunny side. That is, I by no means went strolling there, but experienced countless torments, humiliations, and risings of bile that must have been just what I needed. I darted like an eel among the passerby in a most uncomely fashion, ceaselessly giving way now to generals, now to cavalry officers and hussars, now to ladies, and in those moments I felt convulsive pains in my heart and a hotness in my spine at the mere thoughts of the measliness of my attire and the measliness and triteness of my darting little figure. This was a torment of torments, a ceaseless, unbearable humiliation from the thought, which would turn into a ceaseless and immediate sensation of my being a fly before the whole world, a foul, obscene fly, most intelligent, most developed, most noble than everyone else. That, when without saying, but a fly, ceaselessly giving way to everyone, humiliated by everyone, insulted by everyone. Why I gathered this torment onto myself. Why I went to Nevsky, I don't know. I was simply drawn there at every opportunity. Dude, what is wrong with this guy? I was then already beginning to experience the influxes of those pleasures of which I have already spoken in the first chapter. And after the story with the officer, I began to be drawn there even more strongly. It was on Nevsky that I met him most often, and it was there that I admired him. He, too, used mostly to go there on Sundays, and he, too, swerved out of the way before generals and persons of dignity, and he, too, slipped among them like an eel, but those of our sort, or even better than our sort, he simply crushed. He went straight at them as if they were an empty space before him, and on no occasion gave way to them. I reveled in my spite as I watched him, and each time spitefully swerved out of his way. It tormented me that even in the streets I simply could not be on equal footing with him. Why is it invariably you who swerves first? I kept nagging at myself, in furious hysterics, sometimes waking up, saying between 2 or 3 in the morning, why precisely you and not him? There's no law that says so. It's not written anywhere. Well, then let it be equal, as is usual when men of delicacy meet. He can yield by half and you by half, and so you will pass mutually respecting each other. But it was never so, and I, still swerving, and he did not even notice that I was giving way to him. And then a most astonishing thought suddenly dawned on me. What, I fancied, what if I meet him, and even if I have to shove him, how will that be? This bold thought gradually took such possession of me that it left me no peace. I dreamed of it ceaselessly, terribly, and deliberately. Went more often to Nevsky to picture more clearly how I was going to do it when I did. I was in ecstasy. This intention seemed more and more probable and possible to me. Not really to shove him, of course, I thought, growing kinder in advance from joy. But just so, simply not to give way, to bump into him, not so very painfully, but so, shoulder against shoulder, only as much as decency warrants. So that exactly as much as he bumps me, I will also bump him. I was finally completely decided on it. But the preparations took a very long time. First of all, at the time of the performance, one had to look as decent as possible and see to one's attire. Just in case, supposing, for example, that a public incident should get started, and the public there is superflu, a countess goes, Prince D goes, the whole of literature goes, one must be well dressed. This makes an impression, and in some sense will put us straight away on equal footing in the eyes of high society. To that end, I asked for an advance on my salary and bought black gloves and a respectable hat at Churkin's. Black gloves, it seems to me, were both more imposing and more in bon ton than the lemon-colored ones I had first presumed upon. The color is too striking. It's too much as if a man wants to make a show of himself. And I did not buy the lemon ones. I had long since prepared a good shirt with white bone cufflinks, but I was very much detained by the overcoat. My overcoat was no bad at all in itself. It kept me warm, but it had a quilted cotton lining, and the collar was of raccoon, which constituted the height of lackeydom. It was necessary to change the collar at any cost, and to acquire a beaver, something like what officers wore. For that, I began walking along the Gostiny Arcade, and, after several attempts, set my sights on a cheap German beaver. Though these German beavers were out very quickly and acquired a most measly look, at first, when new, they even seemed quite decent, and I needed it for only one time. I asked the price. It was expensive all the same. After some solid reflection, I decided to sell my raccoon collar, and the remaining one for me quite considerable sum. To sell my raccoon collar, and the remaining, and for me quite considerable sum, I decided to try and borrow from Anton Antonich Setonkin, my department chief, a humble but serious and positive man who never loaned money to anyone, but to whom I had once, on entering my post, been especially recommended by the important personage who had placed me in the civil service. I was terribly tormented. To ask money of Anton Antonich seemed to me monstrous and shameful. I even could not sleep for 2 or 3 nights. But then I generally slept little at the time. I was in a fever. My heart was somehow vaguely sinking, or else it would suddenly start to go thump, thump, thump. Anton Antonich was surprised at first, then he winced, then he considered, and after all, he gave me the loan, having me sign an authorization for him to take the loaned money from my salary 2 weeks later. Thus, everything was finally ready. A handsome beaver came to reign in place of the squalid raccoon, and I gradually began to get down to business. I really couldn't just decide it straight off, slapdash. The thing had to be handled deftly, precisely, gradually. But I confess that after many attempts, I even began to despair. We simply couldn't bump into each other, and that was that. After all my preparations, after all my premeditations, it would look as if we were just about to bump into each other, and then, again, I'd give away, and he would pass by without noticing me. I even recited prayers while approaching him, asking God to inspire me with decisiveness. One time I was already quite decided, but it just ended with me getting under his feet because in the very last moment, at some 2 inches away, I lost courage. He quite calmly walked over me, and I bounced aside like a ball. That night, I was sick again, feverish and delirious, and suddenly everything ended in the best possible way. The night before, I decided finally not to carry out my pernicious intention and to let it all go for naught. And with that purpose in mind, I went to Nevsky for the last time, just to see how I was going to let it all go for naught. Suddenly, within 3 steps of my enemy, I unexpectedly decided, closed my eyes, and we bumped solidly shoulder against shoulder. I did not yield an inch and passed by on a perfectly equal footing. He did not even look back and pretended not to notice. But he only pretended. I'm sure of that. To this day, I'm sure of it. Of course, I've got the worst of it. He was stronger, but that was not the point. The point was that I had achieved my purpose, preserved my dignity, yielded not a step, and placed myself publicly on an equal social footing with him. I returned home perfectly avenged for everything. I was in ecstasy. I exulted and sang Italian arias. Of course, I shall not describe for you what happened to me 3 days later. If you read my first chapter underground, you can guess for yourself. The officer was later transferred somewhere. I haven't seen him for about 14 years. What's the sweet fellow doing now? Who is he crushing? Oh my god, chat. That's a minute 30 ad. That's a minute 30 ad. I'm just going to talk about how I think about this chapter really quick and change my phone. Dude, what is wrong with this guy? Like, what is unironically wrong with this guy? Sorry, I'm fixing my phone. Like, when you think about it, it's like he stalked a guy for 2 years because he bumped into him at the bar, and then he spends 2 years stalking him to bump back into him. That is just like another level of petty. I don't even know, dude. Like people have wronged me. I've totally thought about this too. Where I'm fantasizing about getting them back or like killing them or like whatever, killing them in game, whatever. But like I spend so much time brooding and like overthinking about like that like a situation, right? Or like what happened in the past, and like but like he goes to like another level. Like I don't even know. Like that is so crazy to me. Like he's getting fever, like he's getting sick, like thinking like he's like getting advances on his check just to get a nicer looking coat so he can bump into this guy. Like I'm guessing like Nevsky is like a restaurant or like a club or something, I guess. I'm not really sure. There's probably like a footnote, but they don't have the footnotes at the bottom. I think they're all at the back of the book. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, actually, yeah. I could read those after. Okay, I think all the ad snowballs are back. Let me just drink some water. Yeah, this book is so good. I think I'm actually about like halfway through. Yeah, I'm like about halfway through the book right now. Okay, this is part 2 of chapter 2. Then the spell of my little debauch would end, and I'd feel terribly nauseated. Repentance would come, I'd drive it away. It was too nauseating. Little by little, however, I get used to that as well. I could get used to anything, that is, not really get used, but somehow voluntarily consent to endure it. But I had a way out that reconciled everything, which was to escape into everything beautiful and lofty. In dreams, of course, I dreamed terribly. I would dream for 3 months at a time, shrinking into my corner, and believe me, in those moments, I bore no resemblance to that gentleman who, in the panic of his chicken heart, sat sewing a German beaver to the collar of his overcoat. I'd suddenly become a hero, and then I wouldn't even have to let my 6-foot lieutenant into the house. I couldn't even imagine him then. What these dreams of mine were, and how I could have been satisfied with them. It's difficult to say now, but I was satisfied with them then. However, I'm somehow satisfied with them even now. Dreams came to me with a particular sweetness and intensity after a little debauch. They came with repentance and tears, with curses and ecstasies. There were moments of such positive rapture, such happiness, that not even the slightest mockery could be felt in me by God. There was faith, hope, love. This was the point, that I blindly believed then that through some miracle, some external circumstance, all this would suddenly extend, expand. Suddenly, a horizon of appropriate activity would present itself, beneficial, beautiful, and, above all, quite ready-made. Precisely what I never knew, but above all, quite ready-made. And thus I would suddenly step forth into God's world, all but on a white horse and wreathed in laurels. A secondary role was incomprehensible to me, and that was precisely why, in reality, I so calmly filled the last. Either hero or mud. There was no in between. And that is what ruined me, because in the mud I conformed myself with being a hero at other times, and the hero covered up the mud. For an ordinary man, say, it's shameful to be muddied. But a hero is too lofty to be completely muddied. Consequently, one can get muddied. Remarkably, these influxes of everything beautiful and lofty also used to come to me during my little debauches, precisely when I was already at the very bottom. They would come just so, in isolated little flashes, as if reminding me of themselves, and yet they did not annihilate the little debauch with their appearance. On the contrary, it was as if they enlivened it by contrast and came in exactly the proportion required for a good sauce. The sauce here consisted of contradiction and suffering, of tormenting inner analysis, and all these torments and tormenticles lent my little debauch a certain piquancy, even meaning, in short. They fully fulfilled the function of a good sauce. All this was even not without some profundity. For how could I consent to a simple, direct, trite little scrivener's debauch, and to bear all this mud on myself? What was there in it that could seduce me and lure me into streets at night? No, sir, I had a noble loophole for everything. Yeah, this guy's like the original incel, for sure. But how much love, Lord, how much love I experienced in those dreams of mine, in those escapes into everything beautiful and lofty. Though it was a fantastical love, though it was never in reality applied to anything human, there was so much of it, this love, that afterwards, in reality, I never even felt any need to apply it. That would have been an unnecessary luxury. Everything, however, would always end most happily with a lazy and rapturous transition to art. That is, to beautiful forms of being, quite ready-made, highly stolen from poets and novelists, and adapted to every possible service or demand. For example, I triumph over everyone. Everyone, of course, is lying in the dust and forced to voluntarily acknowledge all my perfections, and I forgive them all. I fall in love, become a famous poet and court chamberlain. I receive countless millions and donate them immediately to mankind, and then and there confess before all the world my disgraces, which, of course, are not mere disgraces, but contain an exceeding amount of the beautiful and lofty, of something Manfredian. Everyone weeps and kisses me. What blockheads they'd be otherwise. And I go barefoot and hungry to preach new ideas and crush the retrograde under Arlets. Then a march is struck up, an amnesty is granted, the Pope agrees to quit Rome for Brazil, then a ball is given for the whole of Italy at the Villa Borghese, now on the shores of Lake Como, since Lake Como has been transferred to Rome, especially for the occasion. Then come a scene in the bushes, etc., etc. You know what I mean. You will say that it's vulgar and vile to begin all this out into the marketplace now, after so many raptures and tears, to which I myself have confessed. But why is it vile, sirs? Can you really think I'm ashamed of it all, or that it's all stupider than whatever there may have been, gentlemen, in your own lives? And besides, believe me, some of it was by no means badly composed, and not all of it took place on Lake Como. However, you're right, it is indeed both vulgar and vile. And what's vilest is that I have now started justifying myself before you, and viler still is that I'm now making this remark. Enough, however, otherwise there will be no end to it. Things will go on getting viler and viler. Also, what's up, Butterfly? I didn't clear q40, but we got close. It's okay. We got close. I was simply incapable of dreaming for longer than 3 months at a time, and began to feel an irresistible need to rush into society. To rush into society, in my case, meant to go and visit my department chief, Anton Antonich Setonchin. He was the only permanent acquaintance I've had in my whole life, and I'm very even surprised now at the circumstance. But to him I used to go only when such a spell came, and my dreams had reached such happiness that I needed, instantly and infallibly, to embrace people and the whole of mankind, for which I had to have available at least one really existing person. Anton Antonich, however, could be visited only on Tuesdays, his day, and consequently my need to embrace the whole of mankind always happened to be adjusted to a Tuesday. This Anton Antonich was located near the Five Corners, on the 4th floor and in 4 little rooms, low-ceilinged, each one smaller than the last, of a most economical and yellow appearance. There were 2 daughters and their aunt, who poured tea. The daughters, one 13 and the other 14, were both pug-nosed, and I was terribly abashed before them, because they constantly whispered together and giggled. The host usually sat in the study on a leather sofa in front of the desk, along with some gray-haired guest, an official from our own or even some other department. I never saw more than 2 or 3 guests there, always the same ones. They talked about excess negotiations in the Senate, salaries, promotions, His Excellency, ways of making oneself liked, and so on and so forth. I had patience enough to sit it out by these people like a fool for 4 hours on end, listening to them, myself not daring or knowing how to begin talking with them about anything. Same. My mind would grow dull, I'd break into a sweat several times, paralysis hovered over me, but this was good and beneficial. On returning home, I'd pull off for a while my desires to embrace the whole of mankind. This is me overthinking talking in Discord. I had, however, another acquaintance of sorts. Simonov, a former schoolfellow. No doubt there were many of my schoolfellows in Petersburg, but I did not keep company with them, and had even stopped nodding to them in the street. I perhaps had gotten transferred to another department, so as not to be together with them, and to cut off all at once the whole of that hateful childhood of mine. Same! Curses on the school, on those terrible years of penile servitude. In short, I parted ways with my schoolfellows as soon as I was set free. There were 2 or 3 left whom I still greeted when we met. Among them was Simonov, who had not been distinguished for anything in our school, was quiet and calm, but in whom I distinguished a certain independence of character and even honesty. I do not even think he is so very... I do not even think he was so very narrow-minded. I had once had some rather bright moments with him, and they did not last long and somehow suddenly clouded over. These recollections were apparently burdensome for him, and it seemed he kept being afraid I would lapse into the former tone. I suspected that he found me quite disgusting, but I kept going to him all the same, having no sure assurance of it. And so on a Thursday, unable to make my solitude and knowing that on Thursdays Anton Antonich's door was closed, I remembered about Simonov. On the day up to his fourth floor apartment, I was precisely thinking that I was a burden to this gentleman and that I shouldn't be going to him. But since in the end such considerations, as if by design, always egged me on further into some ambiguous situation, I did go in. It was almost a year since I had last seen Simonov. Okay, finish that section. So basically what he's trying to talk about, like, this section, I think basically, like, he doesn't like his dreams or is him just being in isolation, but he needs to, like, talk to people in society so he doesn't go completely insane. And, like, his, like, only two acquaintances are like a coworker and like a old school friend. I totally relate to that because, like, after I'm, like, in isolation for too long, I kind of go insane. So I get that. I kind of get that. Let me see how long this next section is if I need to run an ad. Ooh, I might need to. I'm gonna run like a 30-second ad and, like, be back in 30 seconds. Do I have to go pee? Not really. Not really. Yeah, I was literally saying that, Butterfly. I was like, I literally think Dostoevsky, he would love LSF. He would love LSF. He would absolutely love it, dude. He would be a lurker, but he would be like a tier 3 Pokemon sub. For sure, bro. For sure, bro. Tier 3, like, probably like 5-year plus sub, but like make like the most disgusting threads on LSF. I can totally see it, dude. Also, what's up, Tony? Okay. I think we're back. I think ad stop balls are back. Okay. But yeah, we're reading Notes from Underground by Dostoevsky. Okay, we're on section 3 of chapter 2. I found 2 more of my school fellows with him. They were apparently discussing an important matter. None of them paid more than the slightest attention to my coming, which was even strange because I hadn't seen them for years. Obviously, they regarded me as something like a quite ordinary fly. I had not been treated that way even at school, though everyone there hated me. Of course, I understood that they must scorn me now for the unsuccess of my career in the service and for my having gone too much to Seed, walking down, badly dressed, and so on, which in their eyes constituted a signboard of my incapacity and small significance. But all the same, I did not expect such a degree of scorn. Simonov was even surprised at my coming. Before, too, he had always seemed surprised at my coming. All this took me aback. I sat down in some anguish and began to listen to what they were talking about. The conversation, a serious and even heated one, was about a farewell dinner which these gentlemen wanted to organize jointly on the very next day for their schoolfellow, Zverkov, an officer in the army, who was leaving for a far-off province. Mr. Zverkov had also been my schoolfellow all the while. I had begun especially to hate him starting in the higher grades. In the lower grades, he had been just a pretty, frisky boy whom everybody liked. I, however, had hated him in the lower grades as well, precisely for being a pretty and frisky boy. Okay. Any pretty and frisky boys in chat? He was always a bad student and got worse as he went on. Nevertheless, he graduated successfully because he had his protectors. In his last year at school, he received an inheritance, 200 souls, and since we were almost all of us poor, he even began to swagger before us. He was a vulgarian in the highest degree, but a nice fellow nonetheless, even while swaggering. And despite the external, fantastic, and highfalutin form of honor and glory in our school, everyone apart from a very few minced around Zverkov, the more he swaggered. They minced not for the sake of some sort of profit, but just so, because he was a man favored with the gifts of nature. Besides, it was somehow an accepted thing among us to regard Zirkov as an expert in the line of adroitness and good manners. This last particular this last particularly infuriated me. I hated the sharp, unself-doubting tone of his voice, his admissions of his own witticisms, which came out terribly stupid, though he did have a bold tongue. I hated his handsome but silly face, for which, by the way, I'd gladly have traded my intelligent one. And his free and easy officer of the 40s airs. I hated the things he used to say about his future successes with women. He hadn't ventured to start up with women, nor have his officers' epaulets yet, and was looking forward to them impatiently, and about how he'd be fighting duels all the time. I remember myself, always tech turn, suddenly lighting into Zirkov, where he was talking with some friends about his future gallantries once during a recess, got quite playful in the end, like a puppy in the sun, and suddenly declared that he wouldn't leave a single village maiden on his estate without his attentions, that this was his droit de séjour? Droit de séjour. And if the peasants dared to protest, he'd give them all a whipping and a heap of double quitrent on the bearded Kennial. Our oafs applauded, but I lit into him, and not at all out of pity for maidens or their fathers, but simply because such a little snot. Oh my god, I can't believe it. The snot balls are baked into Dostoevsky lore. Oh my god. Oh my god. We are Russian incels. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's sending me so hard right now, dude. Our oafs applauded, but I lit into him, and not at all out of pity for maidens or their fathers, but simply because such a little snot was being so applauded. I got the best of him that time, but Zirkov, though stupid, was gay and impudent, and therefore laughed it off, and even in such a way that, in truth, I did not quite get the best of him. The laughter remained on his side. Okay, never mind. Actually, the snot is the Giga Chad. Wait, we're Giga Chads. Never mind. Later, he got the best of me several more times, though not with spite, but just somehow jokingly, in passing, with a laugh. The snots are the original Russian Wongaiers. Oh my god, chat. I spitefully and scornfully refused to respond. Upon graduation, he tried to make a step towards me. I did not resist too much because it flattered me, but we quickly and naturally parted ways. Later, I heard about his Baraxi lieutenancy successes, about his Karasing. Later, other rumors were about that he was succeeding in the service. Now he no longer greeted me in the streets, and I suspected he was afraid of compromising himself by greeting a person as insignificant as I was. I also saw him in the theater once, in the third circle, now wearing aiguillettes. He was mincing and twinning around the daughters of some ancient general. In 3 short years he had gone very much to seed, though he was still quite handsome and adroit. He had become somehow puffy and was beginning to grow fat. One could see that by the age of 30, he would be completely flabby. It was for this finally departing Zirkovs that our fellows wanted to give him a dinner. They had constantly kept company with him all those 3 years, though inwardly they did not consider themselves on equal footing with him. I'm sure of that. Of Simonov's 2 guests, one was Furfichkin, from Russian-German stock, a short, monkey-faced fool who comically mimicked everyone, my bitterest enemy even in the lower grades, a mean, impudent little fanfaron who played at being most ticklishly ambitious, though of course he was a coward at heart. He was one of those admirers of Zirkov who flirted with him for his own ends and often borrowed money from him. Simonov's other guest, Trudolovov, True Dolyubov was an unremarkable person, a military type, tall with a cold physiognomy, honest enough, but worshipping any success, and capable only of discerning promotions. He was some sort of distant relation to Zherkov's, and that, silly though it was, endowed him a certain significance among us. He had always regarded me as nothing, but treated me, if not quite politely, at least passably. Well, so if it's 7 rubles each, Trudolyubov said, that makes 21 for the 3 of us. We can have a nicer dinner. Zherkov doesn't pay, of course. Naturally not, since we're inviting him, Semenov decided. Do you really think, Furfichkin broke into presumptuous and fervently, looking at impudent lackey boasting of his master and the general's decorations, do you really think Zherkov would let us pay for it all? He'll accept out of delicacy, but he'll stand us to a half dozen himself. And what are the 4 of us going to do with a half dozen? Trudolyubov remarked, having paid attention only to the half dozen. So, it's the 3 of us, 4 with Zherkov, 21 rubles, the Hôte de Paris, tomorrow at 5 o'clock, Simonov, who had been elected manager, finally concluded. Why 21? I said, somewhat agitated, apparently even offended. If you count me, it's 28 rubles, not 21. Oh my god, I'm already cringing. I can see where this is going, oh my god. It seemed to me that to offer myself suddenly and so unexpectedly would even be a most handsome thing, and they would all be won over at once and look upon me with respect. You want to come too? Simonov remarked with displeasure, somehow avoiding my eyes. He knew by heart. It infuriated me that he knew me by heart. What of it, sir? I would seem to be a schoolfellow too, and confess I'm even offended at being left out. I began seething again. And where does one go looking for you? Furfichkin rudely butted in. You were never on good terms with Zherkov, Trudolyubov added, frowning. But once I had fastened on, I would not let go. It seemed to me that no one had any right to judge about that, I retorted, in a trembling voice, as if God knew what had happened. Maybe that's precisely why I want to now, because we weren't on good terms before. Well, who can understand you? And these sublimities, Trudolyubov smirked. Uh-oh. You'll be put on the list, Simonov decided, turning to me. Tomorrow, 5 o'clock, the Hôte de Paris, make no mistake. And the money, Furfichkin began in a half-whisper, nodding towards me to Simonov, but he stopped short because even Simonov became embarrassed. Enough, said Trudolyubov, rising. Let him come, if he wants to so much. But we have our own circle. We're friends, Furfichkin, angry, was also reaching for his hat. This isn't an official meeting. Maybe we don't want you at all. They left. Furfichkin did not even bow to me as he went out. Trudolyubov barely nodded without looking. Simonov, with whom I was left face to face, was in some sort of annoyed perplexity and gave me a strange glance. He did not sit down, nor did he invite me to sit down. Yes, tomorrow then. And you will give me the money now, just to know for certain, he muttered in embarrassment. I flushed, but as I flushed, I recalled that I had owed Simonov 15 rubles from time immemorial, which, however, I had never forgotten, though I had also never repaid it. You must see, Simonov, that I couldn't have known on coming here, and I'm very annoyed with myself for forgetting. All right, never mind. You can pay me tomorrow at dinner. I just want to know, please don't. He stopped short and began pacing the room with even greater annoyance. As he paced, he started planting his heels and stomping still more heavily. I'm not keeping you, am I? I asked after a 2-minute silence. Oh no. He suddenly roused himself. That is, to tell the truth, yes. You see, I've also got to stop by not far from here, he added in a sort of apologetic voice, and somewhat ashamedly. Ah, my God, why didn't you say so? I exclaimed, grabbing my cap, but with an appearance of remarkable nonchalance. which flew down to me from God knows where. It's not far, really, just a couple of steps, Simonov kept saying as he saw me to the entry with a bustling air that did not become of him at all. Tomorrow then, at 5 o'clock sharp, he called out as I went down the stairs. He was so pleased I was leaving. I, however, was furious. What possessed me? What possessed me to pop up like that? I gnashed my teeth, striding along the street. And for that scoundrel, that little pig of a Zurkov, I mustn't go, of course, just spit on it, of course. I'm not bound, am I? Tomorrow I'll send Simonov a note. But what made me furious was that I knew I would certainly go. I would go on purpose. And the more tactless, the more improper it was for me to go, the sooner I would go. And there was even a positive obstacle to my going. I had no money. All I had lying there was 9 rubles. But of that, 7 had to go to the next day for the wages of Apollon, my servant, who lived with me for 7 rubles a month, grub not included. And not to pay him his wages was impossible, given Apollon's character. But of this dog, this thorn in my side, I will speak some other time. Nevertheless, I knew that even so I would not pay him, but would certainly go. That night I had the most hideous dreams. No wonder. All evening I was oppressed by recollections of the penal servitude of my school years, and I could not get rid of them. I had been tucked away in that school by distant relations, whose dependent I was and whom I had no notion thereafter. Tucked away, orphaned already, beaten down by the reproaches, already pensive, taciturn, gazing wildly about at everything. My schoolfellows met me with spiteful and merciless mockery, because I was not like any of them. But I could not endure mockery. I could not get along so cheaply as they got along with each other. I immediately began to hate them, and shut myself away from everyone in timorous, wounded, and inordinate pride. Their crudeness outraged me. They laughed cynically at my face, my ungainly figure, yet how stupid their own faces were. In our school, facial expressions degenerated and would become somehow especially stupid. So many beautiful children came to us. A few years later, it was disgusting even to look at them. Already at the age of 16, I gloomily marveled at them. Even then, I was amazed at the pettiness of their thinking, the stupidity of their pastimes, games, and conversations. They had so little understanding of the most essential things, so little interest in the most impressive, startling subjects, that I began, willy-nilly, to regard them as beneath me. It was not injured vanity that prompted me to do so, and for God's sake, don't get at me with those banal objections that one is sick of to the point of nausea. That I was only dreaming, while they already understood real life. They understood nothing, no real life, and I swear it was this in them that outraged me most of all. On the contrary, they took the most obvious, glaring reality in a fantastically stupid way, and were already accustomed to worshipping success alone. Everything that was just but humiliated and downtrodden, they laughed at disgracefully and hard-heartedly. They regarded rank as intelligence, as at the age of 16 they were already talking about cushy billets. Of course, much of this came from stupidity, from the bad examples that had ceaselessly surrounded their childhood and adolescence. They were depraved to the point of monstrosity. To be sure, here, too, there is more of the external, more of an assumed cynicism. To be sure, youthfulness and a certain freshness could be glimpsed in them, even though the depravity. But even this freshness was unattractive in them and showed itself as a sort of jesting. I hated them terribly, though I was perhaps worse than they were. They paid me back in kind, and did not conceal their loathing for me. But I no longer had any wish for their love. On the contrary, I constantly thirsted for their humiliation. To rid myself of their mockery, I purposely began to study as hard as I could, and worked my way into their number of the best. worked my way into the number of the best. This made an impression. Besides, they gradually began to realize that I had then read such books as they were unable to read, and understood such things, not part of our special course, as they had never even heard of. This they regarded wildly and mockingly, but morally they submitted, the more so as even the teachers paid attention to me in this respect. The mockery stopped, but the animosity remained, and cold, strained relations set in. Toward the end, I myself could not stand it. As I grew older, a need for people, for friends, developed. I tried to start getting closer with some, but the attempts always came out unnaturally and would simply end of itself. I also once had a friend, but I was already a despot in my soul. I wanted to have an unlimited power over his soul. I wanted to instill in him a contempt for his surrounding milieu. I demanded of him a haughty and final break from that milieu. I frightened him with my passionate friendship. I drove him to tears, to convulsions. He was a naive, self-giving soul. But once he had given himself wholly to me, I immediately started to hate him and push him away, as if I had needed him only to gain a victory over him, only to bring him to submission. But I could not be victorious over everyone. My friend was also not like any of them, and represented the rarest exception. The first thing I did upon leaving school was quit the special service for which I had been intended, in order to break all ties, to curse the past and bury it in the dust. And the devil knows why, after that, I dragged myself in this Simonov. Dude, this is such a good book. Such a good book. Yes, I'm reading you guys a story. I'm going to do a 30-minute ad really quick. 30 seconds. Or 30 seconds, sorry. 30 seconds. I mean, honestly, I kind of relate to this in a way because I was shy growing up too, and like I wasn't really that like I wasn't popular. I was like one of the nerds. So I kind of relate to this because like, and this was kind of instilled to me too in my family, where like I had to be intelligent. Like I had to be smart. If I wasn't smart, I'm not good enough, right? And how he kind of like values his intelligence so much and like uses his intelligence as a kind of like crux to make him worthy enough in society, right? It's like very relatable for me. Actually, I'm gonna use the restroom really quick because I have to go pee. I'll be back in like a second. Be back. But this book is so good. I'm actually almost done with the chat. I could finish it right now. Let's finish it. I kind of want to. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. I said 30 minutes instead of 30 seconds. My bad. Holy shite, dude. Holy shice. I'm actually like almost done. Wait, what the fuck? Sorry, if my tracking stopped, it's because I'm trying to drink water so I don't, like, fuck up my throat. Let me see, I still have, like, a few more pages in this section, chat. Actually, no, I only have, like, one more page. I'm, like, about, like, 30 pages from the end? Actually, no, I'm actually, like, oh, no, I am. I'm, like, about 60 pages from the end, but it takes it actually doesn't take that long for me to read through a page because it's like a smallish book. Also, what's up, Kokoro? I'm reading the Brothers, or no, Notes from Underground, but I want to read the Brothers Karamazov later. In the morning, I roused myself early. I jumped out of bed in agitation, as if all this was going to start happening right away. But then I did believe that some radical break in my life was coming and could not fail to come that very day. It may have been lack of habit or something, but all my life, when faced with any external event, be it ever so small, I always thought that right then some radical break in my life was going to come. Nevertheless, I went to work as usual, but slipped away 2 hours early to go home and get ready. The main thing I thought is that I mustn't be the first to arrive, or they'll think that I'm all too delighted. Yeah, I do the same thing, yeah. But there were thousands of such main things, and they all agitated me to the point of impotence. I polished my boots a second time with my own hands. For the life of him, Apollyon would not have polished these twice in one day, finding it inordinate. I polished them, therefore, having stolen the brushes from the entryway, so that he would not somehow notice and afterwards began to despise me. Then I carefully inspected my clothes and found that everything was old, shabby, worn out. I had indeed become too slovenly. My uniform was perhaps in good condition, but I really couldn't go to dinner in my uniform. And the main thing was that on my trousers, right on the knee, there was a huge yellow spot. I could sense already that this spot alone would rob me of 9/10 of my dignity. I also know that it was very mean to think so. But I can't be bothered with thinking now. Now comes reality, I thought, and my heart sank. I also knew perfectly well, even then, that I was monstrously exaggerating all these facts. But there was nothing to be done. I could no longer control myself. I was shaking with fever. In despair, I pictured how coldly and condescendingly that scoundrel Zherkov would meet me, with what dull, all invisible contempt the dullard Trudolyubov would look at me. How nastily and impudently the little snot Furfitchkin would titter at my expense, sucking up to Zherkov. How perfectly Simonov would understand it all in himself, and how he would despise me for the meanness of my vanity and faint-heartedness. And the main thing, how measly, non-literary, commonplace it was all going to be. Of course, it would be best not to go at all. But that was more impossible than anything else. Once I began to be drawn, I used to be drawn in all the way, over my head. Afterwards, I had been taunting myself from the rest of my life. So you turned coward before reality? That's what you did. You turned coward. On the contrary, I passionately wanted to prove to all that riffraff that I was by no means the coward I made myself out to be. More than that, in the strongest paroxysm of cowardly fever, I dreamed of getting the best of them, winning them over, carrying them away, making them love me, if only for my lofty mind and indubitable wit. They would drop Zherkov, he would sit in the sidelines, silent and ashamed, and I would crush him. Afterwards, I would perhaps make peace with him, and he would pledge eternal friendship. Yet the most bitter and offensive thing for me was that I knew even then, knew fully and certainly, that in fact I needed none of that, and in fact I had no wish to crush, subject, or attract them, and would by the first not to give a penny for the whole outcome, even if I achieved it. Oh, how I prayed to God for that day to pass more quickly. In inexpressible anguish, I kept going to the window, opening the vent and peering into the murky gloom of thickly falling wet snow. At last, my wretched little wall clock hissed 5. I grabbed my hat, trying not to glance at Apollyon, who since morning had been waiting to receive his wages from me, but in his pride refused to speak first, slipped past him out the door, and in a coach, hired for the purpose with my last 50 kopecks, drove up like a grand gentleman to the Hotel de Paris. Uh-oh. Let me see how long this next chapter is, if I need to do an ad break. Okay, I can probably get through this one. I think I can. Okay, I know this chapter is going to be juicy. Okay, we're on chapter 4, or section 4 of chapter 2. I had already known that the evening before that I would be the first to arrive. But primacy was no longer the point. Not only were none of them there, but I had even had difficulty finding our room. The table was not quite laid yet. What do you mean? After much questioning, I finally got out of the waiters that the dinner had been ordered for 6 o'clock, not 5. This was confirmed in the bar. I was even ashamed to be asking. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, that sucks. It was only 5:25. If they had changed the time, they ought in any case to have informed me. That's what the city mail is for, and not to have subjected me to disgrace, both in my own and, be it, only the waiter's eyes. I sat down, a waiter began laying the table. In his presence, it felt somehow still more offensive. By 6 o'clock, in addition to the lighted lamps, candles were brought into the room. It had not occurred to the waiter, however, to bring them when I arrived. In the next room, 2 customers, gloomy, angry-looking and silent, were having dinner at separate tables. In one of the farther rooms, it was very noisy. There was even shouting. The guffaws of a whole bunch of people could be heard. Some nasty French squeals could be heard. It was a dinner with ladies. Quite nauseating, in short. Rarely have I spent a nastier moment, so that when, at exactly 6 o'clock, they all came in together. I was glad of them for the first moment as some sort of deliverers, and almost forgot that I ought to look offended. Wow, that's so that. This would actually send me so hard. Like, I mean, firstly, I would never butt in, but if I invited myself to a dinner and then they changed the time and they didn't tell me, oh my god, I would be so tilted. Zherkov came at the head of them, obviously the leader. Both he and they were laughing, but on seeing me, Zherkov assumed a dignified air, approached unhurriedly, bending slightly, as if coquettishly, at the waist and gave me his hand benignly, but not very, with a certain cautious, almost senatorial politeness, as if by offering me his hand he were protecting himself from something. I had been imagining, on the contrary, that as soon as he walked in, he would start laughing his former laugh, shrill, punctuated by little shrieks, and from the first there would be his flat joke and witticisms. I had been preparing myself for them since the previous evening, but I by no means expected such down the nose, such excellential benignity. So he now fully considered himself immeasurably superior to me in all respects. If he simply wanted to offend me with all the senatorial air, if he was not so bad, I thought, I'd be able to get back at him somehow. But what if indeed, without any wish to offend me, the little idea had seriously crept into his sheep nodule that he was immeasurably superior to me, and he could look at me in no other way than patronizingly? The superstition alone left me breathless. I learned with surprise of your wish to participate with us, he began, lisping and simpering and drawing the words out, something that has never happened with him before. We somehow kept missing each other. You shy away from us. More the pity. We're not so terrible as you think. Well, sit in any case. I'm glad to renew. And he casually turned to place his hat on the windowsill. Have you been waiting long? Asked Toodle Yubov. I'd arrived at exactly 5 o'clock as I was appointed yesterday, I answered loudly, and with an irritation that promised an immediate explosion. Didn't you inform him that the time had been changed? Toodle Yubov turned to Simonov. I didn't, I forgot, the latter answered, but without any repentance, and not even apologizing to me, went to make arrangements for the hors d'oeuvres. For the hors d'oeuvres, sorry. So, you've been here for an hour already? Ah, poor fellow, Zurkov explained mockingly. Because according to his notion, it must indeed have been terribly funny. Following him, the scoundrel Ferfetchkin burst out in a scoundrelly voice, yelping like a little mutt. He, too, thought my situation terribly funny and embarrassing. It's not funny in the least, I cried to Ferfetchkin, growing more and more irritated. It's other people's fault, not mine. They neglected to inform me. It's simply absurd. Not only absurd, but something else as well. Toodle Yubov grumbled, naively interceding for me. You're too mild. Sheer discourtesy. Not deliberate, of course, but how is it that Simonov... If that had been played on me, observed Ferfetchkin, I'd... But you should have ordered yourself something, Zurkov interrupted, or at least asked to have dinner without waiting. You must agree that I could never have done so without any permission. If I waited, it was... Let's be seated, gentlemen, cried the entering Simonov. Everything's ready. I can answer for the champagne. It's perfectly chilled. I didn't know your address. How was one to find you? He suddenly turned to me, but again somehow without looking to me. He obviously had something against me. He must have changed his mind since yesterday. Everyone sat down. I, too, sat down. The table was round. Toodle Yubov ended up on my left, Simonov on my right. Zurkov sat down across the table, and Ferfetchkin next to him, between him and Toodle Yubov, sorry. So he's on his left. Okay, I think I get it. So, you're in the department, Zurkov continued to occupy himself with me. Seeing that I was embarrassed, he seriously imagined I must be treated benignly, and, so to speak, encouraged. What does he want me to throw, a bottle at him or something? I thought, furious. From lack of habit, I was becoming irritated with a somehow unnatural rapidity. In the Y office, I answered curtly, staring at my plate. And you find it profitable? Tell me, please, what was it that made you leave your former position? It was that I felt like leaving my former position. I drawled 3 times longer, now losing almost all control of myself. Ferfetchkin snorted. Simon looked at me ironically. Toodle Yubov stopped eating and began studying me with curiosity. Zurkov winced but declined to notice. Well, and how's your keep? What keep? Your salary, that is. Quite the examiner, aren't you? However, I told him straight out what my salary was. I was blushing terribly. Not a fortune, Zurkov observed pompously. No, sir, can't go dining in cafe restaurants, Ferfetchkin added impudently. In my opinion, it's even downright poor, Toodle Yubov observed seriously. And how thin you've grown. How changed since, Zurkov added, not without venom now, studying me and my attire with a sort of insolent regret. Oh, come, stop embarrassing him, Ferfetchkin exclaimed, tittering. My dear sir, I'll have you know that I am not embarrassed. I finally exploded. Do you hear, sir? I'm having dinner here in a cafe restaurant at my own expense, my own and no one else's. Make a note of that, Monsieur Furfitchkin. What? And who here is not dining at his own expense? If you mean to... Furfitchkin fastened on, turning red as a lobster and staring me furiously in my face. Well, I replied, feeling that I had gone too far. I suppose we'll better occupy ourselves with more intelligent conversation. So it seems you intend to display your intelligence. Don't worry, that would be quite superfluous here. You just keep cackling away. Oh, my dear sir, haven't you lost your mind by any chance in that deportment of yours? Enough, gentlemen, Zerkov cried, almighty. How stupid this is, growled Simonov. Stupid indeed, we gathered a company of friends to see a good school chum off on his journey, and you keep going, and you go keeping score. Trudel Yubov began to speak, rudely addressing me alone. You invited yourself yesterday, so you don't disrupt the general harmony. Enough, Zerkov shouted. Stop, gentlemen. This won't do. Better let me tell you how I almost got married 2 days ago. And there followed some lampoon about how the gentleman almost got married 2 days before. There was, however, not a word in it about marriage, but generals, colonels, and even court dignitaries kept flittering through the story, and Zerkov among them, and all but at their head, approving laughter began, for Fitchkin even let out little squeals. They all dropped me, and I sat crushed and annihilated. Lord, is this any company for me, I thought. And what a fool I made of myself before them. However, I let Furfitchkin go too far. These oafs think they've done me an honor by giving me a place at their table. They don't realize that it's I who am doing them an honor, and not they me. How thin such clothes. Oh, cursed trousers. Zerkov had already noticed the yellow spot on the knee. But so what? Get up from the table now, this minute, take your hat and simply leave without a word. Out of scorn. And tomorrow, if they like a duel... Scoundrels, am I going to be sorry about 7 rubles? Maybe they'll think, devil take it, I'm not sorry about the 7 rubles. I'm leaving this minute. Of course, I stayed. In my grief, I drank Lafitte and sherry by the glassful. From lack of habit, I was quickly getting drunk, and as my drunkenness increased, so did my vexation. I suddenly wanted to insult them all in the boldest fashion, and only then leave, to seize the right moment and show myself. Let them say, he's funny, but no dummy, and in short, devil take them. I insolently looked around at them with all bleary eyes, but it was as if they had already forgotten me entirely. They were having a noisy, loud, merry time for themselves. Zerkov kept on talking. I began to listen. Zerkov was telling about some magnificent lady whom he had finally driven to a declaration. Naturally, he was lying like a rug, and that he had been essentially helped into this matter by his intimate friend, some princeling named Kolya, a hussar, owner of 3,000 souls. And yet, there's no sign of this Kolya, owner of 3,000 souls, at your farewell party. I suddenly butted into the conversation. For a moment, everyone fell silent. So, now you're drunk. Trudel Yubov finally consented to notice me, casting a sidelong, contemptuous glance in my direction. Zerkov silently studied me as if I were a little bug. I lowered my eyes. Simonov hurriedly began pouring champagne. Oh my god, dude, this is crazy. This is crazy. I have to run an ad right now because of Twitch, but take a 1 minute break. Dude, this is crazy. Like, he's just such a weirdo, but like, I don't know, I feel bad for him at the same time. This is kind of going almost exactly how I think it would have went, but It's still all the more painful, to be quite honest. Like I feel I've felt this energy before somewhere. Like I don't know, like in some sort of like I don't know. Like he's just like I don't know how to like correctly kind of like categorize him. Like I think he's definitely a narcissist. He's like nihilistic, like he's a cynic, right? But he still yearns for connection. He still wants to like be wanted. So it's like kind of ironic, I guess, but this is either gonna end like really bad or really good. Yeah, I think we're back. Trudel Yubov raises his glass. Everyone did the same, except for me. Your health and a good journey, he cried to Zerkov. To those old years, gentlemen, to our future, hurrah! Everyone drank and fell to kissing Zerkov. I did not budge. The full glass stood untouched before me. You're not going to drink. Trudel Yubov, having lost all patience, roared, turning to me menacingly. Uh-oh, he's tilting, he's tilting. I wish to make a speech on my own part, separately, and then I will drink, Mr. Trudel Yubov. Disgusting little stinker, Simonov growled. I straightened up out of my chair, feverishly took my glass, prepared with something extraordinary, and still not knowing myself precisely what I was going to say. Silence, Fitchkin called out in French. Here comes the smarts. Zerkov listened very seriously, realizing what was going on. Lieutenant Zerkov, sir, I began. Let it be known to you that I hate phrasemongers, and tight-fitting waists. That is the first point, and the second will follow forthwith. Everyone stirred greatly. Second point, I hate gallantry and gallantizers, especially gallantizers. Third point, I love truth, sincerity, and honesty. I went on almost mechanically, because I was already beginning to go numb with horror, unable to understand how I could be speaking this way. I love thought, Mr. Zerkov. I love true friendship, on an equal footing, and not, I love... However, why not? I too shall drink to your health, Mr. Zerkov. Charm the Caesarian girls, shoot the enemies of the fatherland, and to your health, Mr. Zerkov. Zerkov rose from his chair, bowed to me, and said, much obliged to you. He was terribly offended and even turned pale. Devil take it, roared Tudor Yubov, hanging his fist on the table. No, sir, it's a punch in the mug for that, Fitchkin shrieked. He ought to be thrown out, Semenov growled. Not a word, gentlemen, and not a move. Zerkov cried solemnly, checking the general indignation. I thank you all, but I myself am quite capable of proving to him how much I value his words. Mr. Fitchkin, tomorrow you will give me satisfaction in your present words, I said loudly, pompously addressing Mr. Fitchkin. You mean a duel, sir? At your pleasure, the man answered. But I must have been so ridiculous with my challenge, and it was so unsuited to my figure, that everyone, and finally even Fitchkin, simply fell over laughing. Yes, drop him, of course. He's completely drunk now, Trudel Yubov said with loathing. I'll never forgive myself for putting him on the list, Simonov growled again. Now's the time to up and hurl a bottle at them all, I thought. Took the bottle and poured myself a full glass. No, I'd better set it out to the end, I went on thinking. You'd be glad, gentlemen, if I left. No chance of that. I purposely sit and drink to the end, as a sign that I attach not the slightest importance to you. I'll sit and drink because this is a pothouse, and I paid good money to get in. I'll sit and drink because I regard you as pawns, non-existent pawns. I'll sit and drink and sing. If I like, yes, sirs, and sing because I have the right to sing. But I did not sing. I simply tried not to look at any of them. I assumed the most independent attitudes and waited patiently for them to start talking to me first. But alas, they did not. And oh, how I wished at that moment to make peace with them. It struck 8 o'clock and finally 9. They moved from the table to the sofa. Zerkov sprawled on the couch, placed one foot on a little round table. The wine was also transferred there. Indeed, he did not stand them to 3 bottles of his own. He did not offer me any, of course. Everyone sat clustered around him on the sofa. They listened to him with all but reverence. One could see he was loved, but why? Why? I kept thinking to myself. From time to time, they would get into drunken raptures and kiss each other. What? They talked about the Caucasus, about what true passion is, about gambling, about profitable posts in the service, about how big was the income of the Hussar Podkarovsky, whom none of them knew personally, and rejoiced that it was a very big. About the remarkable beauty and grace of Princess D, whom none of them had ever seen. Finally, it came to Shakespeare being immortal. I was smiling contemptuously, and pacing the other side of the room, directly opposite of the sofa. Along the wall, from the table to the stove and back. I wished with all my might to show that I could do without them, and yet I purposely clamped with my boots, coming down hard on the heels, but all in vain. They paid me no attention. I had patience enough to pace like that, right in front of them, from 8 o'clock to 11 in one in the same pace, from the table to the stove and from the stove back to the table. I'm just pacing and no one can tell me not to. A waiter kept coming into the room, paused several times to look at me. My head was spinning from so much turning. At moments I thought I was delirious. I sweated and dried out 3 times in those 3 hours. Every once in a while, a thought pierced my heart with the deepest, most poisonous pain. That 10 years, 20 years, 40 years would pass, and even after 40 years, I would still recall with revulsion and humiliation these dirtiest, most ridiculous, and most terrible minutes of my entire life. For a man to humiliate himself more shamelessly, and more voluntarily was really impossible. I fully understood that. And still I went on parading from the table to the stove and back. Oh, if you only knew what feeling and thoughts I'm capable of, and how developed I am, I thought at moments, mentally addressing the sofa where my enemies were sitting. But my enemies behaved as if I were not even in the room. Once, only once, they turned to me, namely when Zerkov began talking about Shakespeare, and I suddenly guffawed contemptuously. I snorted so affectedly and nastily that they all broke out of the conversation at once and silently watched me for about 2 minutes. Seriously, without laughing, as I paced along the wall from table to stove and paid no attention to them. But nothing came of it. They did not stop talking to me. And after 2 minutes, dropped me again. It struck 11. Gentlemen, cried Zerkov, rising from the sofa, now let us all go there. Right, the others began to say. I turned sharply to Zerkov. I was so worn out, so broken that I had to finish it even if it killed me. I was in a fever, my hair wet with sweat, stuck to my forehead and temples. Zerkov, I ask your forgiveness, I said, abruptly and resolutely. Yours too for Fitchkin and everyone's. I've offended everyone. Ah! So dueling's not your sport, Fitchkin hissed venomously. A sharp pain went through my heart. No, I'm not afraid of a duel, Fitchkin. I'm ready to fight you tomorrow, even after a reconciliation. I even insist on it, and you cannot refuse me. I want to prove to you that I'm not afraid of a duel. You'll have the first shot, and I'll fire into the air. He's indulging himself, remarked Simonov. Downright crack-brained. Anyone else downright crack-brained right now? Downright crack-brained, echoed Trudol Yubov. Let us pass. Why are you standing in the way? What do you want? Zerkov responded contemptuously. Their faces were red, their eyes were shiny, they had drunk a lot. I ask your friendship, Zerkov. I offended you, but... You? Offended me? I'll have you know, my dear sir, that you could never, under any circumstances, offend me. That's enough out of you. Step aside. Trudelyubov clinched. Let's go. Olympia's mine, gentlemen. It's agreed, cried Zerkov. No objections, no objections, they answered, laughing. I stood there, spat upon. The bunch noisily left the room. Trudelyubov struck up some stupid song. Simonov stayed behind for a tiny moment to tip the waiters. I suddenly went over to him. Simonov, give me 6 rubles, I said, resolutely and desperately. He looked at me in extreme astonishment, his eyes somehow dull. He too was drunk. You want to go there with us too? Yes. I have no money, he snapped, grinned scornfully, and started out of the room. I seized him by his overcoat. It was a nightmare. Simonov, I saw you had money. Why do you refuse me? Am I a scoundrel? Beware of refusing me. If you knew why I'm asking. Everything depends on it. My whole future, all my plans. Simonov took out the money and almost flung it at me. Take it, if you're so shameless, he said pitilessly, and ran to catch up with him. Are you fucking for real? Why would you ask him for money? I remained alone for a moment. Disorder, leftovers, a broken wine glass on the floor, spilt wine, cigarette butts, drunkenness and delirium in my head, tormenting anguish in my heart, and finally, the servant, who had seen everything and heard everything, kept peeking curiously into my eyes. There, I cried out. Either they'll all fall to their knees, embrace my legs, and beg for my friendship, or I'll slap Zerkov's face. Oh my god. Okay, that's a 30-minute ad. 30-minute ad, 30 seconds, sorry. Wow. That is like my nightmare. Like, that's my nightmare. Imagine I'm going to like an old friend. There's 2 friends that I'm not friends with that they're friends with. They're talking about a party. I invite myself to the party. I go to the party the next day. They change the time and show up late. And then I fuck it up and be schizo. And then they ignore me. And then they go to the strip club without me. Like, oh, that is crazy to me. Like, that is unironically crazy to me. Like, I don't even know. Like, that is so crazy to me. Wow. I mean, I don't even care about going to the strip club, but it's more so the fact that, like, he stayed and paced for, like, 3 hours. Okay, night, I mean, I'm not tucking you in, sorry. Like, that is just crazy to me, bro. I'm almost done, actually, so we can get through this. Okay, section 5, chapter 2. Here it is. Here it is, at last, the encounter with reality. I muttered, rushing headlong down the stairs. This is no longer the Pope leaving Rome and going to Brazil. This is no longer a ball on Lake Como. What a scoundrel you are, raced through my head, to laugh at that now. What of it, I cried, answering myself. All is lost now. Their trail was already cold, but no matter, I knew where they had gone. Oh my god, he's following them. Oh my god. By the porch stood a lonely cabbie, a night coachman, in a homespun coat all dusted with the still falling wet, as if warm snow. It was steamy and stuffy. His shaggy little piebald nag was also all dusted with snow, and was coughing. I very much remember that. I rushed to the bast-covered sled, but as I raised my foot to get in, the recollection of the way Simonov had just given me the 6 rubles cut me down. I dropped into the sled like a sack. No, much must be done to redeem it all, I cried out. But I will redeem it. Or perhaps, or perish on the spot this very night. Drive. We set off. A whole whirlwind was spinning in my head. Beg for my friendship on their knees. That they won't do. It's a mirage, a vulgar mirage, revolting, romantic, and fantastic. Another ball on Lake Como. And therefore I must slap Zerkov's face. It's my duty. And so it's decided I'm flying now to slap his face. Faster. The cabbie started snapping the reins. I'll do it as soon as I walk in. Ought I to say a few words first, as a preface to the slap? No. I'll just walk in and slap him. They'll all be sitting in the drawing room, and he'll be on the sofa with Olympia. Cursed Olympia. She laughed at my face once and refused me. I'll pull Olympia by the hair and Zerkov by the ears. No, better by one ear, and by the ear I'll lead him around the whole room. They'll probably all start beating me and kick me out. It's even certain. Let them. Still, I'll slap him first. It was my initiative, and by the code of honor, that's everything. He's branded now, and no beating can wash away that slap. Only a duel. He'll have to fight. Yes, and let them beat me now. Let them ignoble as they are. Trudol Yubov especially will do the beating. He's so strong. Ferfichkin will fasten on from the side and certainly grab my hair, that's for sure. But let them. I'm ready for it. Their sheep's noddles will finally be forced to grasp the tragic in it all. As they're dragging me to the door, I'll cry out to them that in fact they're not worth my little finger. Faster, coachman, faster! I showed it to the cabbie. He even jumped and swung his whip, for I shouted quite wildly. We'll fight at dawn, that's settled. It's all over with the department. Ferfichkin said department earlier instead of department. Deportment instead of department. But where to get the pistols? Nonsense. I'll take advantage of my salary and buy them. And the powder and the bullets, that's the second affair. But how will I manage it all before dawn, and where will I find a second? I have no acquaintances. Nonsense, I cried, whirling myself up even more. Nonsense. The first passerby I speak to in the street is duty-bound to be my second, just like pulling a drowning man from the water. The most eccentric situations must be allowed for. Were I to ask even the director himself to be my second tomorrow, he too would have to agree out of nighting feeling alone, and keep the secret, Anton Antonich. The thing was that at the same moment I could see, more clearly and vividly than anyone else in the entire world, the whole most odious absurdity of my suppositions and the whole other side of the coin. But faster, coachman, faster, you rogue. Master, said the backbone of the nation. I suddenly felt cold all over. And wouldn't it be better to go straight home now? Oh my God, why did I invite myself to this dinner yesterday? But no, impossible. And that 3-hour stroll from table to stove. No, they are no one else they and no one else must pay for the stroll. They must wash away that dishonor. Faster. And what if they take me to the police? Would they dare? They'd be afraid of a scandal. And what if Zerkov should refuse the duel out of contempt? That's even certain. But then I'll prove to them. Then I'll rush to the posting house, and he's leaving tomorrow. I'll grab him by the leg. I'll tear his overcoat off as he's getting into the coach. I'll fasten my teeth on his hand. I'll bite him. See, all of you, what a desperate man can be driven to. Let them beat me on the head, and the rest of them from behind. I'll cry out to all the public, see, here's a young pup going off to charm the Caesarean girls with my spit on the face. After that, of course, everything's over. The department has vanished from the face of the earth. I'll be seized. I'll be taken to court. I'll be thrown out of work, put in prison, sent to Siberia, exiled. Who cares? 15 years later, I'll drag myself after him in rags, a beggar. When I'm let out of prison, I'll find him somewhere in a provincial capital, He'll be married and happy. He'll have a grown-up daughter. I'll say, look, monster, look at my sunken cheeks and my rags. I lost everything: career, happiness, art, science, a beloved woman. And all because of you. Here are the pistols. I've come to discharge my pistol, and I forgive you. Here I'll fire into the air, and no more will be heard of me. I even began to weep, though I knew perfectly well at the same moment that all this came from Silvio and from Lermontov's masquerade. And suddenly I felt terribly ashamed, so ashamed that I stopped the horse, got out of the sled, and stood in the snow in the middle of the street. The cabbie watched me with amazement and sighed. What was to be done? To go there was impossible. The result would be nonsense. To leave things as they are was also impossible, because the result would be, Lord, how can I leave it? After such nonsense, no. I exclaimed, rushing back to the sled. It's predestined. It's fate. Drive on, there. And in my impatience, I hit the coachman in the neck with my fist. What's with you? Why are you punching? The little peasant cried, lashing the nag, however, so that she started kicking with her hind legs. Wet snow was falling in thick flakes. I uncovered myself. I didn't care about it. I forgot everything else because I had finally resolved on the slap and felt with horror that it would happen without fail now, presently, and that no power could stop it. Desolate street lamps flashed sullenly in the snowy haze, like torches at a funeral. Snow got under my overcoat, my frock coat, my cravat, and melted there. I didn't cover myself. All was lost in any case. We drove up at last. I jumped out, almost unconscious, ran up the steps, and began knocking at the door with my hands and feet. My legs especially were growing weak at the knees. The door was opened somehow quickly, as if they knew I was coming. Indeed, Simonov had forewarned them that there might be one more, and they had to be forewarned there and generally to take precautions. This was one of those fashion shops of the time, which had long since been done away with by the police. During the day, it was actually a shop, and in the evening, those who had references could come and visit. I walked with quick steps through the dark store and into the familiar drawing room, where only one candle was burning, and stopped in perplexity. No one was there. Where are they? I asked someone. But of course they had already had time to disperse. In front of me stood a person with a stupid smile, the hostess herself, who knew me slightly. A moment later, the door opened and another person came in. Paying no attention to anything, I was pacing the room and, I think, talking to myself. It was as if I had been saved from death, and I joyfully sensed it with my whole being. For I would have slapped him. I would certainly have slapped him. But now they're not here, and everything's vanished. Everything's changed. I kept looking over my shoulder. I still could not grasp it. Mechanically, I glanced at the girl who had come in. Before me flashed a fresh, young, somewhat pale face, with straight dark eyebrows and serious, as if somewhat astonished eyes. I liked it at once. I would have hated her if she'd been smiling. I began to study her more attentively, and as if with effort, my thoughts were not all collected yet. There was something simple-hearted and kind in that face, yet somehow serious to the point of strangeness. I was certain that it was a disadvantage to her there, and that none of those fools had noticed her. However, she could not have been called a beauty. Though she was tall, strong, well-built, she was dressed extremely simply. Something nasty stung me. I went straight up to her. By chance, I looked in a mirror. My agitated face seemed to me repulsive in the extreme, pale, wicked, mean, with disheveled hair. Let it be. I'm glad of it, I thought. I'm precisely glad that I'll seem repulsive to her. I like it. Oh, God. Uh-oh. 30-minute ad because of that. 30-minute ad. Okay, I'm just gonna talk about, like, what the fuck just happened. So basically, they leave. I think they're trying to go to like a second club or like a strip club, I guess, but he goes there and they're not there. And like on the way there, he's like basically like tweaking like on the right, I guess. Dude, don't threaten the DOS. Oh my god. Okay, section 6. Somewhere behind a partition, as if under some strong pressure, as if someone were strangling it, a clock wheezed. After an unnaturally prolonged wheeze, there followed a thin, vile, and somehow unexpected rapid chiming, as if someone had suddenly jumped forward. It struck 2. I came to my senses, though I had not been asleep, but only lying there half oblivious. The room, narrow, small, and low, encumbered by a huge wardrobe and littered with cartons, rags, and all sorts of cast-off clothing, was almost totally dark. The candle, but burning on the table at the other end of the room, was about to go out, barely flickering every now and then. In a few moments, it would be quite dark. Oh god, is he about to get it on? Oh shit. It did not take me long to recover myself. Everything came back to me at once, without effort, instantly, as if it had been lying in wait to pounce on me again. And even in my oblivion, there had still constantly remained some point, as it were, in my memory, that simply refused to be forgotten, about which my drowsy reveries turned heavily. Yet it was strange. Everything that had happened to me that day seemed to me now, on awakening, to have happened long, long ago, as if it had long, long ago outlived it all. There were fumes in my head. Something was as if hovering above me, brushing against me, agitating and troubling me. Anguish and bile were again boiling up in me and seeking a way out. Suddenly I saw 2 open eyes beside me, peering at me curiously and obstinately. Their expression was cold and indifferent, sullen, as if utter alien. It gave me a heavy feeling. A sullen thought was born in my brain and passed through my whole body like some vile sensation, similar to what one feels on entering an underground cellar. Damp and musty. It was somehow unnatural that these 2 eyes had only decided precisely now to begin peering at me. It also occurred to me that in the course of 2 hours I had not exchanged a single word with this being, and had not considered it at all necessary. I had even liked it for some reason. But now, all of a sudden, there appeared before me, repulsive as a spider, the absurd notion of debauchery, which, without love, crudely and shamelessly begins straight off with that which is the crown of true love. We looked at each other like that for a long time, but she did not lower her eyes before mine, nor did she change their expression. And in the end, for some reason, this made me feel eerie. "What's your name?" I asked curtly, so as to put a quick end to it. "Lisa," she replied, almost in a whisper, but somehow quite unpleasantly, and looked away. I paused. "The weather today? The snow? Nasty," I said, almost to myself, warily putting my hand behind my head and looking at the ceiling. She did not reply. The whole thing was hideous. Do you come from around here?" I asked after a minute. Almost expectorated, turning my head slightly toward her. "No." "Where, then?" "From Riga," she said reluctantly. "German?" "Russian." "Been here long?" "Where?" "In this house." 2 weeks, she spoke more and more curtly. The candle went out altogether. I could no longer make out her face. "Do you have a father and mother?" "Yes." "No." "I do." "Where are they?" "There, in Riga." "What are they?" Just what? What are they socially?" "Tradespeople." "You were living with them?" "Yes." "How old are you?" 20. "Why did you leave them?" "Just." This just meant, leave me alone. This is sickening. We fell silent. God knows why I wouldn't leave. I myself felt more and more sickened and anguished. Images of the whole past day began to pass confusedly through my memory, somehow of themselves without my will. I suddenly recall a scene I had witnessed the morning in the street as I was trotting along, preoccupied, to work. They were carrying a coffin out today and almost dropped it, I suddenly said aloud, not at all wishing to start a conversation, but just so, almost accidentally. A coffin? Yes, in the Haymarket. They are carrying it out of a basement. Out of a basement. Not a basement, but the basement floor, you know, down under from a bad house. There was such filth all around, eggshells, trash, stink. It was vile. Silence. A bad day for a burial, I began again, not just to be silent. Why bad? Snow, slush, I yawned. Makes no difference, she said suddenly, after some silence. No, it's nasty, I yawned again. The gravediggers must have been swearing because the snow was making it wet. And there must have been water in the grave. Why water in the grave? She asked with a certain curiosity, but speaking even more rudely and curtly than before. Something suddenly began egging me on. There'd be water in the bottom for sure, almost half a foot. Here in the Volkovo, you can never dig a dry grave. Dry grave. Why not? Why not? Such a watery place. It's swamp all around here. They just get put down in the water. I've seen it myself many times. I had never once seen it, and have never been in the Volkovo cemetery, but had once heard people talk. It makes no sense to you how you die. But why should I die? She answered, as if defending herself. You'll die someday, in just the same way as that one today. She was also a girl. She died of consumption. A Gale would have died in the hospital. She already knows about that, I thought, and she said Gil, not girl. She owed money to the madam, I objected, egging on more and more by the argument, and it worked for her almost to the end, even though she had consumption. The cabbies around there were talking with the soldiers and told them about it. Probably her old acquaintances. They were laughing. They wanted to go and commemorate her in a pothouse. Here, too, I was laying it on thick. Silence, deep silence. She did not even stir. So it's better to die in a hospital, is it? What's the difference? Anyway, who says I'm going to die? She added irritably. If not now, then later? Well, and then later? That's easy to say. You're young now, good-looking, fresh, so you're worth the price. But after a year of this life, you won't be the same. You'll fade. In a year? At any rate, in a year, you'll be worth less, I went on gloatingly. So you'll go from here to somewhere lower, another house, a year later to a third house, always lower and lower, and in about 7 years, you'll reach the Haymarket and the basement. That's still not so bad. Worse luck will be if on top of that some sickness comes along, say some weakness of the chest, or you catch a cold or something. Sickness doesn't go away easily in such a life. Once it gets into you, it may not get out, and so you'll die. Well, so I'll die, she answered, very spitefully now, and stirred quickly. Still, it's a pity. For who? A pity about life. Silence. Did you have a fiancé, eh? What's it to you? But I'm not questioning you. It's nothing to me. Why get angry? Of course you may have your own troubles. What's that to me? It's just a pity. For who? For you. Don't bother, she whispered, barely audibly, and stirred again. This immediately fueled my anger even more. What? I was trying to be so gentle, and she... But what do you think? Is it a good path you're on, eh? I don't think anything. And that's what's bad, that you don't think. Wake up while you have time. And you do have time. You're still young, good-looking, you could find love, marry, be happy. Not all the married ones are happy, she snapped in the same rude patter. Not all, of course, but even so, it's much better than here. A whole lot better. And with love, one can live even without happiness. Life is good even in sorrow. It's good to live in the world, no matter how. And what is there here except stench? Phew. I turned to her with loathing. I was no longer ceremoniously coldly. Sermonizing coldly. I myself began to feel what I was saying and became excited. I already thirsted to expound my cherished little ideas lived out in my corner. Something in me suddenly lit up. Some goal appeared. Never mind my being here. I'm no example for you. Maybe I'm even worse than you. Anyway, I was drunk when I stopped here, I said hastily to justify myself. Besides, a man is no sort of example for a woman. It's a different thing. I am made dirty and befoul myself, but all the same, I'm nobody's slave. I'm here, then I'm gone, and that's all. I've shaken it off, and it's no longer me. But let's admit that you're a slave from the first beginning. Yes, a slave. You give up everything, all your will. Later you may want to break these chains, but no, they'll ensnare you more and more strongly. That's how this cursed chain is. I know it. I won't even speak about other things you perhaps wouldn't understand. Me? But just tell me. No doubt you're already in debt to the madam. So you are, I added, though she did not answer me, but only listened silently with her whole being. There's a chain for you. Now you'll never get paid off. That's how they do it. The same as selling your soul to the devil. Besides, how do you know maybe I'm just as unfortunate as you are, and so I get into the muck of our purpose for misery? People do drink from grief. Well, some here from grief. Now tell me, where's the good in it? Here, you and I came together tonight, and we didn't say a word to each other all the while, and only afterwards you started peering at me like a wild thing, and I at you. Is that any way to love? Is that any way for two human beings to come together? It's simply an outrage, that's what. Yes, she agreed sharply and hastily. I was even surprised by the hastiness of this yes. So perhaps the same thought was wandering through her mind as she perceived at me just now. So she, too, is already capable of certain thoughts. Devil take it. That's curious. It's akin. I reflected, almost rubbing my hands. No, how can I fail to get the better of such a young soul? It was a game that fascinated me most of all. She turned her head closer to me, and it seemed to me in the darkness, propped it with her hand. Perhaps she was peering at me. How sorry I was that I couldn't make out her eyes. I heard her deep breathing. Why did you come here? I began, now with just a sense of power. And how good it would be to be living in your father's house. Warm, free, your own nest. And what if it's worse than that? A thought flashed in me. I must find the right tone. Sentimentality may not get me far. However, it merely flashed. I swear she really did interest me. Besides, I was somehow unnerved and susceptible, and slightness goes so easy with feeling. Who can say? I hastened to reply. All sorts of things happen. Now I'm sure someone wronged you, and it's rather they who are guilty before you than you before them. I know nothing of your story, but a girl of your story certainly wouldn't come here of her own liking. What sort of girl am I? She whispered, barely audibly, but I heard it. Devil take it, I thought. I'm flattering her. That's vile, or maybe it's good. She was silent. You see, Lisa, I speak about myself. If I'd had a family in my childhood, I wouldn't be the same as I am now. I often think about it. No matter how bad things are in a family, still it's your father and mother, not enemies, not strangers. At least once a year they'll show love for you. Still you know you belong there. I grew up without a family. That must be why I turned out this way, unfeeling. I bided my time again. Maybe she just doesn't understand, I thought. And anyways, it's ridiculous, this moralizing. If I were a father and had a daughter, I think I'd love my daughter more than my sons, really. I began obliquely, as if talking about something else to divert her. I confess I was blushing. Why is that? She asked. Ah, so she's listening. I just would, I don't know, Lisa. You see, I knew a father who was a stern, severe man. But he was forever on his knees before his daughter, kept kissing her hands and feet, couldn't have enough of admiring her, really. She'd be dancing at a party, and he'd stand for 5 hours in the same spot, unable to take his eyes off her. He was mad about her, I can understand that. She'd get tired at night and go to sleep, and he would wake up and start kissing her and making the sign of the cross over her while she slept. He himself went around in a greasy jacket, was niggardly with everyone, but for her he had spent his last kopeck. He kept giving her rich presents, and what a joy it was for him if she liked the present. A father always loves his daughters more than the mother. It's a delight for some girls to live at home, and I don't think I'd even give my daughters in marriage. Why not? She said with a slight chuckle. I'd be jealous, by God. How could she kiss another man, or love a stranger more than her father? It's even painful to imagine it. Of course, that's all nonsense, of course. Everyone will finally see a reason. But I think before giving her away, I'd wear myself out just with worry. I'd reject one suitor after another, but in the end, I'd marry her to the one she herself loved. To a father, the man his daughter falls in love with herself always seems the worst. That's how it is. Much harm is done in families because of it. Okay, I gotta take a 1 minute ad break because pre-rolls are off. This is a long chapter. I am like almost done, chat. I think there's only like 2 more sections after this one. Oh my god, this book is so good. This book is so good. I love this book. I love this book. How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for 6 hours. I've been reading for like half of it, man. I'm fucking locked in. I guess like the first half of the book is like really like him just completely schizo, and I guess like the second half is like what actually caused him to go into the underground, if I had to kind of assume what's gonna happen, because there's only like 30 pages left and I've sped through like, I don't know, like 50 already, so I'm definitely gonna finish this because I want to know what's gonna happen. Yeah, yep, I'm overworking. Okay, I think we're back. I think the ad snowballs are back. I apologize for the ads. I'm just trying to make it so there's no pre-rolls. Okay. Some are glad to sell their daughter and not give her away honorably, she suddenly said. Ah, that's what it is. That happens, Lisa. In those cursed families where there is neither God nor love, I picked up heatedly. And where there is no love, there is no reason. Such families do exist, it's true, but I'm not talking about them. Evidently, you saw no goodness in your family, since you talk that way. Same. You're one of the truly unfortunate ones. It all comes mainly from poverty. True. And is it any better with the masters? Honest people have good lives even in poverty. I mean, yes, perhaps. Then there's this, Lisa. Man only likes counting his grief. He doesn't count his happiness. But if he were to count properly, he'd see that there's enough of both lots for him. Well, and what if everyone goes right in the family? God blesses it. Your husband turns out to be a good man who loves you, pampers you, never leaves your side. It's good in this family. Oftentimes, even half mixed with grief, it's still good. And where is there no grief? Perhaps once you get married, you'll find out for yourself. But take just the beginning, after you've married someone you love. There's such happiness at times, so much happiness. I mean, day in and day out, in the beginning, even quarrels with the husband end well. Some women, the more they love, the more they pick quarrels with their husbands. It's true. I knew such a woman. You see, she all but said, I love you very much, and torment you out of love, and you ought to feel it. Do you know that one can deliberately torment a person out of love? Woman, mainly, and she thinks to herself, but afterwards I'll love him so much for it. I'll caress him so that it's no sin to torment him a bit now. And at home, everyone rejoices over you, and it's good and cheery and peaceful and honest. Then, too, there's the jealous sort. He goes out somewhere. I knew one like this. She can't help herself. She jumps out at night and runs on the sly to see. Is he there? Is he in that house? Is he with that woman? Now, that is bad. And she knows herself that it's bad, and her heart is sinking, and she blames herself, and yet she loves him. It's all from love. And how good to make peace after a quarrel, to own up to him, or to forgive. And how good they both suddenly feel, as if they were meeting anew, getting married anew, beginning to love anew. And no one ought to know what goes on between a husband and a wife if they love each other. And whatever quarrel they may have, they shouldn't call even their own mother to be their judge or hear them tell about each other. They are their own judges. Love is God's mystery and should be hidden from all other eyes, whatever happens. It's holier that way and better. They respect each other more, and so much is founded on respect. And if there was love once, if they were married out of love, why should love pass? Can't it be sustained? It rarely happens that it can't be. Well, and if the husband proves to be kind and an honest man, how can love pass? The first married love will pass, true, but then an even better love will come. Then their souls will grow close. They'll decide all their doings together. They'll have no secrets from each other. And when children arrive, then all of it, even the hardest times, will look like happiness. One need only love and have courage. Now, even work brings joy. Now, even if you must occasionally deny yourself bread for the children's sake, still there is joy. For they will love you for it later. So you're laying aside for yourself. The children are growing. You feel you're an example in them, a support for them. That even when you die, they'll bear your thoughts and feelings upon themselves as they receive them from you. They'll take on your image and likeness. So it is a great duty. How can a father and mother fail to grow closer? People say it's hard having children. Who says so? It's a heavenly happiness. Do you love little children, Lisa? I love them terribly. You know, there's this little rosy little boy sucking at your breast. Now, what husband's heart would not be moved, looking at his wife sitting with his child? The baby is rosy, plump, pampered, sprawling. His little hands and feet are pudgy. His nails are so clean and small, so small it's funny to see. His eyes seem to understand everything already. He's sucking and clutching at your breast with his little hand, playing. The father comes up, he'll tear himself away from the breast, bend back, look at his father, laughing, as if it really were God knows how funny, and then again start sucking. Or else he'll up and bite his mother's breast if he's already cutting teeth, while giving her a sidelong look. See how I bite you. Isn't this the whole of happiness when they're all three together, husband, wife, and child? A lot can be forgiven for those moments. No, Lisa, one must first learn how to live, and only then accuse others. With pictures, I thought to myself, I'll get you with these pictures. Thought, by God, I had spoken with feeling, and suddenly blushed. What if she suddenly bursts out laughing? And what will I do with myself then? The idea infuriated me. I had indeed become excited toward the end of my speech, and now my vanity somehow suffered. The silence continued. I even wanted to nudge her. It's like you, she began and suddenly stopped. But I already understood everything. Something different was trembling in her voice now. Not sharp, not rude, not unyielding as before, but something soft and bashful, so bashful that I myself felt abashed, felt guilty before her. What? I asked with tender curiosity. But you? What? It's as if it's from a book, she said, and again something like mockery suddenly sounded in her voice. I was painfully twigged by this remark. It was not what I was expecting. I did not even understand that she was purposely assuming a mask of mockery, that this is the usual last device of a bashful and chaste heart person, whose soul is being rudely and importunately pried into, and who will not surrender till the last minute out of pride, and is afraid of showing any feeling before you. I should have guessed it from the very timidity with which she ventured, haltingly, upon her mockery, before she finally brought herself to express it. But I did not express it, and a wicked feeling took hold of me. You just wait. Uh-oh. Okay, we're at the next section. I'm gonna take a sip of water. Oh my god, dude, what the fuck's happening? So he's basically stun-locked. He's stun-locked talking to this girl that I'm assuming is a prostitute. This poor girl, dude, this would fucking blow. Like, this sucks. Oh my god. Oh man. Dude, this guy is such a weirdo. But I mean, honestly, like, everything that he's saying, though, like, he's being, like, very positive, and it's, like, kind of, like, such a stark parallel to how he is in the first chapter, right? This poor girl, dude. I mean, it seems like she's kind of, like, curious, so, like, she's listening. Anyways. Okay, section 7. Come now, Lisa. What have books got to do with it, if I myself feel vile for your sake? And not only for your sake, it's all just rose up in my soul. Can it be that you don't find it vile here? No, habit evidently counts for a lot. Devil knows what habit can make of a person. But can it be that you seriously think you'll never get old, that you'll never be forever good looking, and they'll keep you here forever and ever? It's foul enough even here, needless to say. However, this is what I can tell you about that. I mean, about your present life. Granted, you're young, attractive, nice, with a soul, with feelings. Well, but do you know that when I came into my senses just now, I immediately felt vile for being here with you. One has to be drunk to end up here, but if you were in a different place, living as good people live, I might not just dangle after you, but simply fall in love with you, and be glad if you merely glanced at me, let alone spoke. I'd watch for you by the gate. I'd stay forever on my knees before you. I'd look upon you as my fiancé and regard it as an honor. Oh my god, he's a simp. He's like a snot that gives Discord Nitro and then expects something. Anyway. I wouldn't dare ever think anything impure about you. While here I know I just have to whistle and, like it or not, you'll go with me. And it's no longer I who ask your will, but you mine. The merest peasant hires himself out to work, yet his bondage isn't total. Besides, he knows there's a term to it. But where is your term? Just think. What is it you're giving up here? What are you putting in bondage? Is it your soul over which you have no power, that you put in bondage along with your body? You give your love to be profaned by a drunkard, love. But this is everything. It's a diamond, a maiden's treasure, this love. To deserve this love, a man would be ready to lay down his life, to face death. And what is the value of your love now? You're all bought outright. And why try to obtain love if everything is possible without love? There's no worse offense for a girl. Do you understand that? Now I've heard that they humor you, fools that you are. They allow you to have lovers here. That's only an indulgence, only a deception, only a mockery of you, yet you believe it. What, does he really love you, this lover? I don't believe it. How can he love you when he knows that you'll be called away from him at any moment? He's a rotter in that case. Does he have even a drop of respect for you? What do you have in common with him? He's laughing at you while he steals from you. That's what his love amounts to. It's good enough if he doesn't beat you. But maybe he does. Ask yours. If you have one, will he marry you? He'll burst out laughing in your face if he doesn't spit or give you a beating, and meanwhile his total worth is maybe 2 broken kopecks. And for the sake of what, one wonders, have you ruined your life here? For having coffee to drink and being well fed? But what do they feed you? Another woman? An honest one would choke on it, because she'd know what they're feeling for her. You're in debt here, so you'll stay in debt, and you'll be in debt till the final end, till the time when the client starts spurning you. And that will come soon, don't count on your youth. It all flies by post-haste here, so the madam will kick you out, and not simply kick you out, but first start picking on you long beforehand, reproaching you, abusing you, as if it weren't you who gave her your health, destroyed your youth and soul for her in vain, but as if it was you who ruined her, beggared her, robbed her. And don't look for any support. The other girls will also attack you to get it good with her, because everyone here is a slave and has long since lost all conscience and compassion. They're sunk in meanness. No abuse in the world is more foul, mean, or offensive than that. And you'll lay down everything here, everything without stint. Health and youth and beauty and hopes. And at 22, you'll look like you're 35, and you'll be lucky if you're not sick. Pray to God for that. You must be thinking now that it's a picnic and not work at all. But there is not and never has been any harder or harsher work in the world than this. One would think your heart alone would simply pour itself out in tears. And you won't dare say a word, not half a word, when they throw you out of here. You'll go as if you were the one to blame. You'll go to another place, then to a third, then somewhere else, and finally you'll reach the Haymarket. And there they'll give you the routine beating. It's a courtesy of the place. A client can't even be nice to a girl without beating her first. You don't believe it's so disgusting there? Go and look someday and maybe you'll see with your own eyes. I once saw a girl there, alone, by the door on New Year's Day. Her own people had kicked her out for the fun of it, to cool her off a bit, because she was howling too much, and locked the door behind her. At 9 o'clock in the morning, she was already completely drunk, disheveled, half naked, all beaten up. Her face was powdered white, and her eyes were black and blue. Blood was flowing from her nose and teeth. Some coachman had just given her a pasting. She sat down on the stone stairs, holding some kind of salted fish. She was howling and wailing something absurd about her miserable lot, beating her fish against the steps. And coachmen and drunken soldiers crowded around the steps, teasing her. You don't believe you'll be the same. I wouldn't want to believe it either, but how do you know? Maybe the same girl, the one with the salted fish, came here from somewhere 10 or say 8 years ago, fresh as a little cherub, innocent, pure, knowing no evil and blushing at every word. Maybe she was just like you, proud, touchy, different from the rest. She had the look of a princess and knew that complete happiness awaited the one who would love her and whom she would love. But where it ended up? See where it ended up? And what if at the same moment as she sat there, drunk and disheveled, beating her fish on the dirty steps, what if at that moment she recalled all her former pure years in her father's house, where she was still going to school, and the neighbor's son used to watch for her on the way, assured her he would love her all his life, and that he would make his fate hers, and they made a vow together to love each other forever, to be married as soon as they got bigger. No, Lisa, it will be lucky for you if you die quickly of consumption, someplace in a corner, in a basement like that girl. In a hospital, you say? If they take you there, fine, but what if your madam still needs you? Consumption is that sort of illness. It's not a fever. A person goes on hoping till the last moment, saying he's well. It's just self-indulgence. But there's profit in it for the madam. Don't worry, it's true. You've sold your soul. You owe money besides, so you don't dare make a peep. And when you're dying, they'll all abandon you. They'll all turn away from you, because what good are you then? They'll even reproach you for uselessly taking up space and not dying quickly enough. You'll have a hard time getting a drink of water. They'll give it to you with a curse. Hurry up and croak, you slut. You moaning. People can't sleep. The clients are disgusted. It's true. I've overheard such words myself. They'll shove you on the point of croaking into the stinkiest corner of the basement, dark, damp. What will you go over in a year, mind then, lying there alone? You'll die. They'll lay you out hurriedly, strangers' hands, grumbling impatiently, and no one will bless you. No one will sigh over you. All they'll think is how to get you off their backs quickly. They'll buy a pine box, take you out as they did the poor girl today, and go to a pothouse to commemorate you. There's slush, muck, wet snow in the grave. They won't go to any trouble over you. Lower her in, Vanyulka. Look at this miserable lot going leg up even here, the so-and-so. Shorten the ropes, you rascal. It'll do as it is. What'll do? She's lying on her side. You got a human being here, don't you? Well, that'll do. Fill it in. They won't even want to argue long because of you. They'll cover you up quickly with wet blue clay and go to the pothouse. That's the end of the memory on earth. Other people's graves are visited by children, fathers, husbands, but as yours, not a tear, not a sigh, not a prayer, and no one in the whole world will ever come to you. Your name will disappear from the face of the earth as if you never existed, as if you never been born. Mud and swamp, go ahead and knock on your coffin lid at night, where dead men rise. Let me out, good people, to live in the world. I lived, but saw nothing of life. My life was used up like an old rag. It got drunk up in a pothouse on the Haymarket. Let me out, good people, to live in the world one more time. I waxed pathetic, so much so that I myself was about to have a spasm in my throat, when suddenly I stopped, raised myself in alarm, and inclined my head fearfully, with pounding heart, began to listen. I indeed had a reason to be trembling. For a long time already, I sensed that I had turned her whole soul over and broke her heart, and the more convinced of it I was, the more I wished to reach my goal quickly and as forcefully as possible. It was the game that fascinated me, not just the game, however. Okay, I have to take a break here because the ad's coming. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. 1 minute, 1 minute 30 because Opie said that. 1 minute 30 because he said that. 1 minute 30. God damn it, dude. Well, I mean, yeah, I think it's also because I didn't really talk a lot this morning, I guess. And in raid. Holy shit, dude. No one in chat is allowed to call me throat goat. Are you serious? This guy's fucking insane. I think I can do it because like I'm drinking tea and like water now. Because before I used to just talk and not stop and take breaks. So I think me taking the breaks actually helps. Yeah, this is all Pie's fault. I mean, dude, he's like literally everything I just said since the last ad break. That was like a massive paragraph. It was like 3 massive paragraphs. Like no, yeah, it was like one. Actually, no, everything I just read was 1 paragraph. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, he's basically just trying to like mind fuck this girl that's like doesn't understand the world, and he's like trying to be like woke with her, right? But I think also what's going on is that like I think he enjoys trying to like use his intelligence over people, I guess. I don't know. IDK. I don't know if I just stop running the ads, if the pre-rolls will still come up. I don't know. It's cooked regardless. Okay. Okay, where was I? I knew I'd speak stiffly, affected, even bookishly. In short, I could not speak any other way than as if from a book. But that didn't trouble me. I knew I sensed that I'd be understood, and that this very bookishness might even help things along. But now, having achieved my effects, I suddenly turned around, cowered. No, never, never before have I witnessed such despair. She was lying prone, her face buried deep in the pillow, which she embraced with both arms. Her breast was bursting. Her whole young body was shuddering as if in convulsions. Suppressed sobs were straining, tearing her breasts, and would suddenly burst out in wails and cries. Then she clinged to her pillow even more. She did not want anyone there, not a living soul, to learn of her torment and tears. She bit the pillow. She bit into her hand till it bled, I saw it later, or clutching her loosened braids, she would go stiff with effort, holding her breath and clenching her teeth. I started to say something to her, to beg her to calm down, but it felt I didn't dare, and suddenly, all in a sort of fever myself, almost horrified, I rushed gropedly, in haphazard haste, to get myself ready to go. Are you serious? He's leaving now? It was dark. No matter how I tried, I couldn't finish quickly. Suddenly, I touched a box of matches and a candlestick with a whole unused candle. As soon as light shone in the room, Lisa suddenly rose, sat up, and looked at me almost senselessly with a somehow distorted face and a half-crazed smile. I sat down next to her and took her hands. She recovered herself, made a quick move as if to embrace me, but did not dare, and quietly bowed her head before me. Lisa, my friend, I shouldn't have. Forgive me. I tried to begin, but she quickly squeezed my hand in her fingers with such force that I realized I was saying the wrong thing and stopped. Here's my address, Lisa. Come to me. I will, she whispered resolutely, still without raising her head. And now I'll go. Goodbye, till then. I get up and got up as well. I got up, she got up as well. And suddenly, blushing all over, gave a start, grabbed a shawl that was lying on a chair, and wrapped her shoulders in a way all the way up to the chin. I got up, she got up as well, and suddenly blushed all over, gave a start, grabbed a shawl that was lying on the chair, and wrapped her shoulders in it all the way to the chin. Having done so, she again smiled somehow painfully, blushed, and glanced at me strangely. I felt pained. I was in a hurry to leave, to efface myself. Wait, she said suddenly, already in the entryway, and right at the door, stopping me with a hand on my overcoat, and in a flurry, she set down the candle and ran off. She must have remembered something or wanted to bring something to show me. As she ran off, she blushed all over. Her eyes shone, a smile appeared on her lips. What could it mean? Like it or not, I had to wait. She came back in a minute, her eyes as if apologizing for something. Generally, this was no longer the same face, the same look as before, sullen, mistrustful, and obstinate. Now her eyes were soft, pleading, and at the same time trustful, tender, timid. Children look that way at someone they love very much when they're asking for something. She had light brown eyes. Beautiful eyes, alive, capable of reflecting both love and sullen hatred. Without explaining anything, as if, like some higher being, I must know everything without explanations, she handed me a piece of paper. Her whole face simply lit up as at the moment with the most naive, childlike triumph. I unfolded it. It's a letter to her from some medical student or the like. A very grandiloquent, flowery, but extremely respectful declaration of love. I don't remember the expression now, but I remember very well that the thought of high-flown style once caught one caught glimpses of true feeling, which cannot be fainted. When I finished reading, I met her ardent, curious, and childlike impatient gaze on me. Her eyes were riveted to my face, and she waited impatiently. What would I say? So she gave him flowery, extremely respectful declaration of love. Oh, so it's like a love letter. Her eyes were riveted to my face as she waited impatiently. What would I say? In a few words, haphazardly, but somehow joyfully and as if proudly, she explained to me that she had been at a dancing party somewhere in a family home, the home of some very, very nice people, family people, and where they still know nothing, nothing at all. Because she's still quite new here and hasn't at all decided to stay yet, and will certainly leave as soon as she's paid her debt. Well, and that there was the student dancing and talking with her all evening, and it turns out he had known her still in Riga. Still as a child, they had played together only very long ago, and he knew her parents, but he knew nothing about this and doesn't even suspect. And so the next day after the dance, 3 days ago, he sent her this letter through a girlfriend with whom she'd gone to the party, and, well, that's all. She lowered her flashing eyes somehow shyly as she finished telling me. Poor little thing, she was keeping the student letter as a treasure, and had run to fetch her only treasure, not wishing me to leave without knowing that she, too, was loved honestly and sincerely, that she, too, was spoken to respectfully. Most likely the letter was doomed simply to lie in a box without consequences, but why matter? I'm sure she would keep it all her life as a treasure, as her pride and vindication. And now at such a moment she remembered the letter and brought it out to take a naive pride before me, to restore herself in my eyes, so that I too should see and I too should praise. I said nothing, pressed her hand, and walked out. I wanted so much to leave. I went the whole way on foot, in spite of the wet snow still falling in thick flakes. I was worn out, crushed, perplexed. But the truth was already shining through my perplexity. The nasty truth. Oh my god. Okay, nice. I'm liking this. We're like almost at the end, chat. Section 8. It took me a while, however, to consent to recognize this truth. Having awakened in the morning after several hours of deep, leaden sleep, and having come at once to a realization of the whole day yesterday, I was even more amazed at my yesterday's sentimentality with Lisa, at all of yesterday's horror and pities. Now there's a real fit of womanish nerve. Pah, I decided. And why on earth did I shove my address at her? What if she comes? However, why not? Let her come. It's no matter. But obviously this was not the main and most important thing now. I had to make haste, and whatever the cost, quickly save my reputation in the eyes of Zherkov and Simonov. That was the main thing, and I even quite forgot about Lisa that morning, what with all the bustle. First of all, I had immediately to return yesterday's debt to Simonov. I resolved on a desperate measure, borrowing a whole 15 rubles from Anton Ivanitch. As luck would have it, he was in the most excellent spirits today, and handed me the money at once, at my first request. I was so glad that, as I signed the receipt with a sort of bravado, I casually told him yesterday that I had done a bit of carousing with some friends at the Hotel de Paris, a farewell party for schoolmates, even, one might say, childhood friend, a big carouser, a spoiled feller. Well, naturally, from a good family, a considerable fortune, a brilliant career, witty, charming intrigues with all those ladies. You understand. We drank a half dozen too many and nothing to it. It was all spoken very lightly, easily, and smugly. Having come home, I wrote at once to Simonov. To this day, I'm filled with admiration as I recall the truly gentlemanly, good-natured, frank tone of my letter. Adroitly, nobly, and above all, with not a word too many. I blamed myself for everything. I excused myself, if I may still be permitted to excuse myself, with being quite unaccustomed to wine, and thus became drunk at the first glass, which I, supposedly, drank before them, while waiting for them for 5 to 6 in the Hotel de Paris. I merely begged pardon of Simonov, as I asked him to convey my explanations to all the others, especially Zherkov, whom I recall as in a dream. I seem to have insulted. I added that I would have gone to them all myself, but I had a headache, and above all, was ashamed. I remained especially pleased with a certain lightness, even all but casual, though perfectly decent. that suddenly reflected itself in my pen and at once gave them to understand, better than any possible arguments, that I look upon all that nastiness yesterday quite independently. In no way, by no means, was I killed on the spot, as you good sirs probably think, but on the contrary, I looked upon it as befit a calmly self-respecting gentleman. I looked upon it as it befits a calmly respecting gentleman. The errors of youth are soon forgotten, as they say. And even that certain Marquisan playfulness I admired, rereading the notes, and all because I am a developed and educated man. Others in my place wouldn't know how to extricate themselves, and here I've wriggled out of it and can go on carousing, and all because I'm an educated and developed man of all of our times. Besides, maybe it really did all come from the wine yesterday. Well, no, not from the wine, and I didn't drink any vodka besides 5 and 6 while I was waiting for them. I lied to Simonov, lied shamelessly, and even now I'm not ashamed. Spit on it, however. I'm out of it. That's the main thing. I put 6 rubles in the letter, sealed it, and prevailed upon Apollon to take it to Simonov. On learning that there was money inside, Apollon became more respectful and agreed to go. Toward evening, I went out for a stroll. My head was still aching and dizzy from yesterday. But the more evening advanced and the twilight thickened, the more my impressions and, after them, my thoughts as well kept changing and tangling. Something within me, deep in my heart and conscience, would not die, refused to die, and betrayed itself in a burning anguish. I loitered about mainly on the most crowded business streets, Meshkanskaya, Sadovaya, around the Yusupov garden. I had always liked especially to stroll along those streets at twilight, precisely when the crowd thickens with all sorts of passers-by, merchants and tradesmen, their faces spiteful, preoccupied, going home from their daily work. I precisely liked this two-penny bustle, this insolent proseness, but now all this street jostling only irritated me the more. I simply could not get hold of myself, could not find the loose ends. Something in my soul was rising ceaselessly, painfully, and refused to be still. I returned home thoroughly upset, like as if some crime lay on my soul. I was constantly tormented by the thought that Lisa would come. What I found strange was that of all those memories from yesterday, the memories of her tormenting me, somehow quite separately. By evening, I had already quite successfully forgotten all the rest, brushed it aside, and I was still perfectly pleased with my letter to Simonov. But with this, I was somehow not as pleased. It was like as if I were tormented over Lisa alone. What if she comes, I thought ceaselessly. Well, no matter, let her come. The only bad thing is that she'll see, for example, how I live. Yesterday I showed myself to her as such a hero. And now, it's bad, however, that I've gone so much to seed. Abject poverty in the apartment, and I dare... oh my god. And I dared to go to dinner yesterday in such clothes. And this oilcloth sofa of mine, with the stuffing hanging out of it, and this dressing gown that doesn't even cover me. Such tatters. And she'll see all of this. And she'll see Apollon. The brute is sure to insult her. He'll pick on her in order to be rude to me. And I, of course, as is my custom, will turn coward, start mincing before her, covering myself with the skirts of my dressing gown, start smiling, start lying. Oh, vileness. And that's not even the chief vileness. There's something chiefer in it. Viler. Meaner. Yes, meaner. And again to put on that dishonorable lying mask. Having arrived at this thought, I simply flared up. Why dishonorable? What's dishonorable? I spoke sincerely yesterday. I remember there was also true feelings in me. I precisely wanted to evoke noble feelings in her. If she cried a bit, that's good. It'll have a good effect. But all the same, I could not calm down. That whole evening when I had already returned home, when it was past 9 and by my reckoning Lisa simply could not come, I still kept imagining her and I recalled her mostly in one and the same position, namely of all that had happened yesterday. I pictured one moment especially vividly. It was when I lightened up the room with a match and saw her pale, distorted face with its tormented eyes. And how pathetic, how unnatural, how twisted her smile was at that moment. But I did not know then that was even after 15 years. But I did not know then that even after 15 years, I would still be picturing Lisa precisely with that pathetic, twisted, needless smile she had at that moment. The next day, I was again prepared to regard it all as nonsense, frazzled nerves, and above all, exaggeration. I was always aware of this weak link in me, and at times was very afraid of it. I'm forever exaggerating. That's where I'm lame, I repeated to myself at all hours. But nevertheless, Lisa may still come. This was the refrain with which all my reasonings at the time concluded. I worried so much that I sometimes became furious. She'll come. She'll surely come. Okay? I'd exclaim, running up and down my room. If not today, then tomorrow, but she'll find me. That's the cursed romanticism of all these pure hearts. Oh, the vileness, oh, the stupidity, oh, the narrowness of these rotten sentimental souls. How can one not understand? How indeed can one not understand? But here I myself would stop, and even in great confusion. And it took so little talk, I thought in passing, such a little idle, an affected idle besides, a contrived, a bookish one. To succeed in turning a whole human soul the way I wanted, there's virginity for you. There's the freshness of the soil. At times the thought occurred to me of going to her myself, to tell her everything, and prevail upon her not to come to me. But here at this thought, such spite rose up in me that I think I would simply have squashed this cursed Lisa if she suddenly happened to be there, insulted her, spat upon her, driven her out, struck her. A day passed, however, then another, then a third. She did not come, and I began to calm down. I especially took heart and let myself go after 9 o'clock. I sometimes even began to dream, and that, quite sweetly, I save Lisa. For example, precisely through her coming to me and my telling her, I develop her, educate her. I finally notice that she loves me passionately. I pretend not to understand. I don't know, however, why I pretend, probably just for the beauty of it. At last, all confused, beautiful, trembling, and weeping, she throws herself at my feet and says that I am her savior and that she loves me more than anything in the world. I'm amazed, but Lisa, I say, can you really think that I haven't noticed your love? I saw everything, I guessed, but I dare not presume first upon your heart, because I had influence over you and feared lest you, out of gratitude, might deliberately make yourself return my love. Might call up by force a feeling that perhaps is not there, and I did not want that, because that is despotism. It is indelicate. Well, in short, here I let my tongue run away with me in some European, George Sandian, ineffably noble refinement. But now you are mine, and you are my creation. You are pure, beautiful. You are my beautiful wife. And now, full mistress of the place, come bold and free into my house. And then we begin living happily ever after, go abroad, etc., etc. In short, I felt vile and would end by sticking my tongue out at myself. Then they won't even let the slut come, I thought. They don't even seem to allow them out much, especially in the evening. For some reason, it seemed certain to me that she must come in the evening, and precisely at 7 o'clock. Though she said she would not completely bound, though she said she's not completely bound to them yet, she had some special privileges there, so devil take it, she'll come. She's sure to come. It's a good thing Apollyon diverted me at the time with such rudeness, drove me out of all patience. He was my thorn, a scourge visiting me upon by providence. He and I had been in constant altercation for several years on end, and I hated him. My God, how I hated him. I think I've never in my life hated anyone as I did him, especially at certain moments. He was an elderly, imposing man who occupied himself part of the time with tailoring. I don't know why, but he despised me even before all measure and looked at me with an insufferable haughtiness. But then he looked at everyone with haughtiness. One glance at that pale-haired, slicked-down head, at the quiff he fluffed up on his forehead and oiled with vegetable oil, at that serious mouth forever pursed in a V. And you immediately sense before you a being who's never doubted himself. He was in the highest degree a pedant, and the most enormous pedant of any I've ever met on earth. And this was accompanied by a vanity perhaps befitting only Alexander the Great. He was in love with his every button, his every fingernail, absolutely in love, and he looked it. He treated me quite despotically, spoke extremely little with me, and it happened to rest his eyes on me. He did so with a firm, majestical self-confidence and permanently mocking look, which sometimes drove me to fury. He fulfilled his duties with such an air as if he were bestowing the highest favor upon me. However, he did almost exactly nothing for me, and did not even consider himself obligated to do anything. There could be no doubt that he considered me the most complete fool in the whole world, and if he kept me around, it was solely because he could get his wages from me every month. He agreed to do nothing in my service for 7 rubles a month. Many sins will be forgiven me on account of him. It sometimes reached such hatred that I'd be all but thrown into convulsions by his gait alone. But I especially loathed his lisp. His tongue was a bit longer than it should have been, or something like that, which caused him to be forever lisping and sissing, and he was apparently terribly proud of it, imagining that it lent him a great deal of dignity. He spoke softly, measuredly, placed his hands behind his back and looked down. He especially infuriated me when he'd start reading the Spalser behind his partition. I endured many a battle on account of that reading, but he liked terribly much to read in the evenings in a soft, even note, chanting as over a dead body. Curiously, that's how he ended up. He now hires himself out to read the Psalter over the deceased. Along with that, he exterminates rats and makes shoe polish. But at the time, I was unable to throw him out, as though he had combined chemically with my existence. Besides, he would not have agreed to leave me for anything. It was impossible for me to live in Chambers Garniers. My apartment was my mansion, my shell, my case, in which I hid from all mankind, and Apollyon, it seemed to me, devil knows why, belonged to that apartment, and for a whole 7 years I was unable to throw him out. To withhold his wages, for example, for as little as 2 or 3 days was impossible. He'd make such a to-do that I wouldn't even know where to hide. But in those days I was embittered against everyone that I resolved, who knows why or what for, to punish Apollon, and not only give his wages for another 2 weeks. I had long been intended to do this for 2 years or so, solely to prove to him that he dared not get so puffed up over me, and that if I wished I could always not give him his wages. I decided not to tell him about it, and even to maintain a deliberate silence, in order to vanquish his pride and make him be the first to speak of his wages. Then I would take all 7 rubles from the drawer to show him that I had them and purposely set them aside, but that I simply did not want to give him his wages. Did not want to because that's how I wanted it. Because such was my will as the master. Because he was disrespectful. Because he was a bore. But that if he asked respectfully, perhaps I would relent and pay him. Otherwise, he'd have to wait another 2 weeks. Wait 3 weeks. Wait a whole month. But angry though I was, the victory still went to him. I didn't even hold out for 4 days. He began with what he always began with on such occasions, for there had already been such occasions or attempts, and I will note I knew it all beforehand. I knew his mean tactics by heart. That is, usually began by fixing me an extremely stern look, not taking it off me for several minutes at a time, following me with his eyes, especially when I came in or was leaving the house. If, for example, I held out and pretended not to notice these looks, he would proceed silently as ever to further tortures. Suddenly, for no reason at all, he would come softly and smoothly into my room while I was pacing about or reading, stop by the door, put one arm behind his back, thrust one leg aside, and fix me with his eyes, no longer so much stern as altogether contemptuous. If I suddenly asked him what he wanted, he would make no reply and go on staring at me point blank for several seconds more, then press his lips together in some special way. With a significant air, he would turn slowly on his heel and slowly go to his room. About 2 hours later, he would suddenly emerge again and again appear before me in the same way. Sometimes, in my fury, I would no longer ask what he wanted, but simply raise my head abruptly and peremptorily, and also begin staring point blank at him. And so we'd stare at each other like that for about 2 minutes. Finally, he would turn, slowly and pompously, and go away for another 2 hours. If I refused to be brought to reason by all this and continue my rebellion, he would suddenly begin to sigh as he looked at me, sigh long and deeply, as if measuring with each sigh the full depth of my moral fall, and of course it would end at last with him overcoming me completely. I'd get furious, I'd shout, but with that which had been the whole point, I'd be forced to comply. This time, however, as soon as the usual stern look maneuvers began, I immediately lost my temper and fell on him in fury. I was all too irritated to begin with. Stop, I yell in a frenzy, as he was turning away, slowly and silently, one arm behind his back to go to his room. Stop, come back, I tell you, and I must have bellowed so unnaturally that he turned to begin to study me, even with a certain surprise. However, he did not say a word, and it was that infuriated me. How dare you come in here without permission and stare at me like that? Answer. But he, having looked at me calmly for about half a minute, again began to turn around. Stop, I roared, running up to him. Don't move. So now, answer. What do you come in here and stare for? If there's something you want done directly, it's my duty to see to it, he replied. Again, after some silence, lisping softly and measuredly, raising his eyebrows and calmly shifting his head from one side to the other, and all with horrifying composure. That's not it. That's not what I'm asking you, hangman, I shouted, shaking with anger. I'll tell you myself, hangman. Why you keep coming here? You see, I'm not giving you your wages. In your pride, you don't want to bow and beg, and for that you come with your stupid staring to punish me, to torture me, and you don't even realize, hangman, how stupid it is. Stupid, 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 stupid. He again began to turn slowly, silently, but I grabbed him. Listen, I was shouting at him. Here's the money. See, here it is. I took it out of the drawer. All 7 rubles, but you won't get it. You will not get it until such time as you come respectfully with a guilty head to ask for forgiveness. Do you hear? That can never be, he replied with a sort of unnatural self-assurance. It will be, I was shouting. I will give you my word of honor. It will be. And there's nothing for me to ask your forgiveness about, he went on, as if noticing my shouts, if not noticing my shouts at all. Seeing as you yourself have abused me with hangman, on which offense I can always apply against you at the precinct. Go, apply, I roared. Go now, this minute, this second, and you're still a hangman, hangman, hangman. But he just looked at me, then turned around, no longer listening to my appeals, went smoothly to his place without a backward glance. There wouldn't be any of this if it weren't for Lisa, I decided to myself. Then, after a moment's pause, pompously and solemnly, but slowly and with a pounding heart, I myself proclaimed behind the screen. Apollon, I said measuredly, though I was suffocating. Go for the police chief at once, without slightest delay. He had managed, meanwhile, to sit down at his table, put out his spectacles, and begin some sewing. But hearing my order, he suddenly snorted with laughter. Go now this minute. Go, or you can't even imagine what will happen. Truly, you're not in your right senses, he observed, without even raising his head, with the same slow lisp, and continued to thread his needle. Who's ever seen a man go to the authorities against himself? And as to scare me, you're exerting yourself in vain, because nothing will happen. Go, I shrieked, grabbing him by the shoulder. I felt I was about to strike him, but I did not hear how the outer door opened at that moment. Softly and slowly, and some figure entered, stopped, and began gazing at us in perplexity. I looked, died of shame, and rushed to my room. There, clutching my hair with both hands, I leaned my head against the wall and stood frozen in position. About 2 minutes later, I heard the slow steps of Apollon. Someone is asking for you out there, he said, looking at me with particular sternness, then stepped aside and let in Lisa. He did not want to leave and stared at us mockingly. Get out, I ordered repeatedly, quite lost. At that moment, my clock strained, hissed, and struck 7. Wow, so she did come at 7. What? Okay, chat, we have like 2 more chapters left. I'm gonna run a quick ad so I can do this without having pre-rolls. Or should I just not? I don't know. Fuck it. Yeah, let's just, okay, we'll do quick ad because I can just give myself my time to rest. Oh my god, we're about to finish the book. We're like about like 13 pages from finishing it. Oh my god. We are so Baroque right now, dude. We are so Baroque. Sorry, chat, if I just get fixated, I'm like not talking to y'all. It's just this book is like totally distracting me. Damn, so she did come. I was thinking she wasn't going to. I wonder what she wants. I mean, this is kind of like the last part of the book, so whatever happened completely sent him into fucking insanity. I mean, he's like this is like, I mean, low-key, I've kind of had to deal with this, like, where I have, like, guys having, like, these headcanons about me, like, I literally, like, I at my old job, my exes, you know what I mean? Like, they be all doing the same shit, dude, so it's kind of, like, insane. It's kind of insane, but, yeah. But, man, he just completely messed up his aura, dude. He's, like, being an asshole to his servants in front of the huz. Like, hello? Okay, we're in section 9. I think this is, like, the penultimate section. And now, full mistress of the place, come bold and free into my house. It's like some quote at the start of the section. I stood before her, crushed, disgraced, disgustingly embarrassed, and I think smiling, trying as hard as I could to wrap myself in my ragged old quilted dressing gown. Well, exactly as I had pictured to myself recently in fallen spirits. Apollon hovered around us for about 2 minutes and then left, but that made it no easier for me. Worst of all was that she too suddenly became embarrassed, much more so than I would have ever expected. From looking at me, of course. Sit down, I said mechanically, and moved the chair out for her at the table, while I myself sat on the sofa. She sat down at once and obediently stared at me all eyes, apparently expecting something from me right then. The naivete of this expectation infuriated me, but I restrained myself. Here I should have tried not to notice anything, as if it were all quite ordinary, but she... And I sensed vaguely that she was going to pay dearly for it all. You find me in an odd situation, Lisa, I began, stammering, and knowing that this was precisely not how I should have begun. No, don't think anything of the sort, I cried, seeing her suddenly blush. I'm not ashamed of my poverty. On the contrary, I look upon my poverty with pride. I'm poor, but noble. One could be poor and noble, I went on mumbling. However, would you like some tea? No, she tried to begin. Wait. I jumped up and ran to Apollyon. I really had to vanish somewhere. Apollon, I whispered in a feverish patter, flinging down before him the 7 rubles, which had remained in my fist all the while. Here's your wages. See, I'm giving it to you. But for that you must save me. Go at once and bring some tea and 10 rusks from the tavern. If you refuse to go, you'll ruin a man's happiness. You don't know what this woman is. This is everything. You're perhaps having certain thoughts, but you don't know what this woman is. This guy's such a creep, dude. What the I don't know. Apollon, who had already sat down to work, had already put his spectacles back on at first without abandoning his ladle, silently cast a sidelong glance at the money, then, paying no attention to me and not answering me at all, he went on fussing with his thread, which he was still trying to put through the needle. I waited for about 3 minutes, standing there before him, my arms folded a la Napoleon. My temples were damp with sweat. I was pale, I could sense it, but thank God he must have felt sorry looking at me. Having finished with his needle, he slowly rose from his seat, slowly moved to the chair aside, slowly took off his spectacles, slowly counted the money, and at last, having asked me over his shoulder, should he get a full portion, slowly walked out of the room. As I returned to Lisa, it occurred to me on the way, why don't I flee just as I am, in my wretched old dressing gown, wherever my feet take me and come what may. I sat down again. She looked at me anxiously. For several minutes, we said nothing. I'll kill him, I suddenly said, banging my fist so hard on the table that the ink splattered out the ink stain. What the hell? Ah, what is it? She cried with a start. I'll kill him, I was shrieking, pounding on the table in a perfect frenzy, and at the same time with the perfect understanding of how stupid it was to be in such a frenzy. You don't know, Lisa, what this hangman is for me. He's my hangman. He's just gone to get some rusks. And I suddenly broke down in tears. It was a fit. Oh, how ashamed I was between sobs, but I could no longer hold them back. She was frightened. What is it? What's the matter? She kept crying out, bustling around me. Water, give me water over there, I murmured in a weak voice, conscious, however, within myself that I was quite well able to do without water, and not to murmur in a weak voice. But I was putting on a show, as they say, so to preserve decently, though the fit was a real one. She gave me water, looked at me as if lost. In that moment, Apollon brought in the tea. It suddenly seemed to me that this ordinary and prosaic tea was terribly indecent, and measly after all that has happened, and I blushed. Lisa looked at Apollon ever fearfully. He went out without glancing at us. Lisa, do you despise me? I said, looking at her pointed blank, trembling with impatience to find out what she thought. She became embarrassed and was unable to reply. Drink your tea, I said spitefully. I was angry with myself, but naturally she was going to bear the brunt of it. A terrible spite against her suddenly boiled up in my heart. I think I could have simply killed her. Oh my fucking God, dude. Oh my God. To be revenged on her. I swore mentally not to speak even one word to her from then on. It'll show who caused it all, I thought. Our silence had already lasted some 5 minutes. The tea sat on the table. We didn't touch it. It went so far that I purposely refused to begin drinking, so as to make it still harder for her, and it would have been awkward for her to begin. Several times she glanced at me in a sad perplexity. I was stubbornly silent. The chief martyr, of course, was myself, because I was fully conscious of all the loathsome baseness of my spiteful stupidity, and at the same time I simply could not restrain myself. I want to get out of here for good, she tried to begin, in order to break the silence somehow, but poor thing, she precisely ought not to have started with that at such a moment, stupid as it was to begin with, or such a man, stupid as I was to begin with. Even my heart ached from pity for her ineptness and unnecessary candor. But something ugly immediately suppressed all pity in me, and even egged me on still more. Perish the whole world. Another 5 minutes passed. Perhaps I've disturbed you, she began timidly in a barely audible voice, and started to get up. But as soon as I saw this first flash of injured dignity, I simply trembled with anger and at once burst out. Why did you come for me? to do? What did you come to me for? Do tell me, please. I began, suffocating and not even considering the logical order of my words. I wanted to speak everything out at once, in one shot. I didn't even care where I began. Why did you come? Answer, answer, I kept exclaiming, all but beside myself. I'll tell you why you came, my dear. You came because of the pathetic words I said to you then. You know, so you went all soft and you wanted more pathetic words. No, then, no, I was laughing at you that time, and I'm laughing now. Why do you tremble? Yes, laughing. I've been insulted earlier at dinner by the ones who came there ahead of me. I came there to give a thrashing out to one of them, the officer. But I didn't succeed. He wasn't there. I needed to unload my offense on someone to get my own back. And you turned up, so I poured out my spite and laughed at you. I've been humiliated, so I too wanted to humiliate. They'd ground me down like a rag, so I too wanted to show my power. That's what it was, and you thought I came there on purpose to save you, right? That's what you thought. That's what you thought. I knew she might perhaps get confused and not understand the details, but I also knew she'd understand the essence perfectly well. And so it happened. She turned white as a sheet, tried to utter something, but her mouth twisted painfully. But as if cut down with an axe, she sank onto the chair. And all the rest of the time she listened to me without opening her mouth, with wide open eyes, and trembling in terrible fear. The cynicism of my words crushed her. To save you, I went on, jumping up from my chair and running back and forth in front of her. To save you from what? But maybe I'm worse than you are. Why didn't you fling into my mug when I started reading you my oration? And you, what did you come here for? To teach us morals or what? Power, power, that's what I wanted then. The game was what I wanted. I wanted to achieve your tears, your humiliation, your hysterics. That's what I wanted then. But I couldn't stand it myself because I'm trash. I got all scared and, like a fool, gave you my address. Devil knows why. And afterwards, even before I got home, I was already cursing you up and down for that address. I already hated you because I lied to you then. Because I only talk a good game. I only dream in my head. But do you know what I want in reality? That you all go to hell. That's what. I want peace. I'd sell the whole world for a kopeck this minute. Just not to be bothered. Shall the world go to hell or shall I not have my tea? I say let the world go to hell, but I should always have my tea. Do you know that or not? Well, and I do know that I'm a blackguard, a scoundrel, a self-lover, a lazybones. I spent these past 3 days trembling for fear you might come. And do you know what particularly bothered me all these 3 days? That I had presented myself to you as such a hero then, and now you'd suddenly see me in this torn old dress gown, abject, vile. I just told you I was not ashamed of my poverty. Know then that I am ashamed. I'm ashamed of it most of all, afraid of it more than anything, more than of being a thief, because I'm so vain as if I'd been flayed and the very air hurts me. But can you possibly not have realized even now that I will never forgive you for having found me in this wretched dressing gown as I was hurling myself like a vicious little cut at Apollon? This resector, this former hero, flinging himself like a mangy, shaggy mutt at his lackey, who just laughs at him, and who tears, and those tears a moment ago, which, like an ashamed woman, I couldn't hold back before you. I will never forgive you, and what I'm confessing to you now, I will also never forgive you. Yes, you. You alone must answer for all of this because you turned up here, because I'm a scoundrel, because I'm the most vile, the most ridiculous, the most petty, the most stupid, the most envious of all worms on earth. Who all in no way better than I, but who, devil knows why, are never embarrassed. While I still just go on being flicked all my life by every nit. That's my trait. Besides, what do I care if you won't understand a word of it? And tell me, what do I care about you and whether you're perished there or not? Do you understand now that I've spoken it all out to you, how I'm going to hate you for being here and listening? Because a man speaks out like this only once in his life, and then only in hysterics. What more do you want? Why, after all this, do you still stick there in front of me, tormenting me, refusing to leave? But here a strange circumstance suddenly occurred. I was so used to thinking and imagining from books and to picturing everything in the world to myself as I had devised it before in my dreams, that at first I didn't even understand this strange circumstance. What occurred was this. Lisa, whom I had insulted and crushed, understood far more than I imagined. She understood from it all what a woman, if she loves sincerely, always understands before anything else. Namely, that I myself was unhappy. The frightened and insulted feeling in her face first gave way to rueful amazement. And when I began calling myself a scoundrel and a blackguard and my tears poured down, I had spoken the entire tirade in tears, her whole face twisted in a sort of convulsion. She wanted to get up to stop me, and when I came to the end, she paid no attention to my cries. Why are you here? Why don't you leave? But only to how very hard it must have been for me to speak it all out. Besides, she was so downtrodden, poor thing. She considered herself infinitely beneath me. How could she be angry or offended? She suddenly jumped from her chair on some irrepressed impulse, and, all yearning towards me, but still timidly, not daring to move from the spot, stretched out her arms to me. Here my heart, too, turned over to me. Then she suddenly rushed to me, threw her arms around my neck, and burst into tears. I, too, could not help myself and broke into such sobbing as had never happened to me before. They won't let me. I can't be good. I barely brought out that then went to the sofa, fell face down, and sobbed for a quarter of an hour in real hysterics. She leaned towards me, embraced me, and remained as if frozen in that embrace. But still, the hitch was that the hysterics did have to end. And so, I am writing the loathsome truth. Lying prone on the sofa, my face buried hard in the wretched leather cushion, I began, little by little, remotely, involuntarily, but irresistibly, to feel that it would be awkward now to raise my head and look straight into Lisa's eyes. What was I ashamed of? I don't know. But I was ashamed. It also came into my agitated head that the roles were now definitely reversed, that she was now the heroine, and I was the same crushed and humiliated creature as she had been before, that night 4 days ago. And all this came to me during those minutes when I was still lying prone on the sofa. My God, but can it be that I envied her then? I don't know, to this day I cannot decide, and then, of course, I was even less able to understand it than now. For without power and tyranny over someone, I really cannot live. But reasoning explains nothing, and consequently, there's no point in reasoning. I mastered myself, however, and raised my head. Indeed, I had to raise it sometime, and then, I'm convinced of it even to this day, precisely because I was ashamed to look at her, another feeling suddenly kindled and flared up in my heart, the feeling of domination and possession. My eyes gleamed with passion, and I squeezed her hands hard. How I hated her and how drawn I was to her at that moment. One feeling intensified the other. This was almost like revenge. At first, a look as if of perplexity, even as if a fear came to her face, but only for a moment. She embraced me rapturously and ardently. After all of this, she still was down? I mean, honestly, I've done the same. Like, I can't talk. Oh my God, dude. Okay, we're like on the last chapter now. Last chapter, chat. Should I run one ad just really quick to give myself my voice a rest? 1 second. Oh my God, chat. What the fuck? I didn't even think it would. I didn't even think it was gonna end up this way. Like, I really didn't think so. Like, but honestly though, like, if I was in Lisa's position and like this guy is like the only person that is kind of trying to like be somewhat nice to me, and like I literally don't have anyone else, like I probably would do the same. I probably would do the same. But it's like, God, dude, like he's so crazy. Oh my God. Like this character, like he's like the kind of guy that I fear. Like this is like, yeah, this guy is like, I don't want to be around him, you know what I mean? But it's like I also kind of I totally get like his pain, like where it's like wanting to be close to people but not feeling like they're worthy of it, or like not enjoying it, or like not thinking that it's, I don't know. I get it though. Okay, this is the final section, section 10, chapter 2. A quarter of an hour later, I was running up and down my room in furious impatience, going to the screen every other minute and peeking at Elisa through a crack. She was sitting on the floor, her head leaning against the bed, and was probably crying. But she wouldn't leave, and that was what irritated me. This time she knew everything. I had given her the final insult, but no use talking about it. She guessed that my burst of passion was precisely revenge, a new humiliation for her, and that to my previous, almost pointless hatred, there had now been added a personal, envious hatred of her. I do not insist, by the way, that she understood it all clearly. But on the other hand, she fully understood that I was a loathsome man, and above all, incapable of loving her. Oh my God. I know I shall be told that all this is inconceivable, that it is inconceivable to be as wicked, as stupid as I was. Perhaps it will also be added that it was inconceivable not to love her, or at least not to appreciate her love. But why inconceivable? First, I was no longer able to love, because, I repeat, for me to love means to tyrannize and to prepotentialize morally. All my life, I've been incapable even of picturing any other love, and I've reached the point now of sometimes thinking that love consists precisely in the right, voluntary, granted by the beloved object, to be tyrannized over. In my underground dreams as well, I never pictured love to myself otherwise than as a struggle. For me, it has always started from hatred and ended with moral subjugation. And afterwards, I couldn't even picture to myself what to do with the subjugated object. And how is it inconceivable if I had managed so to corrupt myself morally, had grown so unaccustomed to living life, that I dared just before to reproach and shame her for coming to me to hear pathetic words. And I myself never guessed that she had come to me not at all to hear pathetic words, but to love me. Because for a woman, it is in love that all resurrection, all salvation from ruin of whatever sort, and all regeneration consists. Nor can it reveal itself in anything else but this. Oh my God, that's crazy. However, I did not hate her at all that much as I was running around my room and peeking behind the screen through a crack. I simply felt it unbearably burdensome that she was there. I wanted her to disappear. I longed for peace. I longed to be left alone in the underground. Living life so crushed me, unaccustomed to it as I was, that it even become difficult for me to breathe. But several more minutes passed and she still did not get up, as if she were oblivious. I was shameless enough to tap softly on the screen to remind her. She suddenly roused herself, started up from her place, and rushed to look for her scarf, her hat, her fur coat, as if to escape from me somewhere. 2 minutes later, she came slowly from behind the screen and gave me a heavy look. She grinned spitefully, though forcefully, for decency's sake, and turned away from her look. Goodbye, she said, making for the door. I suddenly ran to her, seized her hand, opened it, put, and closed it again. Then I turned at once and quickly sprang away to the opposite corner, so at least not to see. I was going to lie right now, to write that I did it accidentally in distraction, at a loss, out of foolishness, but I don't want to lie, and so I'll say directly that I opened her hand and put in it out of spite. The thought of doing it occurred to me while I was running up and down my room and while she was sitting behind the screen. But this much I can say with certainty. Although I did this cruelly on purpose, it came not from my heart, but from my stupid head. This cruelty was so affected, so much from my head, so much from the head, so purposely contrived, so bookish, that I myself could not bear to even, for a minute. First I sprang away to the corner as not to see, then in shame and despair I rushed after Lisa. I opened the door to the landing and began to listen. Lisa, Lisa, I called out to the stairway, but timidly in a low voice. There was no answer. I thought I could hear her footsteps down below. Lisa, I called more loudly. No answer. But the moment I heard from below the tight glass outer door to the street creak open heavily and slam tightly shut again. The bang echoed up the stairway. She was gone. I went back to my room, pondering. It was terribly hard for me. I stopped by the table next to the chair on which she had been sitting, and stared senselessly before me. About a minute passed. Suddenly I gave a great start. There before me on the table, I saw... blank, blank, blank. In short, I saw a crumpled blue 5-ruble bill, the very one I had pressed into her hand a moment before. It was that bill. It couldn't have been any other. There wasn't any other in the house. So she had managed to fling it from her hand onto the table just as I jumped away to the opposite corner. Well then, I could have expected her to do that, could I? No, I was so great I was so great an egoist, I had so little real respect for people, that I could scarcely imagine that she would do that. I couldn't bear it. A second later, I rushed like a madman to get dressed, threw on in a flurry whatever I could find, and raced headlong after her. She couldn't have been gone more than 200 steps before I ran out to the street. It was still, and the snow was falling heavily, almost perpendicularly, laying a pillow over the sidewalk in the deserted street. Not a single passerby, not a sound to be heard. The street lamps flickered glumly and uselessly. I ran about 200 steps to the intersection and stopped. Where did she go, and why am I running after her? Why? To fall down before her, to weep in repentance, to kiss her feet, to beg forgiveness. I wanted it, my whole breast was tearing apart, and never, never will I recall this moment with indifference. But why? Came the thought. Won't I hate her, maybe tomorrow even, precisely for kissing her feet today? Will I bring her happiness? Haven't I learned again today for the 100th time just how much I'm worth? Won't I torment her to death? I stood in the snow, peering into the murky gloom, and thought about that. And won't it be better, yes, better, I fancied later, back at home, stifling the living pain in my heart with fantasies. Won't it be better if she now carries an insult away with her forever? An insult. But this is purification. It is the most stinging and painful consciousness. By tomorrow, I'd have already dirtied her soul with myself and worn out her heart. But now the insult will never die in her, and however vile the dirt that awaits her, the insult will elevate and purify her. Through hatred. Maybe also forgiveness. Though, by the way, will all that make it any easier for her? And in fact, I'm now asking an idle question of my own. Which is better, cheap happiness or lofty suffering? Well, which is better? Such were my reveries as I sat at home that evening, barely alive from the pain in my soul. Never before had I endured so much suffering and repentance, but could there have been even the slightest doubt, as I went running out of the apartment, that I would turn back halfway? Never have I met Lisa again, or heard anything about her. I will also add that for a long time I remained pleased with the phrase about the usefulness of insult and hatred, even though I myself almost became sick then from anguish. Damn, that's fucking crazy. Oh my god. Even now, after so many years, all this comes out somehow none too well in my recollection. Many things come out none too well now in my recollections, but shouldn't I just end my notes here? I think it was a mistake to begin writing them. At least I felt ashamed all the while I've been writing this story. So it's no longer literature, but corrective punishment. Because, for example, to tell long stories of how I defaulted on my life through moral corruption in a corner, though a deficiency of milieu, through unaccustomed to what is alive, and through vainglorious spite in the underground, is not interesting, by God. A novel needs a hero, and here there are purposely collected all the features for an anti-hero. And in the first place, all this will produce a most unpleasant impression, because we've all grown unaccompanied to life. We're all lame, each of us more or less. We've even grown so unaccustomed that at times we feel a sort of loathing for real living life, and therefore cannot bear to be reminded of it. For we've reached a point where we regard real living life almost as labor, almost as service, and we all agree in ourselves that it's better from a book. And why do we sometimes fuss about? Why these caprices, these demands of ours? We ourselves don't know why. It would be the worst for us if our capricious demands were fulfilled. Go on. Try giving us more independence, for example. Unbind the hands of any one of us, broaden our range of activity, relax the supervision, but I assure you, we will immediately beg to be taken back under tutelage. I know you'll probably get angry with me for that. Shout, stamp your feet, speak just for yourself and your miseries in the underground, and don't go saying we all. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I am not justifying myself with this allness. As far as I myself am concerned, I have merely carried to an extreme in my life what you have not dared to carry even halfway. And what's more, you've taken your cowardice for good sense, and found comfort in this and thus deceiving yourself. So that I perhaps come out even more living than you. Take a closer look. We don't even know where the living lives now, or what it is, or what it's called. Leave us to ourselves without a book, and we'll immediately get confused, lost. We won't know what to join, what to hold to, what to love, what to hate, what to respect, and what to despise. It's a burden for us even to be men with our own bodies and blood. We're ashamed of it all. We consider it a disgrace, and keep trying to be some unprecedented omni-men. We're stillborn and have long ceased to be born of living fathers, and so we like this more and more. We're acquiring a taste for it. Soon we'll contrive to be born somehow from an idea. But enough. I don't want to write any more from underground. However, the notes of this paradoxalist do not end here. He could not help himself and went on, but it also seems to us that this may be a good place to stop. Oh my god, that's it. That's it. We just finished the book. Oh my god, that book was so good. That book is so good. I'm gonna run an ad really quick. Well, I'll just give myself a break because it's fucking pre-roll. Sorry, like 30 seconds. Okay, I need to go to bed. But oh my god, that book is so good. Wow, that was a crazy last chapter. Wow. That like mind fucked me. Yeah, I need to hydrate, dude. Wow, that was so worth to just bing it out. Like, wow, my mind just kind of expanded. I love this book. Like I who have never known men more, just conceptually. But this is probably my second favorite book. Like, I really resonate with it. I'm gonna read through the notes because there's a lot of footnotes that I didn't read through. Because there's just so fucking many. I could try to read it really quick. So these are like the footnotes that were throughout the book, but I didn't read them just because I didn't want to like flip back and forth because they're not at the bottom of the page, they're at the end of the book. So these are the notes from Underground. Footnotes. 1. Collegiate Assessor was the 8th of the 14 ranks in the Imperial Russian Civil Service, equivalent to the military rank of Major. The narrator has attained this rank by the time he quit the service, a year before writing his notes, 1864, not at the time of the episode he described in part 2, 1848-50. Okay, so yeah, he's like, this is like the 1840s, 1850s. That is so like, and like everything he's saying, like I completely feel too. So it's like, dude, it is so crazy how like, well, you know, this is all fiction, right? But yeah, at least Dostoevsky, like he's touching on all these parts of like philosophy or just kind of like human nature and like society and like how we exist within a society and how, you know, nihilism and kind of like your view on life and like your family relations as well, all kind of interplay into you and how you treat other people and yourself. And it's just, oh my God. 2. The language here is biblical, reminiscent of many passages in the Psalm, the book of Job, and the Gospels in which the righteous man is confronted by skeptical critics. Isaiah 19:11 refers specifically to the wise counselors of Pharaoh, waggers of heads, as mentioned in Matthew 17:39 and Mark 15:29. What the fuck? They're referencing the Bible in here? Oh, scheiße. 3. The combination of terms goes back to such 18th century treatises as philosophy. I probably won't read this because like y'all don't even know where these are, so I'll just go through it and read it myself. But oh my God, this book is so good. I need to read more Dostoevsky. Oh my God. So basically, to summarize, I read Notes from the Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. It's put into 2 sections. The first section is called The Underground. The second section is called A Process of the Wet Snow. The first section is him when he's older, reflecting on like his life, I guess, and like he's just been like basically a hermit for like 15 years, if. And then the second part is like him kind of like reminiscing on like his big events where like he basically went insane, I guess. But wow, what an interesting hero. I mean, interesting character. Like at the end, in the final chapter, he was basically like, you know, it was kind of like, you know, like fourth walling, like self-reflecting, you know what I mean? Like, you know, meta moment where like he's reflecting on the story and like the book in and of itself, right in the notes. So it's kind of cool. It's a little bit of metagaming. Yeah, he literally crashed out and became an incel. So like the main hero, he's never named. So I'll just call him the main character or MC. He lives in Russia in Petersburg. The beginning of the book, he's basically just being like, yeah, I'm fucking like, I'm in the like he's been just like, I'm sick, I'm fucked up. Just kind of saying like his take on the world and philosophy, and then I don't know, but like yeah, like I can totally see why he would be insane, but like it's also just like he's fucked up. Like I guess he doesn't have a family. He's kind of like an outcast, but I think he's just like, I think because he never had a family, and maybe it's just because of his personality, he's just like really nihilistic and he feels like he doesn't belong, and like he's judging people and like they're judging him. And, like he's mad that people judge him, but then like he's judging people at the same time. So he's kind of like a hypocrite. So he's like a hypocritical loser, nihilist, cynicist. And he's trying to like, oh, and then like he just completely fucks with this girl. Like, and I think it really is kind of like a prime example of like toxic masculinity in a way for me, because it's like he's, you know, basically like accumulating Lisa and like, but then he's like fantasizing about her and like wanting her to like be his wife and like live with him, and like, you know, thinking about all these different scenarios of him coming or like her coming in, and then she actually comes and visits, and then he gets mad at her and wants to punish her because she comes and she sees him punishing his servant. And then he's mad at his servant because he like tries to annoy him because he's not getting paid. But like I would be annoyed if I wasn't getting paid too, and I'm like literally a servant. And then he's mad at his friend because they didn't invite him to it, but then he doesn't even hang out with them. And then like, I don't know, he's just a complete loser. And then like, I don't know, man. That is just, I'm like mind fucked right now. Like in a good way, because like a lot of what he says, like why it resonates with me so much and why it's like one of my favorite books now, it's because like a lot of what he says is I really do relate to it as someone that suffers like with mental health, right? I mean, he's obviously suffering with mental health. Like, he's fucking schizo and like hurting people and like manipulating people and like lying to people and lying to us, right? Because he's an unreliable narrator. So all this could be totally false, but from the perspective, right, of a reader, assuming everything's correct, or he's trying to be as truthful as he can be, right? And assuming that all of this actually happened, it's just like, oh my God, like, and I think it's also really telling that like he's dwelling on all of this and like, but he's like putting himself down and putting us down, and like he's trying to like appeal to the audience, and like he's very self-aware, and he's self-aware of how bad he is, but he's not doing anything to improve himself. Like he completely like completely whiffed it. Like literally Lisa came to like be with him, and then like he fucked it up and like was an asshole to her, and like they fucked anyway, and then like then he doesn't like, then he just sends her out with money. Like, oh my God. Yeah. Like this, he fucked up every possible way. Like if I was Lisa, I would be like, yeah, I'm never talking to this guy. And that's literally what she did. Like she never came to him again. Like that was the last time we saw her. Like she heard him calling to her. She heard him in the hallway calling to him when she was leaving, but then she didn't. And like her slamming the door and then leaving, and then like he can't even find her. I think it's like such a great analogy, right? Of like how like he'll push people away, but then he wants them as well. So it's kind of like a dichotomy, right? Of like, you know, someone that is, you know, narcissist, right? And then like putting people down, but also wanting them to be around him, and like, you know, and he said himself, like the only way that he can be around people is if he has some sort of power over them, or like subjugates them, you know. And it's really telling because, you know, he's so smart and he's so self-aware, and like, but he also like doesn't try to like, you know, like moderate himself in a way. Like he knows he's bad and he knows that he's doing something wrong, but he doesn't care to do the right thing. And I think it's just because like he knows that he's a bad person. He knows that he's fucked up, I guess. And I think it's just because he has like an ego problem. And he calls himself an egoist, right? So just so many good lines. I'm definitely gonna put some of these lines on my website, or like some of the quotes, because it's just really good. It's just really good. I definitely need to go to bed right now because I don't want to fuck up my sleep schedule too much. But oh my God, this book is so good. I want to try doing book reviews on my website, and you know, just kind of give my thoughts on it and like how I felt. But yeah, such a good read. I mean, it's only 130 pages. It's not a really long book either. His other books are longer. Like The Brothers Karamazov is way longer, to my knowledge. But yeah, it's so good, and it's so crazy to me that this is like Russian literature made in like the 1800s, like 19th century, like super long time ago. And a lot of what he said really does hold true. And I think if you're not super into history, but like if you kind of like think about history, like a lot of things in history are cyclical, or, you know, patterns, or translatable to, you know, modern times as well, which I really do think makes it a classic. It's really timeless, just kind of his commentary on society, but also his view and like his feelings are also very relatable, because it's like, I think, you know, I think people, like there are guys like this that totally think this way, that live among us, and like that are fucking streamers or that are on Twitter, whatever, right? But it's like, I can totally see like people like this, right? Where it's like someone that is like so hateful, but like so almost like, you know, almost submissive in a way to like, you know, wanting to conform into society, but at the same time doesn't want to. So it's like a very like almost contrarian belief. Like like whenever I'm like tweaking, like super mad, right? Like I very much relate to him, but like whenever I'm calm and like, you know, have a pure heart, or, you know, thinking about the good of humanity, like what he mentions in the part 1, you know, I definitely don't feel this way all the time. So I think, you know, it could be like a commentary like on nihilism, right? On how, you know, selfishness as well, and how, I mean, even like, you know, you don't really know someone to their full extent. Like he mentions it in the first like in the first chapter and like one of the later passages where it's like, you don't really know someone and what they're actually thinking and how, like, you know, even like a good person might only appear good. And like I think he says a lot of good things, but I also think he is like just so far gone. Like, and I think he's just such a, like, I don't even know, dude. I don't know. But I really love this book. I really love this book. I need to go to bed. Thank you guys for watching. I had so much fun reading this. Like, I know it's not my main content, but I love reading. It's so hard for me to read sometimes because I just get into a funk and I just don't want to, like, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't want to read. Mainly because I'm distracted with other things or I'm just stressed out. But I really do, like, sometimes when I like, get a feeling to read a book and I read in bursts, right? Where like I just kind of get fixated on a book or like get like kind of like into like kind of like engrossed into a story and then I'm like I want to finish it, right? So but this was so like such a good read. It's definitely, I mean, mine was only $15 from Barnes and Noble. If you like psychological, like philosophical, you know, books, this would definitely be a good read for sure. It's not too hard. Like there's a, I mean, for my, it is like perfect for my reading level. Like I think it's perfect for me. Like there's a few words I don't know, but like 95% of the words I know. It would be a little bit harder if you're younger or like, you know, young adult level, whatever. But I don't think it's that hard to read as a classic. Like I think this translation by Richard Pavar and Larissa Wolowski is like really good. It's really digestible. There might be other translations that might be a little bit harder to read, but this one feels really good to read. Like I was reading Brothers Karamazov and it was just so hard to get through. I don't know if it was like the translation I was reading. I don't know, but I definitely want to read his other books and give them a go. But yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm so hungry. The last time I ate was like at 1. I haven't eaten like in 12 hours. I'm tweaking. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it, everyone. I'll probably take tomorrow off just because I've been like streaming 3 days in a row doing Q40 tweaking. You know what I mean? Having to deal with my my SAC trolling me. But I'm just kidding, looking up, you know, not that they're not actually trolling me, just, you know, just talking to people and like doing Q40 and I'm doing it on Viper, so I'm like super schizo. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. I'm very grateful, you know, to have stream be there with me while I read this. It makes it enjoyable for me to share this with y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. Check my Twitter, my Discord, my YouTube, my Ko-Fi, my Blue Sky, my website, my Xiaohongshu, Discord, check my website, Insta. All my shit's linked below on my website. And I plan to do some things. I'm working on some projects. I'll let you guys know in the Discord later. I just don't want to spoil anything and I'm like want to work on it and be focused more on it. But I've been like tweaking IRL. So like once I get sorted out my IRL and like feel better about that, then I'll work more on the projects. But yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. See you guys later. Bye. Bye. See you guys later. Night, Opie, Lurkers, Amain, Kokoro, Glacier, 21, Tony, Butterfly, Sable, Ozzy, Skeleton, Batu, Jace, everyone that was here previous. I appreciate it. Like just a really chill stream. Like I've just been really schizo, so I'm just doing whatever, but it is what it is. Okay, see you guys later. Okay, bye. Bye. See you guys later. Okay, fucking turn this shit off. Night.